Derelict by Alan E. Norse. John Sabo, second in command, sat bolt upright in his bunk, blinking wide-eyed at the darkness. The alarm was screaming through the satellite station, its harsh, nerve-jarring clang echoing and re-echoing down the metal corridors, penetrating every nook and crevice and cubicle of the lonely outpost, screaming incredibly through the dark sleeping period. Sabo shook the sleep from his eyes, and then a panic of fear burst into his mind. The alarm! Tumbling out of his bunk in the darkness, he crashed into the far bulkhead, staggering giddily in the impossible gravity as he pawed about for his magna boots, his heart pounding fiercely in his ears. The alarm! Impossible after so long, after these long months of bitter waiting. In the corridor, he collided with Brownie, looking like a frightened gnome, and he growled profanity as he raced down the corridor for the central control. Frightened eyes turned to him as he blinked at the bright lights of the room. The voices rose in a confused, anxious babble, and he shook his head and swore, and plowed through them toward the screen. "Kill that damned alarm!" he roared, blinking as he counted faces. "Somebody get the skipper out of his sack pronto and stop that clatter. What's the trouble?" The radio man waved feebly at the view screen, shimmering on the great side panel. "We just picked it up." It was a ship, moving in from beyond Saturn's rings, a huge gray-black blob in the silvery screen, moving in toward the station with ponderous, clumsy grace, growing larger by the second as it sped toward them. Sabo felt the fear spill over in his mind, driving out all thought, and he sank into the control chair like a well-trained automaton. His gray eyes were wide, trained for long military years to miss nothing. His fingers moved over the panel with deft skill. "Get the men to stations," he growled, "and will somebody kindly get the skipper down here, if he can manage to take a minute?" "I'm right here." The little graying man was at his elbow, staring at the screen with angry red eyes. "Who told you to shut off the alarm?" "Nobody told me. Everybody was here, and it was getting on my nerves." "What a shame." Captain Loomis' voice was icy. "I give orders on this station," he said smoothly, "and you'll remember it." He scowled at the great gray ship looming closer and closer. "What's its course?" "Going to miss us by several thousand kilos at least. Look at that thing. It's traveling." "Contact it. This is what we've been waiting for." The captain's voice was hoarse. Sabo spun a dial and cursed. "No luck. Can't get through. It's passing us." "Then grapple it, stupid! You want me to wipe your nose, too?" Sabo's face darkened angrily. With slow precision, he set the servo fixes on the huge gray hulk looming up. "You want me to wipe your nose, too?" And then snapped the switches sharply. Two small servos shoved their blunt noses from the landing port of the station and slipped silently into space alongside. Then, like a pair of trained dogs, they sped on their beams straight out from the station toward the approaching ship. The intruder was dark, moving at tremendous velocity past the station, as though unaware of its existence. The servos moved out and suddenly diverged and reversed, twisting in long arcs to come alongside the strange ship, finally moving in at the same velocity on either side. There was a sharp flash of contact power. Then, like a mammoth, slow-motion monster, the ship jerked in mid-space and turned a graceful end-for-end arc as the servo grapplers gripped it like leeches and whined, glowing ruddy with the jolting power flowing through them. Sabo watched, hardly breathing, until the great ship spun and slowed and stopped. Then it reversed direction, and the servos led it triumphantly back toward the landing port of the station. Sabo glanced at the radioman, a frown creasing his forehead. "Still nothing?" "Not a peep." He stared out at the great ship, feeling a chill of wonder and fear crawl up his spine. So, this is the mysterious puzzle of Saturn, he muttered. This is what we've been waiting for. There was a curious eager light in Captain Loomis' eyes as he looked up. Oh no, not this. What? Not this. The ships we've seen before were tiny, flat. His little eyes turned toward the ship and back to Sabo's heavy face. This is something else, something quite different. A smile curved his lips, and he rubbed his hands together. We go out for trout and come back with a whale. This ship's from space, deep space. Not from Saturn. This one's from the stars. The strange ship hung at the side of the satellite station, silent as a tomb, still gently rotating as the station slowly spun in its orbit around Saturn. In the captain's cabin, the men shifted restlessly, uneasily facing the eager eyes of their captain. The old man paced the floor of the cabin, his white hair mussed, his face red with excitement. Even his carefully calm face couldn't conceal the eagerness burning in his eyes as he faced the crew. "Still no contact?" he asked Sparks. The radio man shook his head anxiously. "Not a sign. I've tried every signal I know at every wave frequency that could possibly reach them. I've even tried a dozen frequencies that couldn't possibly reach them. And I haven't stirred them up a bit. They just aren't answering." Captain Loomis swung on the group of men. "All right now, I want you to get this straight. This is our catch. We don't know what's aboard it, and we don't know where it came from. But it's our prize. That means not a word goes back home about it until we've learned all there is to learn. We're gonna get the honors on this one, not some eager admiral back home." The men stirred uneasily, worried eyes seeking Sabo's face in alarm. "What about the law?" growled Sabo. "The law says everything must be reported within 2 hours." "Then we'll break the law," the captain snapped. "I'm captain of this station, and those are your orders. You don't need to worry about the law. I'll see that you're protected, but this is too big to fumble. This ship is from the stars. That means it must have an interstellar drive. You know what that means. The government will fall all over itself to reward us." Sabo scowled, and the worry deepened in the men's faces. It was hard to imagine the government falling all over itself for anybody. They knew too well how the government worked. They had heard of the swift trials, the harsh imprisonments that awaited even the petty infringers. The military government had no time to waste on those who stepped out of line. They had no mercy to spare. And the men knew that their captain was not in favor in top government circles. Crack patrol commanders were not shunted into remote, lifeless satellite stations if their stand in the government was high. And deep in their minds, somehow, the men knew they couldn't trust this little sharp-eyed, white-haired man. The credit for such a discovery as this might go to him, yes, but there would be little left for them. "The law," Sabo repeated stubbornly. "Damn the law! We're stationed out here in this limbo to watch Saturn and report any activity we see coming from there. There's nothing in our orders about anything else. There have been ships from there, they think, but not this ship. The government has spent billions trying to find an interstellar and never gotten to first base." The captain paused, his eyes narrowing. "We'll go aboard this ship," he said softly. "We'll find out what's aboard it and where it's from, and we'll take its drive. There's been no resistance yet, but it could be dangerous. We can't assume anything. The boarding party will report everything they find to me. One of them will have to be a drive man. That's you, Brownie." The little man with the sharp black eyes looked up eagerly. "I don't know if I could tell anything." "You can tell more than anyone else here. Nobody else knows space drive. I'll count on you. If you bring back a good report, perhaps we can cancel out certain unfortunate items in your record. But one other should board with you." His eyes turned toward John Sabo. Not me. This is your goat. The mate's eyes were sullen. This is gross breach, and you know it. They'll have you in irons when we get back. I don't want anything to do with it. You're under orders, Sabo. You keep forgetting. They're illegal orders, sir. I'll take responsibility for that. Sabo looked the old man straight in the eye. You mean you'd sell us down a rat hole to save your skin? That's what you mean. Captain Loomis' eyes widened incredulously. Then his face darkened, and he stepped very close to the big man. You'll watch your tongue, I think, he gritted. Be careful what you say to me, Sabo. Be very careful. Because if you don't, you'll be in irons. And we'll see just how long you last when you get back home. Now, you've got your orders. You'll board the ship with Brownie. The big man's fists were clenched until the knuckles were white. You don't know what's over there, he burst out. We could be slaughtered. The captain's smile was unpleasant. That would be such a pity, he murmured. I'd really hate to see it happen. The ship hung dark and silent, like a shadowy ghost. No flicker of light could be seen aboard it. No sound nor faintest sign of life came from the tall, dark hull plates. It hung there, huge and imponderable, and swung around with the station in its silent orbit. The men huddled about Sado and Brownie, helping them into their pressure suits, checking their equipment. They had watched the little scanning beetles crawl over the surface of the great ship, examining, probing every nook and crevice, reporting crystals and metals and irons, while the boarding party prepared. And still the radio man waited alertly for a flicker of life from the solemn giant. Frightened as they were of their part in the illegal secrecy, the arrival of the ship had brought a change in the crew, lighting fires of excitement in their eyes. They moved faster, their voices were lighter, more cheerful. Long months on the station had worn on their nerves, out of contact with their homes, on a mission that was secretly jeered as utter government folly. Ships had been seen years before, disappearing into the sullen, bright atmospheric crust of Saturn, but there had been no sign of anything since. And out there, on the lonely guard station, nerves had run ragged, always waiting, always watching, wearing away even the iron discipline of their military background. They grew bitterly weary of the same faces, the same routine, the constant repetition of inactivity. And through the months, they had watched with increasing anxiety the conflict growing between the captain and his bitter, sullen-eyed second-in-command, John Sabo. And then the ship had come, incredibly, from the depths of space, and the tensions of loneliness were forgotten in the flurry of activity. The locks whined and opened as the two men moved out of the station on the little propulsion sleds, linked to the station with light silk guide ropes. Sabo settled himself on the sled, cursing himself for falling so foolishly into the captain's scheme, cursing his tongue for wandering. And deep within him he felt a new sensation, a vague uneasiness and insecurity that he had not felt in all his years of military life. The strange ship was a variant, an imponderable factor thrown suddenly into his small world of hatred and bitterness, forcing him into unknown territory, throwing his mind into a welter of doubts and fears. He glanced uneasily across at Brownie, vaguely wishing that someone else were with him. Brownie was a troublemaker. Brownie talked too much. Brownie philosophized in a world that ridiculed philosophy. He'd known men like Brownie before, and he knew that they couldn't be trusted. The gray hull gleamed at them as they moved toward it, a monstrous wall of polished metal. There were no dents, no surface scars from its passage through space. They found the entrance lock without difficulty near the top of the ship's great hull, and Brownie probed the rim of the lock with a dozen instruments, his dark eyes burning eagerly. And then, With a squeal that grated in Sabo's ears, the oval port of the ship quivered and slowly opened. Silently, the sleds moved into the opening. They were in a small vault, quite dark, and the sled settled slowly onto a metal deck. Sabo eased himself from the seat, tuning up his audios to their highest sensitivity, moving over to Brownie. Momentarily, they touched helmets, and Brownie's excited voice came to him, muted but breathless. "No trouble getting it open. It worked on the same principle as ours." "Better get to work on the inner lock." Brownie shot him a sharp glance. "But what about inside? I mean, we can't just walk in on them." "Why not? We've tried to contact them." Reluctantly, the little engineer began probing the inner lock with trembling fingers. Minutes later, they were easing themselves through, moving slowly down the dark corridor, waiting with pounding hearts for a sound, a sign. The corridor joined another, and then still another, until they reached a great oval door. And then they were inside, in the heart of the ship, and their eyes widened as they stared at the thing in the center of the great vaulted chamber. "My God!" Brownie's voice was a hoarse whisper in the stillness. "Look at them, Johnny." Sabo moved slowly across the room toward the frail, crushed form lying against the great, gleaming panel. Thin, almost boneless arms were pasted against the hard metal. An oval, humanoid skull was crushed like an eggshell into the knobs and levers of the control panel. Sudden horror shot through the big man as he looked around. At the far side of the room was another of the things, and still another, mashed like lifeless jelly into the floors and panels. Gently, he peeled a bit of jelly away from the metal, then turned with a mixture of wonder and disgust. "All dead," he muttered. Brownie looked up at him, his hands trembling. "No wonder there was no sign." He looked about helplessly. "It's a derelict, Johnny. A wanderer. How could it have happened? How long ago?" Sabo shook his head, bewildered. "Then it was just chance that it came to us, that we saw it. No pilots, no charts. It might have wandered for centuries." Brownie stared about the room, a frightened look on his face. And then he was leaning over the control panel, probing at the array of levers, his fingers working eagerly at the wiring. Sabo nodded approvingly. "We'll have to go over it with a comb," he said. "I'll see what I can find in the rest of the ship. You go ahead on the controls and drive." Without waiting for an answer, he moved swiftly from the round chamber out into the corridor again, his stomach almost sick. It took them many hours. They moved silently, as if even a slight sound might disturb the sleeping alien forms, smashed against the dark metal panels. In another room were the charts, great beautiful charts, totally unfamiliar, studded with star formations he had never seen, noted with curious, meaningless symbols. As Sabo worked, he heard Brownie moving down into the depths of the ship, toward the giant engine rooms. And then, some silent alarm clicked into place in Sabo's mind, tightening his stomach, screaming to be heard. Heart pounding, he dashed down the corridor like a cat, seeing again in his mind the bright, eager eyes of the engineer. Suddenly, the meaning of that eagerness dawned on him. He scampered down a ladder, along a corridor, and down another ladder, down to the engine room, almost colliding with Brownie as he crossed from one of the engines to a battery of generators on the far side of the room. "Brownie, what's the trouble?" Sabo trembled, then turned away. "Nothing," he muttered. "Just a thought." But he watched as the little man snaked into the labyrinth of dynamos and coils and wires, peering eagerly, probing, searching, making notes in the little pad in his hand. Finally, hours later, they moved again toward the lock where they had left their sleds. Not a word passed between them. The uneasiness was strong in Sabo's mind now, growing deeper, mingling with fear and a premonition of impending evil. A dead ship, a derelict, come to them by merest chance from some unthinkably remote star. He cursed, without knowing why, and suddenly he felt he hated Brownie as much as he hated the captain waiting for them in the station. But as he stepped into the station's lock, a new thought crossed his mind, almost dazzling him with its unexpectedness. He looked at the engineer's thin face, and his hands were trembling as he opened the pressure suit. He deliberately took longer than was necessary to give his report to the captain, dwelling on unimportant details, watching with malicious amusement the captain's growing annoyance. Captain Loomis' eyes kept sliding to Brownie, as though trying to read the information he wanted from the engineer's face. Sabo rolled up the charts slowly, stowing them in a pile on the desk. "That's the picture, sir. Perhaps a qualified astronomer could make something of it. I haven't the knowledge or the instruments. The ship came from outside the system, beyond doubt. Probably from a planet with lighter gravity than our own, judging from the frailty of the creatures. Oxygen breathers, from the looks of their gas storage. If you ask me, I'd say, all right, the captain breathed impatiently. You can write it up and hand it to me. It isn't really important where they came from, or whether they breathe oxygen or fluorine." He turned his eyes to the engineer and lit a cigar with trembling fingers. "The important thing is how they got here. The drive, Brownie. You went over the engines carefully? What did you find?" Brownie twitched uneasily and looked at the floor. "Oh yes, I examined them carefully. Wasn't too hard. I examined every piece of drive machinery on the ship, from stem to stern." Sabo nodded slowly, watching the little man with a carefully blank face. "That's right. You gave it a good going over." Brownie licked his lips. "It's a derelict, like Johnny told you. They were dead, all of them. Probably had been dead for a long time. I couldn't tell, of course. Probably nobody could tell. But they must have been dead for centuries." The captain's eyes blinked as the implication sank in. "Wait a minute," he said. "What do you mean, centuries?" Brownie stared at his shoes. "The atomic piles were almost dead," he muttered in an apologetic whine. "The ship wasn't going anyplace, Captain. It was just wandering. Maybe it's wandered for thousands of years." He took a deep breath, and his eyes met the captain's for a brief, agonized moment. "They don't have interstellar, sir. Just plain, simple, slow atomics. Nothing different. They've been traveling for centuries, and it would have taken them just as long to get back." The captain's voice was thin, choked. "Are you trying to tell me that their drive is no different from our own? That a ship has actually wandered into interstellar space without a space drive?" Brownie spread his hands helplessly. "Something must have gone wrong. They must have started off for another planet in their own system, and something went wrong. They broke into space, and they all died, and the ship just went on moving. They never intended an interstellar hop. They couldn't have. They didn't have the drive for it." The captain sat back numbly, his face pasty gray. The light had faded in his eyes now. He sat as though he'd been struck. You couldn't be wrong? You couldn't have missed anything?" Brownie's eyes shifted unhappily, and his voice was very faint. "No, sir." The captain stared at them for a long moment, like a stricken child. Slowly, he picked up one of the charts, his mouth working. Then, with a bitter roar, he threw it in Sabo's face. "Get out of here! Take this garbage and get out! And get the men to their stations! We're here to watch Saturn, and by God, we'll watch Saturn!" He turned away, a hand over his eyes, and they heard his choking breath as they left the cabin. Slowly, Brownie walked out into the corridor, started down toward his cabin with Sabo silent at his heels. He looked up once at the mate's heavy face, a look of pleading in his dark brown eyes, and then opened the door to his quarters. Like a cat, Sabo was in the room before him, dragging him in, slamming the door. He caught the little man by the neck with one savage hand, shoving him unceremoniously against the door, his voice a vicious whisper. "All right, talk. Let's have it now." Brownie choked, his eyes bulging, his face turning gray in the dim light of the cabin. "Johnny, let me down. What's the matter? Choking me, Johnny." The mate's eyes were red, with heavy lines of disgust and bitterness running from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. "You stinking little liar! Talk, damn it! You're not messing with the captain now. You're messing with me. And I'll have the truth if I have to cave in your skull." "I told you the truth. I don't know what you mean." Sabo's palm smashed into his face, jerking his head about like an apple on a string. "That's the wrong answer," he grated. "I warn you, don't lie. The captain is an ambitious ass. He couldn't think his way through a multiplication table. He's a little child, but I'm not quite so dull." He threw the little man down in a heap, his eyes blazing. "You silly fool. Your story is so full of holes you could drive a tank through it. They just up and died, did they? I'm supposed to believe that, smashed up against the panels the way they were? Only one thing could crush them like that. Any fool could see it. Acceleration. And I don't mean atomic acceleration. Something else." He glared down at the man quivering on the floor. "They had interstellar drive, didn't they, Brownie?" Brownie nodded his head, weakly, almost sobbing, trying to pull himself erect. Don't tell the captain," he sobbed. "Oh, Johnny, for God's sake, listen to me. Don't let him know I lied. I was going to tell you anyway, Johnny. Really I was. I've got a plan, a good plan, can't you see it?" The gleam of excitement came back into the sharp little eyes. "They had it all right. Their trip probably took just a few months. They had a drive I've never seen before, non-atomic. I couldn't tell the principle with the look I had, but I think I could work it." He sat up, his whole body trembling. "Don't give me away, Johnny. Listen a minute." Sabo sat back against the bunk, staring at the little man. "You're out of your mind," he said softly. "You don't know what you're doing. What are you going to do when his nibs goes over for a look himself? He's stupid, but not that stupid." Brownie's voice choked, his words tumbling over each other in his eagerness. "He won't get a chance to see it, Johnny. He's got to take our word until he sees it, and we can stall him." Sabo blinked. "A day or so, maybe. But what then? Oh, how could you be so stupid? He's on the skids. He's out of favor and fighting for his life. That drive is the brake that could put him on top. Can't you see he's selfish? He has to be in this world to get anything. Anything or anyone who blocks him, he'll destroy if he can. Can't you see that? When he spots this, your life won't be worth spitting on." Brownie was trembling as he sat down opposite the big man. His voice was harsh in the little cubicle, heavy with pain and hopelessness. "That's right," he said. "My life isn't worth a nickel. Neither is yours. Neither is anybody's here or back home. Nobody's life is worth a nickel. Something's happening to us in the past 100 years, Johnny. Something horrible. I've seen it creeping and growing up around us all my life. People don't matter anymore. It's the government. What the government thinks that matters. It's a web, a cancer that grows in its own pattern until it goes so far it can't be stopped. Men like Loomis could see the pattern and adapt to it, throw away all the worthwhile things, the love and beauty and peace that we once had in our lives. Those men can get somewhere. They can turn this life into a climbing game, waiting their chance to get a little farther toward the top, a little closer to some semblance of security. Everybody adapts to it, Sabo snapped. They have to. You don't see me moving for anything else, do you? I'm for me, and believe me, I know it. I don't give a hang for you or Loomis or anyone else alive. Just me. I want to stay alive, that's all. You're a dreamer, Brownie. But until you pull something like this, you can learn to stop dreaming if you want to. No, you're wrong. Oh, you're horribly wrong, Johnny. Some of us can't adapt. We haven't got what it takes. Or else we have something else in us that won't let us go along. And right there, we're beat before we start. There's no place for us now, and there never will be. He looked up at the mate's impassive face. We're in a life where we don't belong, impounded into a senseless, never-ending series of fights and skirmishes and long, lonely waits, feeding this insane urge of the government to expand out to the planets, to the stars, farther and farther, bigger and bigger. We've got to go, seeking newer and greater worlds to conquer, with nothing to conquer with them, and nothing to conquer them for. There's life somewhere else in our solar system, so it must be sought out and conquered, no matter what or where it is. We live in a world of iron and fear, and there was no place for me and others like me until this ship came. Sable looked at him strangely. So, I was right. I read it on your face when we were searching the ship. I knew what you were thinking. His face darkened angrily. You couldn't get away with it, Brownie. Where could you go? What could you expect to find? You're talking death, Brownie. Nothing else. No. Listen, Johnny. Brownie leaned closer, his eyes bright and intent on the man's heavy face. The captain has to take our word for it until he sees the ship. Even then, he couldn't tell for sure. I'm the only drive engineer on the station. We have the charts. We could work with them, try to find out where the ship came from. I already have an idea of how the drive is operated. Another look, and I could make it work. Think of it, Johnny. What difference does it make where we went or what we found? You're a misfit, too. You know that. This coarseness and bitterness is a shell. If you could only see it, a sham. You don't really believe in this world we're in. Who cares where, if only we could go, get away. Oh, it's a chance, the wildest freak chance, but we could make it. If only to get away from him, said Sabo in a muted voice. Lord, how I hate him. I've seen smallness and ambition before, pettiness and treachery, plenty of it. But that man is our whole world knotted up in one little ball. I don't think I get home without killing him, just to stop that voice from talking, just to see fear cross his face one time. But if we took the ship, it would break him for good. A new light appeared in the big man's eyes. He'd be through, Brownie, washed up. And we'd be free. Sabo's eyes were sharp. What about the acceleration? It killed those that came in the ship. But they were so frail, so weak. Light, brittle bones and soft jelly. Our bodies are stronger. We could stand it. Sabo sat for a long time, staring at Brownie. His mind was suddenly confused by the scope of the idea, racing in myriad twirling fantasies, parading before his eyes the long, bitter, frustrating years, the hopelessness of his own life, the dull, aching feeling he felt deep in his stomach and bones each time he sat back down on Earth to join the teeming throngs of hungry people. He thought of the rows of drab apartments, the thin faces, the hollow, hunted eyes of the people he had seen. He knew that that was why he was a soldier, Because soldiers ate well, they had time to sleep. They were never allowed long hours to think and wonder and grow dull and empty. But he knew his life had been barren, the life of a mindless automaton, moving from place to place, never thinking, never daring to think or speak, hoping only to work without pain each day and sleep without nightmares. And then he thought of the nights in his childhood, when he had lain awake, sweating with fear as the airship screamed across the dark sky above, bound he never knew where. And then, hearing in the far distance the booming explosion, he had played that horrible little game with himself, seeing how high he could count before he heard the weary, plodding footsteps of the people on the road, moving on to another place. He had known, even as a little boy, that the only safe place was in those bombers, that the place for survival was in the striking armies, that his life had followed the hard-learned pattern, twisting him into the cynical mold of the mercenary soldier, dulling the quick and clever mind, driving into him the ways and responses of order and obey, stripping him of his heritage of love and humanity. Others less thoughtful had been happier. They had succeeded in forgetting the life they had known before. They had been able to learn easily and well the lessons of the repudiation of the rights of men, which had crept like a blight through the world. But Sabo too was a misfit, wrenched into a mold he could not fit. He had sensed it vaguely, never really knowing when or how he had built the shell of toughness and cynicism, but also sensing vaguely that it was built, and that in it he could hide, somehow, and laugh at himself and his leaders, and the whole world through which he plodded. He had laughed, but there had been long nights in the narrow darkness of spaceship bunks, when his mind pounded at the shell, screaming out in nightmare, and he had wondered if he had really lost his mind. His gray eyes narrowed as he looked at Brownie, and he felt his heart pounding in his chest, pounding with a fury that he could no longer deny. "It would have to be fast," he said softly. "Like lightning, tonight, tomorrow, very soon." "Oh yes, I know that, but we can do it." "Yes," said Sabo with a hard, bitter glint in his eyes. "Maybe we can." The preparation was tense. For the first time in his life, Sabo knew the meaning of real fear, felt the clinging aura of sudden death in every glance, every word of the men around him. It seemed incredible that the captain didn't notice the brief exchanges with the little engineer, or his own sudden appearances and disappearances about the station. But the captain sat in his cabin with angry eyes, snapping answers without even looking up. Still, Sabo knew that the seeds of suspicion lay planted in his mind, ready to burst forth with awful violence at any slight provocation. As he worked, the escape assumed greater and greater proportions in Sabo's mind. He knew, with increasing urgency and daring, that nothing must stop him. The ship was there, the only bridge away from a life he could no longer endure, and his determination blinded him to caution. Primarily, he pondered over the charts, while Brownie, growing hourly more nervous, poured his heart into a study of his notes and sketches. A second look at the engines was essential. The excuse he concocted for returning to the ship was recklessly slender, and Sabo spent a grueling 5 minutes dissuading the captain from accompanying him. But the captain's eyes were dull, and he walked his cabin, sunk in a gloomy, remorseful trance. The hours passed, and the men saw, in despair, that more precious, dangerous hours would be necessary before the flight could be attempted. And then, abruptly, Sabo got the call to the captain's cabin. He found the old man at his desk, regarding him with cold eyes, and his heart sank. The captain motioned him to a seat, and then sat back, lighting a cigar with painful slowness. "I want you to tell me," he said in a lifeless voice, "exactly what Brownie thinks he's doing." Sabo went cold. Carefully, he kept his eyes on the captain's face. "I guess he's nervous," he said. "He doesn't belong on a satellite station. He belongs at home. The place gets on his nerves." "I didn't like his report." "I know," said Sabo. The captain's eyes narrowed. "It was hard to believe. Ships don't just happen out of space. They don't wander out interstellar by accident either." An unpleasant smile curled his lips. "I'm not telling you anything new. I wouldn't want to accuse Brownie of lying, of course, or you either. But we'll know soon. A patrol craft will be here from the Triton supply base in an hour. I signaled as soon as I had your reports." The smile broadened maliciously. "The patrol craft will have experts aboard. Space drive experts. They'll review your report." "An hour," the captain smiled. "That's what I said. In that hour, you could tell me the truth. I'm not a drive man. I'm an administrator, an organizer, and director. You're the technicians. The truth now could save you much unhappiness in the future." Sabo stood up heavily. "You've got your information," he said with a bitter laugh. "The patrol craft can confirm it." The captain's face went a shade grayer. "All right," he said. "Go ahead, laugh. I told you anyway." Sabo didn't realize how his hands were trembling until he reached the end of the corridor. In despair, he saw the plan crumbling beneath his feet, and with the despair came the cold undercurrent of fear. The patrol would discover them, disclose the hoax. There was no choice left. Ready or not, they'd have to leave. Quickly, he turned into the central control room where Brownie was working. He sat down, repeating the captain's news in a soft voice. "An hour? But how can we—" "We've got to. We can't quit now. We're dead if we do." Brownie's eyes were wide with fear. "But can't we stall them somehow? Maybe if we turned on the captain." "The crew would back him. They wouldn't dare go along with us. We've got to run, nothing else." He took a deep breath. "Can you control the drive?" Brownie stared at his eyes. I think so. I can only try." "You've got to. It's now or never. Get down to the lock and I'll get the charts. Get the sleds ready." He scooped the charts from his bunk, folded them carefully, and bound them swiftly with cord. Then he ran silently down the corridor to the landing port lock. Brownie was already there, in the darkness, closing the last clamps on his pressure suit. Sabo handed him the charts and began the laborious task of climbing into his own suit, panting in the darkness. And then the alarm was clanging in his ear, and the lock was flooded with brilliant light. Sabo stopped short, a cry on his lips, staring at the entrance to the control room. The captain was grinning, a nasty, evil grin, his eyes hard and humorless as he stood there flanked by 3 crewmen. His hand gripped an ugly power gun tightly. He just stood there, grinning, and his voice was like fire in Sabo's ears. "Too bad," he said softly. "You almost made it, too. Trouble is, 2 can't keep a secret. Shame, Johnny, a smart fellow like you. I might have expected as much from Brownie, but I thought you had more sense." Something snapped in Sabo's mind then. With a roar, he lunged at the captain's feet, screaming his bitterness and rage and frustration, catching the old man's calves with his powerful shoulders. The captain toppled, and Sabo was fighting for the power gun, straining with all his might to twist the gun from the thin hand, and he heard his voice shouting, "Run! Go, Brownie! Make it go!" The lock was open, and he saw Brownie's sled nose out into the blackness. The captain choked, his face purple. "Get him! Don't let him get away!" The lock clanged, and the screen showed the tiny, fragile sled jet out from the side of the station, the small, huddled figure clinging to it, heading straight for the open port of the gray ship. Stop him! The guns! You fools, the guns!" The alarm still clanged, and the control room was a flurry of activity. 3 men snapped down behind the tracer guns, firing without aiming, in a frenzied attempt to catch the fleeing sled. The sled began zigzagging, twisting wildly as the shells popped on either side of it. The captain twisted away from Sabo's grip with a roar and threw one of the crewmen to the deck, wrenching the gun controls from his hands. "Get the big ones on the ship! Blast it! If it gets away, you'll all pay!" Suddenly, the sled popped into the ship's port, and the hatch slowly closed behind it. Raving, the captain turned the gun on the sleek, polished hull plates, pressed the firing levers on the warhead servos. 3 of them shot out from the satellite like deadly bugs, careening through the intervening space until one of them struck the side of the gray ship and exploded in a purple fury against the impervious hull. And the others nosed into the flame and passed on through, striking nothing. Like the blinking of a light, the alien ship had throbbed and jerked and was gone. With a roar, the captain brought his fist down on the hard plastic and metal of the control panel, kicked at the sheet of knobs and levers with a heavy foot, his face purple with rage. His whole body shook as he turned on Sabo, his eyes wild. "You let him get away! It was your fault, yours! But you won't get away! I've got you, and you'll pay! Do you hear that?" He pulled himself up until his face was bare inches from Sabo's, his teeth bared in a frenzy of hatred. "Now we'll see who'll laugh, my friend. You'll laugh in the death chamber, if you can still laugh by then." He turned to the men around him. "Take him," he snarled. "Lock him in his quarters, and guard him well. And while you're doing it, take a good look at him. See how he laughs now." They marched him down to his cabin, stunned, still wondering what had happened. Something had gone in his mind in that second, something that told him that the choice had to be made instantly. Because he knew, with dull wonder, that in that instant when the lights went on, he could have stopped Brownie. He could have saved himself. He could have taken for himself a piece of the glory and promotion due to the discoverers of an interstellar drive. But he had also known, somehow, in that short instant, that the only hope in the world lay in that one nervous, frightened man, and the ship which could take him away. And the ship was gone. That meant the captain was through. He'd had his chance. The ship's coming had given him his chance, and he had muffed it. Now he too would pay. The government would not be pleased that such a ship had leaked through his fingers. Captain Loomis was through. And him, somehow, it didn't seem to matter anymore. He had made a stab at it. He had tried. He just hadn't had the luck. But he knew there was more to that. Something in his mind was singing. Some deep feeling of happiness and hope had crept into his mind, and he couldn't worry about himself anymore. There was nothing more for him. They had him cold, but deep in his mind he felt a curious satisfaction, transcending any fear and bitterness. Deep in his heart he knew that one man had escaped. And then he sat back and laughed.
Youth by Isaac Asimov. Red and Slim found the 2 strange little animals the morning after they heard the thunder sounds. They knew that they could never show their new pets to their parents. Chapter 1. There was a splatter of pebbles against the window, and the youngster stirred in his sleep. Another, and he was awake. He sat up stiffly in bed. Seconds passed while he interpreted his strange surroundings. He wasn't in his own home, of course. This was out in the country. It was colder than it should be, and there was green at the window. "Slim!" The call was a hoarse, urgent whisper, and the youngster bounded to the open window. Slim wasn't his real name, but the new friend he had met the day before had needed only one look at his slight figure to say, "You're Slim." He added, "I'm Red." Red wasn't his real name either, but its appropriateness was obvious. They were friends instantly, with the quick, unquestioning friendship of young ones not yet quite in adolescence, before even the first stains of adulthood began to make their appearance. Slim cried, "Hi, Red," and waved cheerfully, still blinking the sleep out of himself. Red kept to his croaking whisper, "Quiet! You want to wake somebody?" Slim noticed all at once that the sun scarcely topped the low hills in the east, that the shadows were long and soft, and that the grass was wet. Slim said more softly, "What's the matter?" Red only waved for him to come out. Slim dressed quickly, gladly confining his morning wash to the momentary sprinkle of a little lukewarm water. He let the air dry the exposed portions of his body as he ran out, while bare skin grew wet against the dewy grass. Red said, "You've got to be quiet. If Mom wakes up, or Dad, or your dad, or even any of the hands, then it'll be, 'Come on in, or you'll catch your death of cold.'" He mimicked voice and tone faithfully, so that Slim laughed and thought that there had never been so funny a fellow as Red. Slim said eagerly, "Do you come out here every day like this, Red? Real early? It's like the whole world is just yours, isn't it, Red? No one else around, and all like that." He felt proud at being allowed entrance into this private world. Red stared at him sidelong. He said carelessly, "I've been up for hours. Didn't you hear it last night?" "Hear what?" "Thunder." "Was there a thunderstorm?" Slim never slept through a thunderstorm. "I guess not, but there was thunder. I heard it, and then I went to the window, and it wasn't raining. It was all stars, and the sky was just getting sort of almost gray. You know what I mean?" Slim had never seen it so, but he nodded. "So I just thought I'd go out," said Red. They walked along the grassy side of the concrete road that split the panorama right down the middle, all the way down to where it vanished among the hills. It was so old that Red's father couldn't tell Red when it had been built. It didn't have a crack or a rough spot in it. Red said, "Can you keep a secret?" "Sure, Red. What kind of secret?" "Just a secret. Maybe I'll tell you, and maybe I won't. I don't know yet." Red broke a long, supple stem from a fern they passed, methodically stripping it of its leaflets, and swung what was left whip fashion. For a moment he was on a wild charger, which reared and champed under his iron control. Then he got tired, tossed the whip aside, and stowed the charger away in a corner of his imagination for future use. He said, "There'll be a circus around." Slim said, "That's no secret. I knew that. My dad told me even before we came here." "That's not the secret. Fine secret. Ever see a circus?" "Oh, sure, you bet." "Like it?" "Say, there isn't anything I like better." Red was watching out of the corner of his eyes again. "Ever think you would like to be with a circus? I mean, for good?" Slim considered. "I guess not. I think I'll be an astronomer like my dad. I think he wants me to be." "Astronomer," said Red. Slim felt the doors of the new private world closing on him, and astronomy became a thing of dead stars and black, empty space. He said placatingly, "A circus would be more fun." "You're just saying that." "No, I'm not. I mean it." Red grew argumentative. "Suppose you had a chance to join the circus right now. What would you do?" I see." Red affected scornful laughter. Slim was stung. I'd join up." "Go on." "Try me." Red whirled at him, strange and intense. "You mean that? You want to go in with me?" "What do you mean?" Slim stepped back a bit, surprised by the unexpected challenge. "I got something that can get us into the circus. Maybe someday we can even have a circus of our own. We could be the biggest circus fellows in the world. That's if you want to go in with me. Otherwise, well, I guess I can do it on my own. I just thought, let's give good old Slim a chance. The world was strange and glamorous, and Slim said, "Sure thing, Red. I'm in. What is it, huh, Red? Tell me, what is it?" "Figure it out. What's the most important thing in the circuses?" Slim thought desperately. He wanted to give the right answer. Finally, he said, "Acrobats?" "Holy smokes! I wouldn't go 5 steps to look at acrobats." I don't know then." "Animals, that's what. What's the best sideshow? Where are the biggest crowds? Even in the main rings, the best acts are the animal acts." There was no doubt in Red's voice. "Do you think so?" "Everyone thinks so. You ask anyone. Anyway, I found animals this morning. 2 of them." "And you've got them?" "Sure, that's the secret. Are you telling?" "Of course not." "Okay, I've got them in the barn. Do you want to see them?" They were almost at the barn. Its huge open door, black, too black. They had been heading there all the time. Slim stopped in his tracks. He tried to make his words casual. "Are they big?" "Would I fool with them if they were big? They can't hurt you. They're only about so long. I've got them in a cage." They were in the barn now, and Slim saw the large cage suspended from a hook in the roof. It was covered with stiff canvas. Red said, "We used to have some bird there or something. Anyway, they can't get away from there. Come on, let's go up to the loft." They clambered up the wooden stairs, and Red hooked the cage toward them. Slim pointed and said, "There's sort of a hole in the canvas." Red frowned. "How'd that get there?" He lifted the canvas, looked in, and said with relief, "They're still there." The canvas appeared to be burned, worried Slim. "You want to look or don't you?" Slim nodded slowly. He wasn't sure he wanted to, after all. They might be. But the canvas had been jerked off, and there they were, 2 of them. The way Red said, they were small and sort of disgusting looking. The animals moved quickly as the canvas lifted, and were on the side toward the youngsters. Red poked a cautious finger at them. "Watch out," said Slim in agony. "They don't hurt you," said Red. "Ever see anything like them?" "No." "Can't you see how a circus would jump at a chance to have these?" "Maybe they're too small for a circus." Red looked annoyed. He let go the cage, which swung back and forth pendulum fashion. "You're just trying to back out, aren't you?" "No, it's just... They're not too small. Don't worry. Right now, I've only got one worry." "What's that?" "Well, I've got to keep them till the circus comes, don't I? I've got to figure out what to feed them meanwhile." The cage swung, and the little trapped creatures clung to its bars, gesturing at the youngsters with queer, quick motions, almost as though they were intelligent. Chapter 2. The astronomer entered the dining room with decorum. He felt very much the guest. He said, "Where are the youngsters? My son isn't in his room." The industrialist smiled. "They've been out for hours. However, breakfast was forced into them among the women some time ago, so there is nothing to worry about. You, Doctor, you." The word seemed to depress the astronomer. They ate breakfast in silence. The industrialist said once, "You really think they'll come? The day looks so normal." The astronomer said, "They'll come." That was all. Afterward, the industrialist said, "You'll pardon me, I can't conceive you're playing so elaborate a hoax. You really spoke to them." "As I speak to you, at least in a sense, they can project thoughts." "I gathered that must be so from your letter. How, I wonder?" "I could not say. I asked them, and of course they were vague, or perhaps it was just that I could not understand. It involves a projector for the focusing of thought, and even more than that, conscious attention on the part of both projector and receptor. It was quite a while before I realized they were trying to think at me. Such thought projectors may be part of the science they will give us." "Perhaps," said the industrialist. "Yet think of the changes it would bring to society. A thought projector." "Why not? Change would be good for us." "I don't think so." "It is only in old age that change is unwelcome," said the astronomer, "and races can be old as well as individuals." The industrialist pointed out the window. "You see that road? It was built before the wars. I don't know exactly when. It is as good now as the day it was built. We couldn't possibly duplicate it now." "The race was young when that was built, eh?" "Then, yes, at least they weren't afraid of new things." "No, I wish they had been. Where is the society of before the wars? Destroyed, Doctor. What good were youth and new things? We are better off now. The world is peaceful and jogs along. The race goes nowhere, but after all, there is nowhere to go. They proved that. The men who built the road. I will speak with your visitors as I agreed if they come, but I think I will only ask them to go." "The race is not going nowhere," said the astronomer earnestly. "It is going toward final destruction. My university has a smaller student body each year. Fewer books are written, less work is done. An old man sleeps in the sun and his days are peaceful and unchanging, but each day finds him nearer death all the same." "Well, well," said the industrialist. "No, don't dismiss it. Listen, before I wrote you, I investigated your position in the planetary economy." "And you found me solvent?" interrupted the industrialist, smiling. "Why, yes. Oh, I see you were joking. And yet, perhaps the joke is not far off. You are less solvent than your father, and he was less solvent than his father. Perhaps your son will no longer be solvent. It becomes too troublesome for the planet to support even the industries that still exist, though they are toothpicks to the oak trees of before the wars. We will be back to village economy. And then, to what? The caves? And the infusion of fresh technological knowledge will be the changing of all that?" "Not just the new knowledge. Rather the whole effect of change, of a broadening of horizons. Look, sir, I chose you to approach in this matter not only because you were rich and influential with government officials, but because you had an unusual reputation for these days, of daring to break with tradition. Our people will resist change, and you would know how to handle them, how to see to it that the youth of the race is revived?" "Yes." "With atomic bombs?" "The atomic bombs," returned the astronomer, "need not be the end of civilization. These visitors of mine had their atomic bomb, or whatever their equivalent was, on their own worlds, and survived it, because they didn't give up. Don't you see, it wasn't the bomb that defeated us, but our own shell shock. This may be the last chance to reverse the process." "Tell me," said the industrialist, "what do these friends from space want in return?" The astronomer hesitated. He said, "I will be truthful with you. They come from a denser planet. Ours is richer in the lighter atoms." "They want magnesium, aluminum?" "No, sir. Carbon and hydrogen. They want coal and oil." "Really?" The astronomer said quickly, "You're going to ask why creatures who have mastered space travel and therefore atomic power would want coal and oil. I can't answer that." The industrialist smiled. "But I can. This is the best evidence yet of the truth of your story. Superficially, atomic power would seem to preclude the use of coal and oil. However, quite apart from the energy gained by their combustion, they remain, and always will remain, the basic raw material for all organic chemistry. Plastics, dyes, pharmaceuticals, solvents. Industry could not exist without them, even in an atomic age. Still, if coal and oil are the low price for which they would sell us the troubles and tortures of racial youth, my answer is that the commodity would be dear if offered gratis." The astronomer sighed and said, "There are the boys." They were visible through the open window, standing together in the grassy field and lost in animated conversation. The industrialist's son pointed imperiously, and the astronomer's son nodded and made off at a run toward the house. The industrialist said, "There is the youth you speak of. Our race has as much of it as it ever had." "Yes, but we age them quickly and pour them into the mold." Slim scuttled into the room. The door banged behind him. The astronomer said in mild disapproval, "What's this?" Slim looked up in surprise and came to a halt. I beg your pardon. I didn't know anyone was here. I'm sorry to have interrupted." His enunciation was almost painfully precise. The industrialist said, "It's all right, youngster." But the astronomer said, "Even if you had been entering an empty room, son, there would be no cause for slamming a door." "Nonsense," insisted the industrialist. "The youngster has done no harm. You simply scold him for being young. You, with your views." He said to Slim, "Come here, lad." Slim advanced slowly. "How do you like the country, eh?" "Very much, sir, thank you." "My son has been showing you about the place, hasn't he?" "Yes, sir. Red, I mean... No, call him Red. I call him that myself. Now, tell me, what are you two up to, eh?" Slim looked away. "Why, just exploring, sir." The industrialist turned to the astronomer. "There you are. Youthful curiosity and adventure lust. The race has not yet lost it." Slim said, "Sir?" "Yes, lad." The youngster took a long time in getting on with it. He said, "Red sent me in for something good to eat, but I don't exactly know what he meant. I didn't like to say so." "Why, just ask Cook. She'll have something good for young'uns to eat." "Oh, no, sir. I mean for animals." "For animals?" "Yes, sir. What do animals eat?" The astronomer said, "I am afraid my son is city bred." "Well," said the industrialist, "there's no harm in that. What kind of an animal, lad?" A small one, sir." "Then dry grass or leaves, and if they don't want that, nuts or berries would probably do the trick." "Thank you, sir." Slim ran out again, closing the door gently behind him. The astronomer said, "Do you suppose they trapped an animal alive?" He was obviously perturbed. "That's common enough. There's no shooting on my estate, and it's tame country, full of rodents and small creatures. Red is always coming home with pets of one sort or another. They rarely maintain his interest for long." He looked at the wall clock. "Your friends should have been here by now, shouldn't they?" Chapter 3. The swaying had come to a halt, and it was dark. The explorer was not comfortable in the alien air. It felt as thick as soup, and he had to breathe shallowly. Even so, he reached out in a sudden need for company. The merchant was warm to the touch. His breathing was rough. He moved in an occasional spasm and was obviously asleep. The explorer hesitated and decided not to wake him. It would serve no real purpose. There would be no rescue, of course. That was the penalty paid for the high profits which unrestrained competition could lead to. The merchant who opened a new planet could have a 10-year monopoly of its trade, which he might hug to himself, or, more likely, rent out to all comers at a stiff price. It was followed that planets were searched for in secrecy and preferably away from the usual trade routes. In a case such as theirs, then, there was little or no chance that another ship would come within range of their sub-etherics, except for the most improbable of coincidences. Even if they were in their ship, that is, rather than in this cage. The explorer grasped the thick bars. Even if they blasted those away as they could, they would be stuck too high in the open air for leaping. It was too bad. They had landed twice before in the scout ship. They had established contact with the natives, who were grotesquely huge, but mild and unaggressive. It was obvious that they had once owned a flourishing technology, but hadn't faced up to the consequences of such a technology. It would have been a wonderful market. And it was a tremendous world. The merchant especially had been taken aback. He had known the figures that expressed the planet's diameter, but from a distance of 2 light seconds he had stood at the visiplate and muttered, "Unbelievable." "Oh, there are larger worlds," the explorer said. It wouldn't do for an explorer to be too easily impressed. "Inhabited? Well, no." "Why, you could drop your planet into that large ocean and drown it." The explorer smiled. It was a gentle dig at his Arcturan homeland, which was smaller than most planets. He said, "Not quite." The merchant followed along the lines of his thoughts. "And the inhabitants are large in proportion to their world?" He sounded as though the news struck him less favorably now. "Nearly 10 times our height." "Are you sure they're friendly?" "That is hard to say. Friendship between alien intelligence is an imponderable. They are not dangerous, I think. We've come across other groups that could not maintain equilibrium after the atomic war stage, and you know the results. Introversion, retreat, gradual decadence, and increasing gentleness." "Even if they are such monsters?" "The principle remains." It was about then that the explorer felt the heavy throbbing of the engines. He frowned and said, "We are descending a bit too quickly." There had been some speculation on the dangers of landing some hours before. The planetary target was a huge one for an oxygen water war. Though it lacked the size of the uninhabitable hydrogen-ammonia planets and its low density made its surface gravity fairly normal, its gravitational forces fell off but slowly, with distance. In short, its gravitational potential was high, and the ship's calculator was a run-of-the-mill model, not designed to plot landing trajectories at that potential range. That meant the pilot would have to use manual controls. It would have been wiser to install a more high-powered model, but that would have meant a trip to some outpost of civilization. Lost time, perhaps a lost secret. The merchant demanded an immediate landing. The merchant felt it necessary to defend his position now. He said angrily to the explorer, "Don't you think the pilot knows his job? He landed you safely twice before." Yes, thought the explorer, in a scout ship, not in this unmaneuverable freighter. Aloud, he said nothing. He kept his eye on the visiplate. They were descending too quickly. There was no room for doubt. Much too quickly. The merchant said peevishly, "Why do you keep silence?" "Well then, if you wish me to speak, I would suggest that you strap on your floater and help me prepare the ejector." The pilot fought a noble fight. He was no beginner. The atmosphere, abnormally high and thick in the gravitational potential of this world, whipped and burned about the ship. But to the very last, it looked as though he might bring it under control despite that. He even maintained course, following the extrapolated line to the point on the northern continent toward which they were headed. Under other circumstances, with a shade more luck, the story would eventually have been told and retold as a heroic and masterly reversal of a lost situation. But within sight of victory, tired body and tired nerves clamped a control bar with a shade too much pressure. The ship, which had almost leveled off, dipped down again. There was no room to retrieve the final error. There was only a mile left to fall. The pilot remained at his post to the actual landing, his only thought that of breaking the force of the crash, of maintaining the spaceworthiness of the vessel. He did not survive. With the ship buckling madly in a soupy atmosphere, few ejectors could be mobilized, and only one of them in time. When, afterwards, the explorer lifted out of unconsciousness and rose to his feet, he had the definite feeling that but for himself and the merchant, there were no survivors. And perhaps that was an overcalculation. His floater had burned out while still sufficiently distant from surface to have the fall stun him. The merchant might have had less luck, even than that. He was surrounded by a world of thick, ropey stalks of grass, and in the distance were trees that reminded him vaguely of similar structures on his native Arcturan world, except that their lowest branches were high above what he would consider normal treetops. He called, his voice sounding basso in the thick air, and the merchant answered. The explorer made his way toward him, thrusting violently at the coarse stalks that barred his path. "Are you hurt?" he asked. The merchant grimaced. I sprained something. It hurts to walk. The explorer probed gently. I don't think anything is broken. You'll have to walk despite the pain. Can't we rest first? It's important to try to find the ship. If it's spaceworthy or if it can be repaired, we may live. Otherwise, we won't. Just a few minutes. Let me catch my breath. The explorer was glad enough for those few minutes. The merchant's eyes were already closed. He allowed his to do the same. He heard the trampling and his eyes snapped open. Never sleep on a strange planet, he told himself futilely. The merchant was awake too, and his steady screaming was a rumble of terror. The explorer called. It's only a native of this planet. It won't harm you. But even as he spoke, the giant had swooped down, and in a moment they were in its grasp, being lifted closer to its monstrous ugliness. The merchant struggled violently, and, of course, quite futilely. Can't you talk to it? He yelled. The explorer could only shake his head. I can't reach it with the projector. It won't be listening. Then blast it! Blast it down! We can't do that. The phrase, you fool, had almost been added. The explorer struggled to keep his self-control. They were swallowing space as the monster moved purposefully away. Why not? Cried the merchant. You can reach your blaster. I see it in plain sight. Don't be afraid of falling. It's simpler than that. If this monster is killed, you'll never trade with this planet. You'll never even leave it. You probably won't live the day out. Why? Why? Because this is one of the young of the species. You should know what happens when a trader kills a native young, even accidentally. What's more, if this is the target point, then we are on the estate of a powerful native. This might be one of his brood. That was how they entered their present prison. They had carefully burnt away a portion of the thick, stiff covering, and it was obvious that the height from which they were suspended was a killing one. Now, once again, the prison cage shuddered and lifted in an upward arc. The merchant rolled to the lower rim and startled awake. The cover lifted and light flooded in. As was the case the time before, there were two specimens of the young. They were not very different in appearance from adults of the species, reflected the explorer, though, of course, they were considerably smaller. A handful of reedy green stalks was stuffed between the bars. Its odor was not unpleasant, but it carried clods of soil at its ends. The merchant drew away and said huskily, "What are they doing?" The explorer said, "Trying to feed us, I should judge. At least this seems to be the native equivalent of grass." The cover was replaced and they were set swinging again, alone with their fodder. Chapter 4. Slim started at the sound of footsteps and brightened when it turned out to be only Red. He said, "No one's around. I had my eye peeled, you bet." Red said, "Shh, look. You take this stuff and stick it in the cage. I've got to scoot back to the house." "What is it?" Slim reached reluctantly. "Ground meat. Holy smokes. Haven't you ever seen ground meat? That's what you should have got when I sent you to the house instead of coming back with that stupid grass." Slim was hurt. "How'd I know they don't eat grass? Besides, ground meat doesn't come loose like that. It comes in cellophane, and it isn't that color." "Sure, in the city. Out here we grind our own, and it's always this color till it's cooked." "You mean it isn't cooked?" Slim drew away quickly. Red looked disgusted. "Do you think animals eat cooked food? Come on, take it. It won't hurt you. I tell you, there isn't much time." "Why? What's doing back at the house?" "I don't know. Dad and your father are walking around. I think maybe they're looking for me. Maybe the cook told them I took the meat. Anyway, we don't want them coming here after me." "Didn't you ask the cook before you took the stuff?" "Who? That crab? Shouldn't wonder if she only let me have a drink of water because Dad makes her. Come on, take it." Slim took the large glob of meat, though his skin crawled at the touch. He turned toward the barn, and Red sped away in the direction from which he had come. He slowed when he approached the two adults, took a few deep breaths to bring himself back to normal, and then carefully and nonchalantly sauntered past. They were walking in the general direction of the barn, he noticed, but not dead on. He said, "Hi, Dad. Hello, sir." The industrialist said, "Just a moment, Red. I have a question to ask you." Red turned a carefully blank face to his father. "Yes, Dad?" "Mother tells me you were out early this morning." "Not real early, Dad, just a little before breakfast." "She said you told her it was because you had been awakened during the night and didn't go back to sleep." Red waited before answering. Should he have told Mom that? Then he said, "Yes, sir." "What was it that awakened you?" Red saw no harm in it. He said, "I don't know, Dad. It sounded like thunder, sort of, and like a collision, sort of." "Could you tell me where it came from?" "It sounded like it was out by the hill." That was truthful and useful as well, since the direction was almost opposite that in which the barn lay. The industrialist looked at his guest. "I suppose it would do no harm to walk toward the hill." The astronomer said, "I am ready." Red watched them walk away, and when he turned, he saw Slim peering cautiously out from among the briars of a hedge. Red waved at him. "Come on!" Slim stepped out and approached. "Did they say anything about the meat?" "No, I guess they don't know about that. They went down to the hill." "What for?" "Search me. They kept asking about the noise I heard. Listen, did the animals eat the meat?" "Well," said Slim cautiously, "they were sort of looking at it and smelling it or something." "Okay," Red said. "I guess they'll eat it. Holy smokes, they've got to eat something. Let's walk along toward the hill and see what Dad and your father are going to do." "What about the animals?" "They'll be all right. A fellow can't spend all his time on them. Did you give them water?" "Sure. They drank that." "See? Come on. We'll look at them after lunch. I tell you what, we'll bring them fruit. Anything'll eat fruit." Together they trotted up the rise, Red, as usual, in the lead. Chapter 5. The astronomer said, "Do you think the noise was their ship landing?" "Don't you think it could be?" "If it were, they may all be dead." "Perhaps not." The industrialist frowned. "If they have landed and are still alive, where are they?" "Think about that for a while." He was still frowning. The astronomer said, "I don't understand you." "They may not be friendly." "Oh no, I've spoken with them. They're..." "You've spoken with them. Call that reconnaissance. What would their next step be? Invasion?" "But they only have one ship, sir." "You know that only because they say so. They might have a fleet." "I've told you about their size. Their size would not matter if they have hand weapons that may well be superior to our artillery." "That is not what I meant." "I had this partly in mind from the first," the industrialist went on. "It is for that reason I agreed to see them after I received your letter. Not to agree to an unsettling and impossible trade, but to judge their real purposes. I did not count on their evading the meeting." He sighed. "I suppose it isn't our fault. You are right in one thing at any rate. The world has been at peace too long. We are losing a healthy sense of suspicion." The astronomer's mild voice rose to an unusual pitch, and he said, "I will speak. I tell you that there is no reason to suppose they can possibly be hostile. They are small, yes, but that is only important because it is a reflection of the fact that their native worlds are small. Our world has what is for them a normal gravity, but because of a much higher gravitational potential, our atmosphere is too dense to support them comfortably over sustained periods. For a similar reason, the use of the world as a base for interstellar travel, except for trade in certain items, is uneconomical. And there are important differences in chemistry of life due to the basic differences in soils. They couldn't eat our food or we theirs. Surely all this can be overcome. They can bring their own food, build domed stations of lowered air pressure, devise specially designed ships. They can. And how glibly you can describe feats that are easy to erase in its youth. It is simply that they don't have to do any of that. There are millions of worlds suitable for them in the galaxy. They don't need this one, which isn't. How do you know? All this is their information again. This I was able to check independently. I am an astronomer after all. That is true. Let me hear what you have to say then while we walk. Then, sir, consider that for a long time our astronomers have believed that two general classes of planetary bodies exist. First, the planets which formed at distances far enough from their stellar nucleus to become cool enough to capture hydrogen. These would be large planets, rich in hydrogen, ammonia, and methane. We have examples of these in the giant outer planets. The second class would include those planets formed so near the stellar center that the high temperature would make it impossible to capture much hydrogen. These would be smaller planets, comparatively poorer in hydrogen and richer in oxygen. We know that type very well since we live on one. Ours is the only solar system we know in detail, however, and it has been reasonable for us to assume that these were the only two planetary classes. I take it then that there is another. Yes, there is a super dense class, still smaller, poorer in hydrogen than the inner planets of the solar system. The ratio of occurrence of hydrogen-ammonia planets and these super dense water-oxygen worlds of theirs over the entire galaxy, and remember that they have actually conducted a survey of significant sample volumes of the galaxy, which we without interstellar travel cannot do, is about 3 to 1. This leaves them 7 million super-dense worlds for exploration and colonization. The industrial looked at the blue sky and the green-covered trees among which they were making their way. He said, "And worlds like ours?" The astronomer said softly, "Ours is the first solar system they have found which contains them. Apparently the development of our solar system was unique and did not follow the ordinary rules." The industrialist considered that. What it amounts to is that these creatures from space are asteroid dwellers. No. The asteroids are something else again. They occur, I was told, in 1 out of 8 stellar systems, but they're completely different from what we've been discussing. And how does your being an astronomer change the fact that you are still only quoting their unsupported statements? But they did not restrict themselves to bald items of information. They presented me with a theory of stellar evolution which I had to accept, and which is more nearly valid than anything our own astronomy has ever been able to devise, if we accept possible lost theories dating from before the wars. Mind you, their theory had a rigidly mathematical development, and it predicted just such a galaxy as they described. So you see, they have all the worlds they wish. They are not land hungry. Certainly not for our land. Reason would say so if what you say is true, but creatures may be intelligent and not reasonable. Our forefathers were presumably intelligent, yet they were certainly not reasonable. Was it reasonable to destroy almost all their tremendous civilization in atomic warfare over causes our historians can no longer accurately determine? The industrialist brooded over it. From the dropping of the first atomic bomb over those islands, I forget the ancient name, there was only one end in sight, and in plain sight. Yet events were allowed to proceed to that end. He looked up, said briskly, "Well, where are we? I wonder if we are not on a fool's errand after all." But the astronomer was a little in advance, and his voice came thickly. "No fool's errand, sir. Look there." Chapter 6. Red and Slim had trailed their elders with the experience of youth, aided by the absorption and anxiety of their fathers. Their view of the final object of the search was somewhat obscured by the underbrush behind which they remained. Red said, "Holy smokes, look at that, it's all shiny silver or something." But it was Slim who was really excited. He caught at the other. "I know what this is. It's a spaceship. That must be why my father came here. He's one of the biggest astronomers in the world, and your father would have to call him if a spaceship landed on his estate." "What are you talking about? Dad didn't even know that that thing was there. He only came here because I told him I heard the thunder from here. Besides, there isn't any such thing as a spaceship." "Sure there is. Look at it. See those round things? They are ports, and you can see the rocket tubes. How do you know so much? Slim was flushed. He said, I read about them. My father has books about them, old books, from before the wars. Huh? Now I know you're making it up. Books from before the wars? My father has to have them. He teaches at the university. It's his job. His voice had risen and Red had to pull at him. You want them to hear us? He whispered indignantly. Well, it is too a spaceship. Look here, Slim. You mean that's a ship from another world? It's got to be. Look at my father going around and around it. He wouldn't be so interested if it was anything else. Other worlds? Where are there other worlds? Everywhere. How about the planets? They're worlds just like ours, some of them. And other stars probably have planets. There's probably zillions of planets. Red felt outweighed and outnumbered. He muttered, You're crazy. All right, then I'll show you. Hey, where are you going? Down there. I'm going to ask my father. I suppose you'll believe it if he tells you. I suppose you'll believe a professor of astronomy knows what... He had scrambled upward. Red said, Hey, you don't want them to see us. We're not supposed to be here. Do you want them to start asking questions and find out about our animals? I don't care. You said I was crazy. Snitcher. You promised you wouldn't tell. I'm not going to tell. But if they find out themselves, it's your fault for starting an argument and saying I was crazy. I take it back then, grumbled Red. Well, all right, you better. In a way, Slim was disappointed. He wanted to see the spaceship at close quarters. Still, he could not break his vow of secrecy even in spirit without at least the excuse of a personal insult. Red said, It's awfully small for a spaceship. Sure, because it's probably a scout ship. I'll bet Dad couldn't even get into the old thing. So much Slim realized to be true. It was a weak point in his argument, and he made no answer. His interest was absorbed by the adults. Red rose to his feet, an elaborate attitude of boredom all about him. Well, I guess we better be going. There's business to do, and I can't spend all day here looking at some old spaceship or whatever it is. We've got to take care of the animals if we're going to be circus folks. That's the first rule with circus folks. They've got to take care of the animals. And, he finished virtuously, that's what I aim to do anyway. Slim said, What for, Red? They've got plenty of meat. Let's watch. There's no fun in watching. Besides, Dad and your father are going away, and I guess it's about lunchtime. Red became argumentative. Look, Slim, we can't start acting suspicious or they're going to start investigating. Holy smokes, don't you ever read any detective stories? When you're trying to work a big deal without being caught, it's practically the main thing to keep on acting just like always. Then they don't suspect anything. That's the first law. Oh, all right. Slim rose resentfully. At the moment, the circus appeared to him a rather tawdry and shoddy substitute for the glories of astronomy, and he wondered how he had come to fall in with Red's silly scheme. Down the slope they went, Slim, as usual, in the rear. Chapter 7. The industrialist said, It's the workmanship that gets me. I never saw such construction. What good is it now? Said the astronomer bitterly. There's nothing left. There'll be no second landing. This ship detected life on our planet through accident. Other exploring parties would come no closer than necessary to establish the fact that there were no super-dense worlds existing in our solar system. Well, there's no quarreling with a crash landing. The ship hardly seems damaged. If only some had survived, the ship might have been repaired. If they had survived, there would be no trade in any case. They're too different, too disturbing. In any case, it's over. They entered the house, and the industrialist greeted his wife calmly. Lunch about ready, dear? I'm afraid not. You see... She looked hesitantly at the astronomer. Is anything wrong? Asked the industrialist. Why not tell me? I'm sure our guest won't mind a little family discussion. Pray, don't pay any attention whatever to me, muttered the astronomer. He moved miserably to the other end of the room. The woman said in low, hurried tones, "Really, dear, Cook's that upset. I've been soothing her for hours, and honestly, I don't know why Red should have done it." Done what? The industrialist was more amused than otherwise. It had taken the united efforts of himself and his son months to argue his wife into using the name Red, rather than the perfectly ridiculous, viewed youngster fashion, name which was his real one. She said, "He's taken most of the chopped meat." "He's eaten it?" "Well, I hope not. It was raw." "Then what would he want it for?" "I haven't the slightest idea. I haven't seen him since breakfast. Meanwhile, Cook's just furious. She caught him vanishing out the kitchen door, and there was the bowl of chopped meat just about empty, and she was going to use it for lunch. Well, you know Cook. She has to change the lunch menu, and that means she won't be worth living with for a week. You'll just have to speak to Red, dear, and make him promise not to do things in the kitchen anymore. And it wouldn't hurt to have him apologize to Cook." "Oh, come. She works for us. If we don't complain about a change in lunch menu, why should she?" "Because she's the one who has double work made for her. And she's talking about quitting. Good cooks aren't easy to get. Do you remember the one before her?" It was a strong argument. The industrialist looked about vaguely. He said, "I suppose you're right. He isn't here. I suppose when he comes in, I'll talk to him." "You'd better start. Here he comes." Red walked into the house and said cheerfully, "Time for lunch, I guess." He looked from one parent to the other in quick speculation at their fixed stares and said, "Got to clean up first, though," and made for the other door. The industrialist said, "One moment, son." "Sir?" "Where's your little friend?" Red said carelessly, "He's around somewhere. We were just sort of walking, and I looked around, and he wasn't there." This was perfectly true, and Red felt on safe ground. "I told him it was lunchtime. I said, 'I suppose it's about lunchtime,' I said, 'and we got to be getting back to the house.' And he said yes, and I just went on, and then when I was about at the creek, I looked around and—" The astronomer interrupted the voluble story, looking up from a magazine he had been sightlessly rummaging through. "I wouldn't worry about my youngster. He's quite self-sufficient. Don't wait lunch for him." "Lunch isn't ready in any case, Doctor." The industrialist turned once more to his son. "And talking about that, son, the reason for it is that something has happened to the ingredients. Do you have anything to say?" "Sir?" "I hate to feel that I have to explain myself more fully. Why did you take the chopped meat?" "The chopped meat?" "The chopped meat." He waited patiently. Red said, "Well, I was sort of—" "Hungry?" prompted his father. "For raw meat?" "No, sir. I just sort of needed it." "For what exactly?" Red looked miserable and remained silent. The astronomer broke in again. "If you don't mind my putting in a few words, you'll remember that just after breakfast my son came in to ask what animals ate." "Oh, you're right. How stupid of me to forget. Look here, Red, did you take it for an animal pet you've got?" Red recovered indignant breath. He said, "You mean Slim came in here and said I had an animal? He came in here and said that? He said I had an animal?" "No, he didn't. He simply asked what animals ate. That's all. Now, if he promised he wouldn't tell on you, he didn't. It's your own foolishness in trying to take something without permission that gave you away. That happened to be stealing. Now, have you an animal? I ask you a direct question." "Yes, sir." It was a whisper so low as hardly to be heard. "All right, you'll have to get rid of it. Do you understand?" Red's mother intervened. "Do you mean to say you're keeping a meat-eating animal, Red? It might bite you and give you blood poison." "They're only small ones," quavered Red. "They hardly budge if you touch them." "They? How many do you have?" "2." "Where are they?" The industrialist touched her arm. "Don't chivvy the child any further," he said in a low voice. "If he says he'll get rid of them, he will, and that's punishment enough." He dismissed the matter from his mind. Chapter 8. Lunch was half over when Slim dashed into the dining room. For a moment he stood abashed, and then he said in what was almost hysteria, "I've got to speak to Red. I've got to say something." Red looked up in fright, but the astronomer said, "I don't think, son, you're being very polite. You've kept lunch waiting." "I'm sorry, Father." "Oh, don't rate the lad," said the industrialist's wife. "He can speak to Red if he wants to, and there was no damage done to the lunch." "I've got to speak to Red alone," Slim insisted. "Now that's enough," said the astronomer, with a kind of gentleness that was obviously manufactured for the benefit of strangers, and which had beneath it an easily recognized edge. "Take your seat." Slim did so, but he ate only when somebody looked directly at him. Even then, he was not very successful. Red caught his eyes. He made soundless words. "Did the animals get loose?" Slim shook his head slightly. He whispered, "No, it's..." The astronomer looked at him hard, and Slim faltered to a stop. With lunch over, Red slipped out of the room with a microscopic motion at Slim to follow. They walked in silence to the creek. Then Red turned fiercely upon his companion. "Look here, what's the idea of telling my dad we were feeding animals?" Slim said, I didn't. I asked what you feed animals. That's not the same as saying we were doing it. Besides, it's something else, Red." But Red had not used up his grievances. "And where did you go, anyway? I thought you were coming to the house. They acted like it was my fault you weren't there." "But I'm trying to tell you about that if you'd only shut up a second and let me talk. You don't give a fellow a chance." "Well, go on and tell me if you've got so much to say." "I'm trying to. I went back to the spaceship. The folks weren't there anymore, and I wanted to see what it was like." "It isn't a spaceship," said Red sullenly. He had nothing to lose. "It is, too. I looked inside. You could look through the ports, and I looked inside, and they were dead." He looked sick. "They were dead." "Who were dead?" Slim screeched. "Animals, like our animals. Only they aren't animals. They're people things from other planets." For a moment, Red might have been turned to stone. It didn't occur to him to disbelieve Slim at this point. Slim looked too genuinely the bearer of just such tidings. He said finally, "Oh my." "Well, what are we going to do? Golly, we will get a whopping if they find out." He was shivering. "We better turn them loose," said Red. "They'll tell on us." "They can't talk our language, not if they're from another planet." "Yes, they can, because I remember my father talking about some stuff like that to my mother when he didn't know I was in the room. He was talking about visitors who could talk with the mind. Telepathy or something. I thought he was making it up." "Well, holy smokes. Holy smokes." Red looked up. "I tell you, my dad said to get rid of them. Let's sort of bury them somewhere, or throw them in the creek." "He told you to do that?" "He made me say I had animals, and then he said, get rid of them. I got to do what he says. Holy smokes, he's my dad." Some of the panic left Slim's heart. It was a thoroughly legalistic way out. "Well, let's do it right now, then, before they find out. Oh, golly, if they find out, we will be in trouble." They broke into a run toward the barn, unspeakable visions in their minds. Chapter 9. It was different looking at them as though they were people. As animals, they had been interesting. As people, horrible. Their eyes, which were neutral little objects before, now seemed to watch them with active malevolence. "They're making noises," said Slim in a whisper which was barely audible. "I guess they're talking or something," said Red. Funny that those noises which they had heard before had not had significance earlier. He was making no move toward them. Neither was Slim. The canvas was off, but they were just watching. The ground meat, Slim noticed, hadn't been touched. Slim said, "Aren't you going to do something?" "Aren't you?" "You found them." "It's your turn now," No, it isn't. You found them. It's your fault. The whole thing. I was watching. You joined in, Slim. You know you did. I don't care. You found them, and that's what I'll say when they come here looking for us. Red said, all right for you. But the thought of the consequences inspired him anyway, and he reached for the cage door. Slim said, wait! Red was glad to. He said, now what's biting you? One of them's got something on him that looks like it might be iron or something. Where? Right there. I saw it before, but I thought it was just part of him. But if he's people, maybe it's a disintegrator gun. What's that? I read about it in the books from before the wars. Mostly people with spaceships had disintegrator guns. They point them at you and you get disintegrated. They didn't point it at us till now, pointed out Red with his heart not quite in it. I don't care. I'm not hanging around here and getting disintegrated. I'm getting my father. Cowardly cat. Yellow cowardly cat. I don't care. You can call all the names you want, but if you bother them now, you'll get disintegrated. You wait and see. It'll be all your fault. He made for the narrow spiral stairs that led to the main floor of the barn, stopped at its head, then backed away. Red's mother was moving up, panting a little with the exertion and smiling a tight smile for the benefit of Slim in his capacity as guest. Red? You! Red, are you up there? Now don't try to hide. I know this is where you're keeping them. Cook saw where you ran with the meat. Red quavered. Hello, Ma. Now show me those nasty animals. I'm going to see to it that you get rid of them right away. It was over. And despite the imminent corporeal punishment, Red felt something like a load fall from him. At least the decision was out of his hands. Right there, Ma. I didn't do anything to them, Ma. I didn't know. They just looked like little animals, and I thought you'd let me keep them, Ma. I wouldn't have taken the meat, only they wouldn't eat grass or leaves, and we couldn't find good nuts or berries, and Cook never lets me have anything, or I would have asked her, and I didn't know it was for lunch, and... He was speaking on the sheer momentum of terror and did not realize that his mother did not hear him, but with eyes frozen and popping at the cage, was screaming in thin, piercing tones. Chapter 10. The astronomer was saying, a quiet burial is all we can do. There is no point in any publicity now, when they heard the screams. She had not entirely recovered by the time she reached them, running and running. It was minutes before her husband could extract sense from her. She was saying finally, I tell you they're in the barn. I don't know what they are. No. She barred the industrialist's quick movement in that direction. She said, don't you go. Send one of the hands with a shotgun. I tell you I never saw anything like it. Little horrible beasts with I can't describe it. To think that Red was touching them and trying to feed them. He was holding them and feeding them meat. Red began, I only... And Slim said, it was not... The industrialist said quickly, now, you boys have done enough harm today. March into the house, and not a word. Not one word. I'm not interested in anything you have to say. After this is all over, I'll hear you out. And as for you, Red, I'll see that you're properly punished. He turned to his wife. Now, whatever the animals are, we'll have them killed, he added quietly once the youngsters were out of hearing. Come, the children aren't hurt, and after all, they haven't done anything really terrible. They just found a new pet. The astronomer spoke with difficulty. Pardon me, ma'am, but can you describe these animals? She shook her head. She was quite beyond words. Can you just tell me if they... I'm sorry, said the industrialist apologetically, but I think I had better take care of her. Will you excuse me? A moment, please. 1 moment. She said she had never seen such animals before. Surely it is not unusual to find animals that are completely unique on an estate such as this. I'm sorry, let's not discuss that now. Except that unique animals might have landed during the night. The industrialist stepped away from his wife. What are you implying? I think we had better go to the barn, sir. The industrialist stared a moment, turned and suddenly and quite uncharacteristically began running. The astronomer followed, and the woman's wail rose unheeded behind them. Chapter 11. The industrialist stared, looked at the astronomer, turned to stare again. Those? Those, said the astronomer. I have no doubt we appear strange and repulsive to them. What do they say? Why, that they are uncomfortable and tired and even a little sick, but that they are not seriously damaged and that the youngsters treated them well. Treated them well? Scooping them up, keeping them in a cage, giving them grass and raw meat to eat? Tell me how you speak to them. It may take a little time. Think at them. Try to listen. It will come to you, but perhaps not right away. The industrialist tried. He grimaced with the effort of it, thinking over and over again. The youngsters were ignorant of your identity. And the thought was suddenly in his mind. We were quite aware of it, and because we knew they meant well by us according to their own view of the matter, we did not attempt to attack them. Attack them? Thought the industrialist, and said it aloud in his concentration. Why, yes, came the answering thought. We are armed. One of the revolting little creatures in the cage lifted a metal object, and there was a sudden hole in the top of the cage and another in the roof of the barn, each hole rimmed with charred wood. We hope, the creatures thought, it will not be too difficult to make repairs. The industrialist found it impossible to organize himself to the point of directed thought. He turned to the astronomer. And with that weapon in their possession, they let themselves be handled and caged? I don't understand it. But the calm thought came. We would not harm the young of an intelligent species. Chapter 12. It was twilight. The industrialist had entirely missed the evening meal and remained unaware of the fact. He said, "Do you really think the ship will fly?" "If they say so," said the astronomer, "I'm sure it will. They'll be back, I hope, before too long." "And when they do," said the industrialist energetically, "I will keep my part of the agreement. What is more, I will move sky and earth to have the world accept them. I was entirely wrong, Doctor. Creatures that would refuse to harm children under such provocation as they received are admirable. But, you know, I almost hate to say this." "Say what?" "The kids, yours and mine. I'm almost proud of them. Imagine seizing these creatures, feeding them or trying to, and keeping them hidden. The amazing gall of it. Red told me it was his idea to get a job in a circus on the strength of them. Imagine." The astronomer said, "Youth." Chapter 13. The merchant said, "We will be taking off soon?" "Half an hour," said the explorer. It was going to be a lonely trip back. All the remaining 17 of the crew were dead, and their ashes were to be left on a strange planet. Back they would go with a limping ship and the burden of the controls entirely on himself. The merchant said, "It was a good business stroke, not harming the young ones. We will get very good terms, very good terms." The explorer thought, business. The merchant then said, "They've lined up to see us off, all of them. You don't think they're too close, do you? It would be bad to burn any of them with the rocket blast at this stage of the game." "They're safe. Horrible looking things, aren't they?" "Pleasant enough inside. Their thoughts are perfectly friendly." "You wouldn't believe it of them. That immature one, the one that first picked us up." "They call him Red," provided the explorer. "That's a queer name for a monster. Makes me laugh. He actually feels bad that we're leaving. Only I can't make out exactly why. The nearest I can come to it is something about a lost opportunity with some organization or other that I can't quite interpret." "A circus," said the explorer briefly. "What? Why, the impertinent monstrosity!" "Why not? What would you have done if you had found him wandering on your native world? Found him sleeping on a field on Earth? Red tentacles, 6 legs, pseudopods and all." Chapter 14. Red watched the ship leave. His red tentacles, which gave him his nickname, quivered their regret at lost opportunity to the very last. and the eyes at their tips filled with drifting yellowish crystals that were the equivalent of earthly tears.
Missing Link by Frank Patrick Herbert. The Romantics used to say that the eyes were the windows of the soul. A good alien xenologist might not put it quite so poetically, but he can, if he's sharp, read a lot in the look of an eye. "We ought to scrape this planet clean of every living thing on it," muttered Umbo Stetson, Section Chief of Investigation and Adjustment. Stetson paced the landing control bridge of his scout cruiser. His footsteps grated on a floor that was the rear wall of the bridge during flight. But now the ship rested on its tail fins, all 400, glistening red and black, meters of it. The open ports of the bridge looked out on the jungle roof of Gina 3, some 150 meters below. A butter yellow sun hung above the horizon, perhaps an hour from setting. "Clean as an egg," he barked. He paused in his round of the bridge, glared out of the starboard port, spat into the fire-blackened circle that the cruiser's jets had burned from the jungle. The IA section chief was dark-haired, gangling, with a large head and big features. He stood in his customary slouch, a stance not improved by sack-like patched blue fatigues. Although on this present operation he rated the flag of a division admiral, his fatigues carried no insignia. There was a general unkempt, straggling look about him. Lewis Orne, junior IA fieldman with a maiden diploma, stood at the opposite port studying the jungle horizon. Now and then he glanced at the bridge control console. A heavy planet native, he felt vaguely uneasy on this Gina 3 with its gravity of only 7/8 Terran Standard. The surgical scars on his neck where the micro-communications equipment had been inserted itched maddeningly. He scratched. "Ah," said Stetson, "politicians." A thin black insect with shell-like wings flew in Orne's port, settled in his close-cropped red hair. Orne pulled the insect gently from his hair, released it. Again it tried to land in his hair. He ducked. It flew across the bridge and out the port side Stetson. There was a thick-muscled, no-fat look to Orne, but something about his blocky, off-center features suggested a clown. "I'm getting tired of waiting," he said. "Ha! You're tired? Ha!" A breeze rippled the tops of the green ocean below them. Here and there, red and purple flowers jutted from the verdure, bending and nodding like an attentive audience. "Just look at that blasted jungle," barked Stetson. "Them and their stupid orders." A call bell tinkled on the bridge control console. A red light above the speaker grid began blinking. Stetson shot an angry glance at it. "Yeah, Hal. Okay, Stet, orders just came through. We use Plan C. Comgo says brief the field man and jet out of here." "Did you ask them about using another field man?" Orne looked up attentively. The speaker said, "Yes. They said we have to use Orne because of the records on the Delphinus." "Well then, will they give us more time to brief him?" "Negative. It's crash priority. Comgo expects to blast the planet anyway." Stetson glared at the grid. "Those fat-headed, lard-bottomed, pig-brained politicians?" He took 2 deep breaths, subsided. "Okay, tell them we'll comply." "One more thing, Stet." "What now?" "I've got a confirmed contact." Instantly, Stetson was poised on the balls of his feet, alert. "Where?" "About 10 kilometers out, section AAB6. "How many?" "A mob. You want I should count them?" "No, what are they doing?" "Making a beeline for us. You better get a move on." "Okay, keep us posted." "Right." Stetson looked across at his junior field man. "Orne, if you decide you want out of this assignment, you just say the word. I'll back you to the hilt." "Why should I want out of my first field assignment?" "Listen and find out." Stetson crossed to a tilt locker behind the big translite map, hauled out a white coverall uniform with a gold insignia, tossed it to Orne. "Get into these while I brief you on the map." "But this is an R&R unit," began Orne. "Get that uniform on your ugly frame." "Yes, sir, Admiral Stetson, sir. Right away, sir. But I thought I was through with the old rediscovery and re-education when you drafted me off a Hamel into the IA, sir." He began changing from the IA blue into the R&R white. Almost as an afterthought, he said, "Sir." A wolfish grin cracked Stetson's big features. "I'm so happy you have the proper attitude of subservience toward authority. Orn zipped up the coverall uniform. "Oh, yes, sir. Sir." "Okay, Orn, pay attention." Stetson gestured at the map with its green superimposed grid squares. "Here we are. Here's that city we flew over on our way down. You'll head for it as soon as we drop you. The place is big enough that if you hold a course roughly northeast, you can't miss it. We're..." Again, the bell rang. "What is it this time, Hal?" barked Stetson. "They've changed to Plan H, Stet. New orders cut." 5 days? "That's all they can give us. Comgo says he can't keep the information out of High Commissioner Ballone's hands any longer than that." "It's 5 days for sure, then." "Is this the usual R&R foul-up?" asked Orn. Stetson nodded. "Thanks to Ballone and Company, we're just one jump ahead of catastrophe. But they still pump the bourgeois into the rah-rah boys back at dear old Unigalacta." "You're making light of my revered alma mater," said Orn. He struck a pose. "We must reunite the lost planets with our centers of culture and industry, and take up the glorious onward march of mankind that was so brutally..." "Can it," snapped Stetson. "We both know we're going to rediscover one planet too many someday. Rim War all over again. But this is a different breed of fish. It is not a repeat, not a rediscovery." Orn sobered. "Alien?" "Yes, ALIEN. A never-before contacted culture. That language you were force-fed on the way over here, that's an alien language. It's not complete. All we have off the minis, and we excluded the data on the natives because we've been hoping to dump this project and nobody the wiser." "Holy mazoo. 26 days ago, an IA search ship came through here. Had a routine mini-sneaker look at the place. When he combed in his net of sneakers to check the tapes and films, lo and behold, he had a little stranger." "One of theirs?" "No, it was a mini off the Delphinus rediscovery. The Delphinus had been unreported for 18 standard months." "Did it crack up here?" "We don't know. If it did, we haven't been able to spot it. She was supposed to be way off in the Balandine system by now, but we've something else on our minds. It's the one item that makes me want to blot out this place and run home with my tail between my legs. We've, again, the call bell chimed." "Now what?" roared Stetson into the speaker. "I've got a mini over that mob, Stet. They're talking about us. It's a definite raiding party." "What armament?" "Too gloomy in that jungle to be sure. The infrared beams out on this mini. Looks like hard pellet rifles of some kind. Might even be off the Delphinus." "Can't you get closer?" "Wouldn't do any good. No light down there, and they're moving up fast." "Keep an eye on them, but don't ignore the other sectors," said Stetson. "You think I was born yesterday?" barked the voice from the grid. The contact broke off with an angry sound. "One thing I like about the IA," said Stetson. "It collects such even-tempered types." He looked at the white uniform on Orn, wiped a hand across his mouth as though he had tasted something dirty. "Why am I wearing this thing?" asked Orn. "Disguise." "But there's no mustache." Stetson smiled without humor. "That's one of IA's answers to those fat keister politicians. We're setting up our own research system to find the planets before they do. We've managed to put spies in key places at R&R. Any touchy planets our spies report, we divert the flies. Then what? Then we look into them with bright boys like you, disguised as R&R fieldmen." "Goody, goody. And what happens if R&R stumbles onto me while I'm down there playing patty cake?" "We disown you." "But you said an IA ship was found at this joint." "It did. And then one of our spies in R&R intercepted a routine request for an agent instructor to be assigned here with full equipment. Request signed by the first contact officer, name of Diston, of the Delphinus." "But the Del..." "Yeah, missing. The request was a forgery. Now you see why I'm mostly for rubbing out this place. Who dare forge such a thing unless he knew for sure that the original FC officer was missing or dead?" "What the jumped-up mazoo are we doing here, Stet?" asked Orn. "Alien calls for a full contact team with all the..." "It calls for one planet buster bomb buster in 5 days. Unless you give them a white bill in the meantime. High Commissioner Ballone will have word of this planet by then. If Gina 3 still exists in 5 days, can't you imagine the fun the politicians will have with it? Mamma mia, we want this planet cleared for contact or dead before then. I don't like this, Stet. You don't like it." "Look," said Orn, "there must be another way. When we teamed up with the Lineroids, we gained 500 years in the physical sciences alone. Not to mention the Lineroids didn't knock over one of our survey ships first. What if the Delphinus just crashed here and the locals picked up the pieces? That's what you're going in to find out, Orn. But answer me this. If they do have the Delphinus, how long before a tool-using race could be a threat to the galaxy? I saw that city they built, Step. They could be dug in within 6 months, and there'd be no... Yeah. Orn shook his head. But think of it. 2 civilizations that matured along different lines. Think of all the different ways we'd approach the same problems. The lever that would give us for... You sound like a Unigalacta lecture. Are you through marching arm in arm into the misty future? Orn took a deep breath. Why's a freshman like me being tossed into this dish? You'd still be on the Delphinus master lists as an R&R fieldman. That's important if you're masquerading. Am I the only one? I know that I'm a recent convert, but you want out? I didn't say that. I just want to know why I'm... Because the Big Domes fed a set of requirements into one of their iron monsters. Your card popped out. They were looking for somebody capable, dependable, and expendable. Hey, that's why I'm down here briefing you instead of sitting back on a flagship. I got you into the IA. Now you listen carefully. If you push the panic button on this one without cause, I will personally flay you alive. We both know the advantages of alien contact. But if you get into a hot spot and call for help, I'll dive this cruiser into that city to get you out. Orn swallowed. Thanks, Stet. We're going to take up a tight orbit. Out beyond us will be 5 transports full of IA Marines and Class 9 Monitor, with 1 Planet Buster. You're calling the shots, God help you. First, we want to know if they have the Delphinus, and if so, where it is. Next, we want to know just how warlike these goons are. Can we control them if they're bloodthirsty? What's their potential? 5 days? Not a second more. What do we know about them? Not much. They look something like an ancient Terran chimpanzee, only with blue fur. Face is hairless, pink-skinned. Stetson snapped a switch. The translite map became a screen with a figure frozen on it. Like that. This is life-size. Looks like the missing link they've always been hunting for, said Orn. Yeah, but you've got a different kind of missing link. Vertical slit pupils in their eyes, said Orn. He studied the figure. It had been caught from the front by a mini-sneaker camera, about 5 feet tall. The stance was slightly bent forward, long arms, 2 vertical nose slits, a flat, lipless mouth, receding chin, 4-fingered hands. It wore a wide belt from which dangled neat pouches of what looked like tools, although their use was obscure. There appeared to be a tip of a tail protruding from behind one of the squat legs. Behind the creature towered the fairy spires of the city they'd observed from the air. Tails? Asked Orn. Yeah, they're arboreal. Not a road on the whole planet that we can find, but there are lots of vine lanes through the jungles. Stetson's face hardened. Match that with a city as advanced as that one. Slave culture? Probably. How many cities they have? We found 2. This one and another one on the other side of the planet. But the other one's a ruin. A ruin? Why? You tell us. Lots of mysteries here. What's the planet like? Mostly jungle. There are polar oceans, lakes, and rivers. One low mountain chain follows the equatorial belt about 2/3 around the planet. But only 2 cities, are you sure? Reasonably so. We'd be pretty hard to miss something the size of that thing we flew over. It must be 50 kilometers long and at least 10 wide, swarming with these creatures too. We've got a zone count estimate that places the city's population at over 30 million. Whew, those are tall buildings too. We don't know much about this place, Orn. Unless you bring them into the fold, there'll be nothing but ashes for our archaeologists to pick over. Seems a dirty shame. I agree, but... The call bell jangled. Stetson's voice sounded tired. Yeah, Al. That mob's only about 5 kilometers out, Sted. We got Orn's gear outside in the disguised air sled. We'll be right down. Why a disguised sled? Asked Orn. If they think it's a ground buggy, they might get careless when you most need an advantage. We could always scoop you out of the air, you know. What are my chances on this one, Stet? Stetson shrugged. I'm afraid they're slim. These goons probably have the Delphinus, and they want you just long enough to get your equipment and everything you know. Rough as that, eh? According to our best guess, if you're not out in 5 days, we blast. Orn cleared his throat. Want out? Asked Stetson. No. Use the back door rule, son. Always leave yourself a way out. Now let's check that equipment the surgeons put in your neck. Stetson put a hand to his throat. His mouth remained closed, but there was a surf hissing voice in Orrin's ears. You read me? Sure, I can. No, hissed the voice. Touch the mic contact. Keep your mouth closed. Just use your speaking muscles without speaking. Orrin obeyed. Okay, said Stetson. You come in loud and clear. I ought to. I'm right on top of you. There'll be a relay ship over you all the time, said Stetson. Now, when you're not touching that mic contact, this rig will still feed us what you say. And everything that goes on around you, too. We'll monitor everything. Got that? Yes. Stetson held out his right hand. Good luck. I meant that about diving in for you. Just say the word. I know the word too, said Orrin. Help! Gray mud floor and gloomy aisles between the monstrous bluish tree trunks. That was the jungle. Only the barest weak glimmering of sunlight penetrated into the mud. The disguised sled, with its pair of grav units turned off, lurched and skidded round the buttress roots. Its headlights swung in wild arcs across the trunks and down to the mud. Aerial creepers, great looping vines of them, swung down from the towering forest ceiling. A steady drip of condensation spattered the windshield, forcing Orrin to use the wipers. In the bucket seat of the sled's cab, Orrin fought the controls. He was plagued by the vague slow-motion floating sensation that a heavy planet native always feels in lighter gravity. It gave him an unhappy stomach. Things skipped through the air around the lurching vehicle, flitting and darting things. Insects came in twin cones, siphoned toward the headlights. There was an endless chittering, whistling, toking in the gloom beyond the headlights. Stetson's voice hissed suddenly through the surgically implanted speaker. How's it look? Alien. Any sign of that mob? Negative. Okay, we're taking off. Behind Orrin there came a deep rumbling roar that receded as the scout cruiser climbed its jets. All other sounds hung suspended in after silence, then resumed. The strongest first and then the weakest. A heavy object suddenly arced through the headlights, swinging on a vine. It disappeared behind a tree. Another. Ghostly shadows with vine pendulums on both sides. Something banged down heavily into the hood of the sled. Orrin braked to a creaking stop that shifted the load behind him, found himself staring through the windshield at a native of Gina 3. The native crouched on the hood. A Mark 20 exploding pellet rifle in his right hand wrecked it at Orrin's head. In the abrupt shock of meeting, Orrin recognized the weapon, standard issue to the Marine Guards on all R&R survey ships. The native appeared the twin of the one Orrin had seen on the translite screen. The four-fingered hand looked extremely capable around the stock of the Mark 20. Slowly, Orrin put a hand to his throat, pressed the contact button. He moved his speaking muscles. Just made contact with the mob. One on the hood now has one of our Mark 20 rifles aimed at my head. The surfing hiss of Stetson's voice came through the hidden speaker. Want us to come back? Negative. Stand by. He looks cautious rather than hostile. Orrin held up his right hand, palm out. He had a second thought. Held up his left hand, too. Universal symbol of peaceful intentions. Empty hands. The gun muzzle lowered slightly. Orrin called into his mind the language that had been hypno-forced into him. Ochiro? No, that means the people. And he had the heavy fricative greeting sound. Froyo ragazzi, he said. The native shifted to the left and answered in pure, unaccented high galactese. Who are you? Orrin fought down a sudden panic. The lipless mouth looked so odd, forming the familiar words. Stetson's voice hissed. Is that the native speaking galactese? Orrin touched his throat. You heard him. He dropped his hand and said, I'm Lewis Orrin of Rediscovery and Re-Education. I was sent here at the request of the first contact officer on the Delphinus Rediscovery. Where's your ship? Demanded the Genian. It put me down and left. Why? It was behind schedule for another appointment. Out of the corner of his eyes, Orrin saw more shadows dropping to the mud around him. The sled shifted as someone climbed onto the load behind the cab. Someone scuttled agilely for a moment. The native climbed down to the cab's side step, opened the door. The rifle was held at the ready. Again, the lipless mouth formed Galacte's words. What do you carry in this vehicle? The equipment every R&R field man uses to help the people of a rediscovered planet improve themselves. Orrin nodded at the rifle. Would you mind pointing that weapon in some other direction? It makes me nervous. The gun muzzle remained unwaveringly on Orrin's middle. The native's mouth opened, revealing long canines. Do we not look strange to you? I take it there's been a heavy mutational variation on the humanoid norm on this planet, said Orrin. What is it? Hard radiation? No answer. It doesn't really make any difference, of course, said Orrin. I'm here to help you. I am Tanu, the High Path Chief of Grazi, said the native. I decide who is to help. Orrin swallowed. Where do you go? Demanded Tanu. I was hoping to go to your city. Is it permitted? A long pause while the vertical slit pupils of Tanub's eyes expanded and contracted. It is permitted. Stetson's voice came through the hidden speaker. All bets off. We're coming in after you. That Mark 20 is the final straw. It means they have the Delphinus for sure. Orrin touched his throat. No, give me a little more time. Why? I have a hunch about these creatures. What is it? No time now. Trust me. Another long pause in which Orrin and Tanub continued to study each other. Presently, Stetson said, Okay, go ahead as planned, but find out where the Delphinus is. If we get that back, we'll pull their teeth. Why do you keep touching your throat? Demanded Tanub. I'm nervous, said Orrin. Guns always make me nervous. The muzzle lowered slightly. Shall we continue to your city? Asked Orrin. He wet his lips with his tongue. The cab light on Tanub's face was giving the Genin an eerie, sinister look. We can go soon, said Tanub. Will you join me inside here? Asked Orrin. There's a passenger seat right behind me. Tanub's eyes moved cat-like, left and right. Yes, he turned, barked an order into the jungle gloom, then climbed in behind Orrin. When do we go? Asked Orrin. The sun will be down soon, said Tanub. We can continue as soon as Chiranaka Chiruso, our satellite, our moon, said Tanub. It's a beautiful word, said Orrin. Chiranaka Chiruso. In our tongue it means the limb of victory, said Tanub. By its light we will continue. Orrin turned, looked back at Tanub. Do you mean to tell me that you can see by what light gets down here through those trees? You cannot see? Asked Tanub. Not without the headlights. Our eyes differ, said Tanub. He bent toward Orrin, peered. The vertical slit pupils of his eyes expanded and contracted. You are the same as the others. Oh, on the Delphinus? Pause. Yes. Presently, a greater gloom came over the jungle, bringing a sudden stillness to the wildlife. There was a chittering commotion from the natives in the trees around the sled. Tanub shifted behind Orrin. We may go now, he said, slowly to stay behind my scouts. Right. Orrin eased the sled forward around an obstructing root. Silence while they crawled ahead. Around them shapes flung themselves from vine to vine. I admired your city from the air, said Orrin. It's very beautiful. Yes, said Tanub. Why did you land so far from it? We didn't want to come down where we might destroy anything. There's nothing to destroy in the jungle, said Tanub. Why do you have such a big city? Asked Orrin. Silence. I said, why do you? You are ignorant of our ways, said Tanub. Therefore I forgive you. The city is for our race. We must breed and be born in sunlight. Once long ago we used crude platforms on the tops of the trees. Now, only the wild ones do this. Stetson's voice hissed in Orrin's ears. Easy on the sex line, boy. That's always touchy. These creatures are oviparous. Sex glands are apparently hidden in that long fur behind where their chins ought to be. Who controls the breeding site controls our world, said Tanub. Once there was another city. We destroyed it. Are there many wild ones? Asked Orrin. Fewer each year, said Tanub. There's how they get their slaves, hissed Stetson. You speak excellent Galactes, said Orrin. The High Path Chief commanded the best teacher, said Tanub. Do you, too, know many things, Orrin? That's why I was sent here, said Orrin. Are there many planets to teach? Asked Tanub. Very many, said Orrin. Your city I saw very tall buildings. Of what do you build them? In your tongue, glass, said Tanub. The engineers of the Delphinus said it was impossible. As you saw, they are wrong. A glass-blowing culture, hissed Stetson. That'd explain a lot of things. Slowly the disguised sled crept through the jungle. Once a scout swooped down into the headlights, waved. Orrin stopped on Tanub's order, and they waited almost 10 minutes before proceeding. Wild ones? Asked Orrin. Perhaps, said Tanub. A glowing of many lights grew visible through the giant tree trunks. It grew brighter as the sled crept through the last of the jungle, emerged in cleared land at the edge of the city. Orn stared up in awe. The city fluted and spiraled into the moonlit sky. It was a fragile-appearing lacery of bridges, winking dots of light. The bridges wove back and forth from building to building until the entire visible network appeared one gigantic, dew-glittering web. "All that with glass," murmured Orn. "What's happening?" hissed Stetson. Orn touched his throat contact. "We're just into the city clearing, proceeding toward the nearest building." "This is far enough," said Tanub. Orn stopped the sled. In the moonlight, he could see armed Genians all around. The buttressed pedestal of one of the buildings loomed directly ahead. It looked taller than had the scout cruiser in its jungle landing circle. Tanub leaned close to Orn's shoulder. "We have not deceived you, have we, Orn?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "You have recognized that we are not mutated members of your race." Orn swallowed. Into his ears came Stetson's voice. "Better admit it." "That's true," said Orn. "I like you, Orn," said Tanub. "You shall be one of my slaves. You will teach me many things." "How did you capture the Delphinus?" asked Orn. "You know that too?" "You have one of the rifles," said Orn. "Your race is no match for us, Orn, in cunning, in strength, in the prowess of the mind. Your ship landed to repair its tubes, very inferior ceramics in those tubes." Orn turned, looked at Tanub in the dim glow of the cab light. "Have you heard about the IA, Tanub?" "IA? What is that?" There was a wary tenseness in the Genian's figure. He opened his mouth to reveal the long canines. "You took the Delphinus by treachery?" asked Orn. "They were simple fools," said Tanub. "We are smaller, thus they thought us weaker." The Mark 20's muzzle came round to center on Orn's stomach. "You have not answered my question. What is the IA?" "I am of the IA," said Orn. "Where have you hidden the Delphinus?" "In the place that suits us best," said Tanub. "In all our history there has never been a better place." "What do you plan to do with it?" asked Orn. "Within a year we will have a copy with our own improvements. After that, you intend to start a war?" asked Orn. "In the jungle the strong slay the weak until only the strong remain," said Tanub. "And then the strong prey upon each other?" asked Orn. "That is a quibble for women," said Tanub. "It's too bad you feel that way," said Orn. "When two cultures meet like this, they tend to help each other. What have you done with the crew of the Delphinus?" "They are slaves," said Tanub. "Those who still live. Some resisted. Others objected to teaching us what we want to know." He waved the gun muzzle. "You will not be that foolish, will you, Orn?" "No need to be," said Orn. "I have another little lesson to teach you. I already know where you've hidden the Delphinus." "Go, boy," hissed Stetson. "Where is it?" "Impossible," barked Tanub. "It's on your moon," said Orn. "Dark side. It's on the mountain on the dark side of your moon." Tanub's eyes dilated, contracted. "You read minds?" "The IA has no need to read minds," said Orn. "We rely on superior mental prowess." "The Marines are on their way," hissed Stetson. "We're coming in to get you." "I'm going to want to know how you guessed that one." "You are a weak fool like the others," gritted Tanub. "It's too bad you formed your opinion of us by observing only the low grades of the R&R, said Orn. "Easy, boy," hissed Stetson. "Don't pick a fight with him now. Remember, his race is arboreal. He's probably as strong as an ape." "I could kill you where you sit," grated Tanub. "You write finish for your entire planet if you do," said Orn. "I'm not alone. There are others listening to every word we say. There's a ship overhead that could split open your planet with one bomb, wash it with molten rock. It'd run like the glass you use for your buildings. You are lying." "We'll make you an offer," said Orn. "We really don't want to exterminate you. We'll give you limited membership in the Galactic Federation until you prove you're no menace to us." "Keep talking," hissed Stetson. "Keep him interested." "You dare insult me?" growled Tanub. "You had better believe me," said Orn. "We," Stetson's voice interrupted him. "Got it, Orn. They caught the Delphinus on the ground right where you said it'd be. Blew the tubes off it. Marines are now mopping up." "It's like this," said Orn. "We already have captured the Delphinus." Tanub's eyes went instinctively skyward. "Except for the captured armament you still hold. You obviously don't have the weapons to meet us," continued Orn. "Otherwise you wouldn't be carrying that rifle off the Delphinus. If you speak the truth, then we shall die bravely," said Tanub. No need for you to die, said Orn. Better to die than be slaves, said Tanub. I cannot take the chance that you are lying, said Tanub. I must kill you now. Orn's foot rested on the air sled control pedal. He depressed it. Instantly, the sled shot skyward, heavy G's pressing them down into the seats. The gun in Tanub's hands was slamming into his lap. He struggled to raise it. To Orn, the weight was still only about twice that of his home planet of Chargon. He reached over, took the rifle, found the safety belts, bound Tanub with them. Then he eased off the acceleration. We don't need slaves, said Orn. We have machines to do our work. We'll send experts in here, teach you people how to exploit your planet, how to build good transportation facilities, show you how to mine your minerals, how to... And what do we do in return? Whispered Tanub. You could start by teaching us how you make superior glass, said Orn. I certainly hope you see things our way. We really don't want to have to come down there and clean you out. It'd be a shame to have to blast that city into little pieces. Tanub wilted. Presently, he said, send me back. I will discuss this with our council. He stared at Orn. You IAs are too strong. We did not know. In the wardroom of Stetson's scout cruiser, the lights were low, the leather chairs comfortable, the green beige table set with a decanter of Halkar brandy and 2 glasses. Orn lifted his glass and sipped the liquor, smacked his lips. For a while there, I thought I'd never be tasting anything like this again. Stetson took his own glass. Comgo heard the whole thing over the general monitor net, he said. Do you know you've been breveted to senior fieldman? Ah, they've already recognized my sterling worth, said Orn. A wolfish grin took over Stetson's big features. Senior fieldmen last about half as long as the juniors, he said. Mortality's terrific. I might have known, said Orn. He took another sip of brandy. Stetson flicked the switch on the recorder beside him. Okay, you can go ahead any time. Where do you want me to start? First, how did you spot right away where they'd hidden the Delphinus? Easy. Tanub's word for his people was Grazi. Most races call themselves something meaning, the people. But in his tongue, that's Ochiro. Grazi wasn't on the translated list. I started working on it. The most likely answer was that it had been adopted from another language and meant enemy. And that told you where the Delphinus was? No, but I fitted my hunch about these Genians. I kind of felt from the first minute of meeting them that they had a culture like the Indians of ancient Terra. Why? They came in like a primitive raiding party. The leader dropped right onto the hood of my sled. An act of bravery, no less. Counting coup, you see. I guess so. Then he said he was High Path Chief. That wasn't on the language list either. But it was easy. Raider Chief. There's a word in almost every language in history that means raider and derives from a word for road, pathway, or highway. Highwayman, said Stetson. Raid itself, said Orn, an ancient Terran language corruption of road. Yeah, but where'd all this translation griff put? Don't be impatient. Glassblowing culture meant they were just out of the primitive stage. That we could control. Next, he said their moon was Chiranacheruso, translated the Limb of Victory. After that, it just fell into place. How? The vertical slits on the pupils of their eyes. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Maybe. What does it mean to you? Night-hunting predator accustomed to dropping upon its victims from above. No other type of creature ever has had the vertical slit. And Tanub said himself that the Delphinus was hidden in the best place in all their history. History. That would be a high place. Dark likewise. Ergo, high place on the dark side of their moon. I'm a pie-eyed Greepus, whispered Stetson. Orn grinned and said, You probably are, sir.
If He Was a Mocklin by Murray Leinster. Up to the very last minute, I can't imagine that Mocklin is going to be the first planet that humans get off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating awful copious. There ain't any reason for it. Humans have been on Mocklin for more than 40 years, and nobody ever figures there is anything the least bit wrong until Brooks works it out. When he does, nobody can believe it. But it turns out bad, plenty bad. But maybe things are working out all right now. Maybe. I hope so. At first, even after he sent off long reports by 6 ships in a row, I don't see the picture beginning to turn sour. I don't get it until after the old Palmyra comes and squats down on the next-to-last trip a company ship is ever going to make to Mauchline. Up to that very morning, everything is serene, and that morning, I'm sitting on the trading post porch, not doing a thing but sitting there and breathing happy. I'm looking at a Mauchline kid. She's about the size of a human 6-year-old, and she is playing in a mud puddle while her folks are trading in the post. She is a cute kid, mighty human-looking. She has long whiskers like Old Man Bland, who was the first human to open a trading post and learn to talk to Mauchlins. Mauchlins think a lot of Old Man Bland. They built him a big tomb, Mauchlin style, when he dies, and there is more Mauchlin kids born with long whiskers than you can shake a stick at. And everything looks okay. Everything. Sitting there on the porch, I hear a Mauchlin talking inside the trade room, talking English just as good as anybody. He says to Deef, our Mauchlin trade clerk, "But Deef, I can buy this cheaper over at the other trading post. Why should I pay more here?" Deef says, in English too, "I can't help that. That's the price here. You pay it or you don't. That's all." I just sit there breathing complacent, thinking how good things are. Here, I'm Joe Brinkley, and me and Brooks are the company on Mauchlin. Only humans rate as company employees and get pensions, of course. And I'm thinking sentimental about how much humaner Mauchlins are getting every day and how swell everything is. The 6-year-old kid gets up out of the mud puddle and wrings out her whiskers. They are exactly like the ones on the picture of Old Man Bland in the trade room, and she goes trotting off down the road after her folks. She is mighty human-looking, that one. The wild ones don't look near so human. Those that live in the forest are greenish and have saucer eyes, and their noses can wiggle like an earth rabbit. You wouldn't think they were the same breed as the trading post Mauchlins at all, but they are. They crossbreed with each other, only the kids look humaner than their parents, and are mighty near the same skin color as Earthmen, which is plenty natural when you think about it, but nobody does. Not up to them. I don't think about that then, or anything else. Not even about the reports Brooks keeps sweating over and sending off with every company ship. I'm just sitting there contented when I notice that Sally, the tree that shades the trading post porch, starts pulling up her roots. She gets them coiled careful and starts marching off. I see the other trees are moving off too, clearing the landing field. They're waddling away to leave a free space, and they're pushing and shoving, trying to crowd each other. And the little ones sneak under the big ones, and they all act peevish. Somehow, they know a ship is coming in. That's what their walking off means anyhow. But there ain't a ship due for a month yet. They're clearing the landing field, though, so I start listening for a ship's drive, even if I don't believe it. At first, I don't hear a thing. It must be 10 minutes before I hear a thin whistle, and right after it, the heavy drone that's the ground repulsor units pushing against the bedrock underground. Lucky they don't push on wet stuff, or a ship would sure mess up the local countryside. I get off my chair and go out to look. Sure enough, the old Palmyra comes bulging down out of the sky, a month ahead of schedule, and the trees over at the edge of the field shove each other all round to make room. The ship drops, hangs anxious 10 feet up, and then kind of sighs and lets down. Then there's Mauchlins running out of everywhere, waving cordial. They sure do like humans, these Mauchlins. Humans are their idea of what people should be like. Mauchlins will wrestle a freight over to the trading post, while others are climbing over everything that's waiting to go off, all set to pass it up to the ship and hoping to spot friends they've made in the crew. If they can get a human to go home with them and visit while the ship is down, they'll brag about it for weeks. And do they treat their guests swell. They've got fancy Mauchlin clothes for them to wear, soft, silky guest garments, and they got Mauchlin fruits and Mauchlin drinks. You ought to taste them. And when the humans have to go back to the ship at takeoff time, the Mauchlins bring them back with flower wreaths all over them. Humans is tops on Mauchlin, and Mauchlins are getting humaner every day. There's Deef, our clerk. You couldn't hardly tell him from human anyways. He looks like a human named Casey that used to be at the trading post, and he's got a flock of brothers and sisters as human-looking as he is. You'd swear. But this is the last time but one that an Earth ship is going to land on Mauchlin, though nobody knows it yet. Her passenger port opens up and Captain Haney gets out. The Mocklins yell cheerful when they see him. He waves a hand and helps a human girl out. She has red hair and a sort of businesslike air about her. The Mocklins wave and holler and grin. The girl looks at them funny, and Cap Haney explains something, but she sets her lips. Then the Mocklins run out a freight truck, and Haney and the girl get on it, and they come racing over to the post. The Mocklins pushing and pulling them, making a big fuss of laughing and hollering, all so friendly it would make anybody feel good inside. Mocklins like humans. They admire them tremendous. They do everything they can think of to be human, and they're smart. But sometimes I get cold shivers when I think how close a thing it turns out to be. Cap Haney steps off the freight truck and helps the girl down. Her eyes are blazing. She is the maddest looking female I ever seen, but pretty as they make them, with that red hair and those blue eyes staring at me hostile. "Hiya, Joe," says Cap Haney. "Where's Brooks?" I tell him. Brooks is poking around in the mountains at the back of the post. He is jumpy and worried and peevish, and he acts like he's trying to find something that ain't there, but he's bound he's going to find it regardless. "Too bad he's not here," says Haney. He turns to the girl. "This is Joe Brinkley," he says. "He's Brooks' assistant. And Joe, this is Inspector Caldwell, Miss Caldwell." "Inspector will do," says the girl, curt. She looks at me accusing. "I'm here to check into this matter of a competitive trading post on Mocklin." "Oh," I says, "that's bad business, but it ain't cut into our trade much. In fact, I don't think it's cut our trade at all." "Get my baggage ashore, Captain," says Inspector Caldwell, imperious. "Then you can go about your business. I'll stay here until you stop on your return trip." I call, "Hey, Dee!" But he's right behind me. He looks respectful and admiring at the girl. You'd swear he's human. He spit an image of Casey, who used to be on Mocklin until 6 years back. "Yes, sir," says Dee. He says to the girl, "Yes, ma'am. I'll show you your quarters, ma'am, and your baggage will get there right away. This way, ma'am." He leads her off, but he don't have to send for her baggage. A pack of Mocklins come along dragging it, hoping of having her say thank you to them for it. There hasn't ever been a human woman on Mocklin before, and they're all excited. I bet if there had been women around before, there'd have been hell loose before too. But now the Mocklins just hang around admiring. There are kids with whiskers like Old Man Bland, and other kids with mustaches, male and female both, and all that sort of stuff. I'm pointing out to Cap Haney some kids that bear a remarkable resemblance to him, and he's saying, "Well, what do you know?" when Inspector Caldwell comes back. "What are you waiting for, Captain?" she asks, frosty. "The ship usually grounds a few hours," I explain. "These Mocklins are such friendly critters, we figure it makes goodwill for the trading post for the crew to be friendly with them." "I doubt," says Inspector Caldwell, her voice dripping icicles, "that I shall advise that that custom be continued." Cap Haney shrugs his shoulders and goes off, so I know Inspector Caldwell is high up in the company. She ain't old, maybe in her middle 20s, I'd say. But the Caldwell family practically owns the company, and all the nephews and cousins and so on get put into special school so they can go to work in the family firm. They get taught pretty good, and most of them really rate the good jobs they get. Anyhow, there's plenty of good jobs. The company runs 20 or 30 solar systems, and it's run pretty tight. Being a Caldwell means you get breaks, but you got to live up to them. Cap Haney almost has to fight his way through the Mocklins, who want to give him flowers and fruits and such. Mocklins are sure crazy about humans. He gets to the entry port and goes in, and the door closes and the Mocklins pull back. Then the Palmyra booms. The ground repulsor unit is on. She heaves up like she is grunting and goes bulging up into the air, and the humming gets deeper and deeper and fainter, and suddenly there's a keen whistling and she's gone. It's all very normal. Nobody would guess that this is the last time but one an Earthship will ever lift off Mocklin. Inspector Caldwell taps her foot, icy. "When will you send for Mr. Brooks?" she demands. "Right away," I says to her. "Deeth." "I sent a runner for him, ma'am," says Deeth. "If he was in hearing of the ship's landing, he may be on the way here now." He bows and goes in the trade room. There are Mocklins that came to see the ship land and now have tramped over to do some trading. Inspector Caldwell jumps. What's that? She asks, tense. The trees that crowded off the field to make room for the Palmyra are waddling back. I realize for the first time that it might look funny to somebody just landed on Mocklin. They are regular-looking trees, in a way. They got bark and branches and so on. Only they can put their roots down into holes they make in the ground, and that's the way they stay, mostly. But they can move. Wild ones, when there's a water shortage or they get too crowded or mad with each other, they pull up their roots and go waddling around looking for a better place to take root in. The trees on our landing field have learned that every so often a ship is going to land, and they've got to make room for it. But now the ship is gone, and they're lurching back to their places. The younger ones are waddling faster than the big ones, though, and taking the best places, and the old grunting trees are waving their branches indignant and puffing after them mad as hell. I explain what is happening. Inspector Caldwell just stares. Then Sally comes lumbering up. I got a friendly feeling for Sally. She's pretty old. Her trunk is all of 3 feet thick, but she always puts out a branch to shade my window in the morning, and I never let any other tree take her place. She comes groaning up and uncoils her roots and sticks them down one by one into the holes she'd left, and sort of scrunches into place and looks peaceful. Aren't they dangerous? Asks Inspector Caldwell, pretty uneasy. Not a bit, I says. Things can change on Mocklin. They don't have to fight. Things fight in other places because they can't change and they get crowded, and that's the only way they can meet competition. But there's a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. Cooperative, you might call it. It's a nice place to live. Only thing is, everything matures so fast. 4 years and a Mocklin is grown up, for instance. She sniffs. What about that other trading post? She says, sharp. Who's back of it? The company is supposed to have exclusive trading rights here. Who's trespassing? Brooks is trying to find out, I says. They got a good complete line of trade goods, but the Mocklins always say the humans running the place have gone off somewhere, hunting and such. We ain't seen any of them. No, says the girl, short. I'll see them. We can't have competition in our exclusive territory. The rest of Mr. Brooks' reports... She stops. Then she says, that clerk of yours reminds me of someone I know. He's a Mocklin, I explain. But he looks like a company man named Casey. Casey's area director over on Kadam 2 now, but he used to be here, and Deeth is the spitting image of him. Outrageous, says Inspector Caldwell, looking disgusted. There's a couple of trees pushing hard at each other. They are fighting, tree fashion, for a especially good place. And there's others waddling around, mad as hell, because somebody else beat them to the spots they liked. I watch them. Then I grin, because a couple of young trees duck under the fighting big ones and set their roots down in the place the big trees was fighting over. I don't like your attitude, says Inspector Caldwell, furious. She goes stamping into the post, leaving me puzzled. What's wrong with me smiling at those kid trees getting the best of their betters? That afternoon, Brooks comes back, marching ahead of a pack of woods Mocklins with greenish skins and saucer eyes that have been guiding him around. He's a good-looking kind of fellow, Brooks is, with a good build and a solid jaw. When he comes out of the woods on the landing field, the trees are all settled down by then, he's striding impatient and loose-jointed. With the woods Mocklins trailing him, he looks plenty dramatic, like a visceral picture of an explorer on some unknown planet, coming back from the dark and perilous forests, followed by the strange natives who do not yet know whether this visitor from outer space is a god or what. You know the stuff. I see Inspector Caldwell take a good look at him, and I see her eyes widen. She looks like he is a shock, and not a painful one. He blinks when he sees her. He grunts. What's this, a she-Mocklin? Inspector Caldwell draws herself up to her full 5'3". She bristles. I say quick, this here is Inspector Caldwell that the Palmyra dumped off here today. Inspector, this is Brooks, the head trader. They shake hands. He looks at her and says, I'd lost hope my reports would ever get any attention paid to them. You've come to check my report that the trading post on Mocklin has to be abandoned? I have not, says Inspector Caldwell, sharp. That's absurd. This planet has great potentialities. This post is profitable and the natives are friendly, and the trade should continue to increase. The board is even considering the introduction of special crops. That strikes me as a bright idea. I'd like to see what would happen if Mocklin started cultivating new kinds of plants. It would be a thing to watch. With regular Mocklin plants seeing strangers getting good growing places and special attention, I can't even guess what will happen, but I want to watch. What I want to ask right off, says Inspector Caldwell, fierce, is why you have allowed a competitive trading post to be established, and why you did not report it sooner, and why you haven't identified the company back of it. Brooks stares at her. He gets mad. Hell, he says, my reports cover all that. Haven't you read them? Of course not, says Inspector Caldwell. I was given an outline of the situation here and told to investigate and correct it. Oh, says Brooks. That's it. Then he looks like he's swallowing naughty words. It is funny to see them glare at each other, both of them looking like they're seeing something that interests them plenty, but throwing off angry sparks just the same. If you'll show me samples of their trade goods, says Inspector Caldwell, arrogant, and I hope you can do that much, I'll identify the trading company handling them. He grins at her without amusement and leads the way to the inside of the trading post. We bring out the stuff we've had some of our Mocklins go over and buy for us. Brooks dumps the goods on a table and stands back to see what she'll make of them, grinning with the same lack of mirth. She picks up a Visireel projector. She says, scornful. Not very good quality. It's... Then she stops. She picks up a forest knife. This, she says, is a product of... Then she stops again. She picks up some cloth and fingers it. She really steams. I see, she says, angry. Because we have been on this planet so long, and the Mocklins are used to our goods, the people of the other trading post duplicate them. Do they cut prices? 50%, says Brooks. I chime in, but we ain't lost much trade. Lots of Mocklins still trade with us out of friendship. Friendly folks, these Mocklins. Just then, Deeth comes in, looking just like Casey that used to be here on Mocklin. He grins at me. The girl just brought you a compliment, he lets me know. Shucks, I says, embarrassed and pleased. Send her in and get a present for her. Deeth goes out. Inspector Caldwell hasn't noticed. She's seething over that other trading company copying our trading goods and underselling us on a planet we're supposed to have exclusive. Brooks looks at her grim. I shall look over their post, she announces fierce, and if they want a trade war, they'll get one. We can cut prices if we need to. We have all the resources of the company behind us. Brooks seems to be steaming on his own, maybe because she hasn't read his reports. But just then, a Mocklin girl comes in. Not bad looking either. You can see she is a Mocklin. She ain't as convincing human as Deeth is, say, but she looks pretty human at that. She giggles at me. Compliment, she says, and shows me what she's carrying. I look. It's a Mocklin kid, a boy, just about brand new. And it has my shape ears, and its nose looks like somebody had stepped on it. My nose is that way. And it looks like a very small-sized working model of me. I chuck it under the chin and say, Kitchi-coo. It gurgles at me. What's your name? I ask the girl. She tells me. I don't remember it, and I don't remember ever seeing her before, but she's paid me a compliment all right, Mocklin style. Mighty nice, I say. Cute as all get out. I hope he grows up to have more sense than I got, though. Then Deeth comes in with an armload of trade stuff, like Old Man Bland gave to the first Mocklin kid that was born with long whiskers like his, and I say, Thanks for the compliment. I am greatly honored. She takes the stuff and giggles again and goes out. The kid beams at me over her shoulder and waves its fist. Mighty human-like. A right cute kid, any way you look at it. Then I hear a noise. Inspector Caldwell is regarding me with loathing in her eyes. "Did you say they were friendly creatures?" she asks, bitter. "I think affectionate would be a better word." Her voice shakes. "You are going to be transferred out of here the instant that Palmyra gets back." "What's the matter?" I ask, surprised. "She paid me a compliment and I gave her a present. It's a custom. She's satisfied. I never see her before that I remember." "You don't," she says. "The callousness. You're revolting." Brooks begins to sputter. Then he snickers, and all of a sudden he's howling with laughter. He is laughing at Inspector Caldwell. Then I get it, and I snort. Then I hoot and holler. It gets funnier when she gets madder still. She near blows up from being mad. We must look crazy, the two of us there in the post, just hollering with laughter while she gets furiouser and furiouser. Finally, I have to lay down on the floor to laugh more comfortable. You see, she doesn't get a bit of what I've told her about there being a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. The more disgusted and furious she looks at me, the harder I have to laugh. I can't help it. When we set out for the other trading post next day, the atmosphere ain't what you'd call exactly cordial. There is just the inspector and me, with Deeth and a couple of other Mocklins for the look of things. She has on a green forest suit, and with her red hair, she sure looks good. But she looks at me cold when Brooks says I'll take her over to the other post, and she doesn't say a word the first mile or two. We trudge on, and presently Deeth and the others get ahead, so they can't hear what she says. And she remarks, indignant, "I must say, Mr. Brooks isn't very cooperative. Why didn't he come with me? Is he afraid of the men at the other post?" "Not him," I says. "He's a good guy. But you got authority over him, and you ain't read his reports." "If I have authority," she says sharp, "I assure you it's because I'm competent." "I don't doubt it," I says. "If he wasn't cute, he wouldn't care. But a man don't want a good-looking girl giving him orders. He wants to give them to her. A homely woman, it don't matter." She tosses her head, but it don't displease her. Then she says, "What's in the reports that I should have read?" "I don't know," I admit, "but he's been sweating over them. It makes him mad that nobody bothered to read them." "Maybe," she guesses, "it was what I need to know about this other trading post. What do you know about it, Mr. Brinkley?" I tell her what Deeth has told Brooks. Brooks found out about it because one day some Mocklins came in to trade and asked friendly why we charged so much for this and that. Deeth told them we'd always charge that, and they say the other trading post sells things cheaper. And Deeth says, "What trading post?" So they up and tell him there's another trading post that sells the same kind of things we do, only cheaper. But that's all they say. So Brooks tells Deeth to find out, and he scouts around and comes back. There is another trading post only 15 miles away, and it is selling stuff just like ours, and it charges only half price. Deeth didn't see the men, just the Mocklin clerks. We ain't been able to see the men either. "Why haven't you seen the men?" "Every time Brooks or me go over," I explain, "the Mocklins they got working for them say the other men are off somewhere. Maybe they're starting some more posts. We wrote them a note asking what the hell they mean, but they never answered it. Of course, we ain't seen their books or their living quarters." "You could find out plenty by a glimpse at their books," she snaps. "Why haven't you just marched in and made the Mocklin show you what you want to know, since the men were away?" "Because," I says patient, "Mocklins imitate humans. If we start trouble, they'll start it too. We can't set an example of rough stuff like burglary, mayhem, breaking and entering, manslaughter, or bigamy, or those Mocklins will do just like us." "Bigamy," she grabs on that sardonic. "If you're trying to make me think you've got enough moral sense..." I get a little mad. Brooks and me, we've explained to her careful how it is admiration and the way evolution works on Mocklin that makes Mocklin kids get born with long whiskers, and that the compliment the Mocklin girl has paid me is just exactly that. But she hasn't listened to a word. "Miss Caldwell," I says, "Brooks and me told you the facts. We tried to tell them delicate to spare your feelings. Now, if you'll try to spare mine, I'll thank you." "If you mean your finer feelings," she says, sarcastic, "I'll spare them as soon as I find some." So I shut up. There's no use trying to argue with a woman. We tramp on through the forest without a word. Presently, we come on a nest bush. It's a pretty big one. There are a couple of dozen nests on it, from the little bitty bud ones, no bigger than your fist, to the big ripe ones lined with soft stuff that have busted open and have got cacklebirds housekeeping in them now. There are 2 cacklebirds sitting on a branch by the nest that is big enough to open up and have eggs laid in it, only it ain't. The cacklebirds are making noises like they are cussing it and telling it to hurry up and open because they are in a hurry. "That's a nest bush," I says. "It grows nests for the cacklebirds. The birds fertilize the ground around it. They're sloppy feeders and drop a lot of stuff that rots and is fertilizer too. The nest bush and the cacklebirds kind of cooperate. That's the way evolution works on Mocklin, like Brooks and me told you." She tosses that red head of hers and stamps on, not saying a word. So we get to the other trading post, and there she gets one of these slow-burning, long-lasting mads on that fill a guy like me with awe. There's only Mocklins at the other trading post as usual. They say the humans are off somewhere. They look at her admiring and polite. They show her their stock. It is practically identical with ours, only they admit that they've sold out of some items because their prices are low. They act most respectful and pleased to see her. But she don't learn a thing about where their stuff comes from or what company is horning in on Mocklin trade. And she looks at their head clerk and she burns and burns. When we get back, Brooks is sweating over memorandums he has made, getting another report ready for the next company ship. Inspector Caldwell marches into the trade room and gives orders in a controlled, venomous voice. Then she marches right in on Brooks. "I have just ordered the Mocklin sales force to cut the price on all items on sale by 75%, she says, her voice trembling a little with fury. "I have also ordered the credit given for Mocklin trade goods to be doubled. They want a trade war? They'll get it." She is a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, tired, "I'd like to show you some facts. I've been over every inch of territory in 30 miles, looking for a place where a ship could land for that other post. There isn't any. Does that mean anything to you?" "The post is there, isn't it?" she says. "And they have trade goods, haven't they? And we have exclusive trading rights on Mocklin, haven't we? That's enough for me. Our job is to drive them out of business." But she's a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, very weary, "There's nearly a whole planet where they could have put another trading post. They could have set up shop on the other hemisphere and charged any price they pleased. But they set up shop right next to us. Does that make sense?" "Setting up close," she says, "would furnish them with customers already used to human trade goods. And it furnished them with Mocklins trained to be interpreters and clerks. And," then it came out, what she's raging, boiling, steaming, burning up about. "And," she says, furious, "it furnished them with a Mocklin head clerk who is a very handsome young man, Mr. Brooks. He not only resembles you in every feature, but he even has a good many of your mannerisms. You should be very proud." With this, she slams out of the room. Brooks blinks. "She won't believe anything," he says, sour, "except only that man is vile. Is that true about a Mocklin that looks like me?" I nod. Funny his folks never showed him to me for a compliment present. Then he stares at me hard. "How good is the likeness?" "If he is wearing your clothes," I tell him truthful, "I'd swear he is you." Then Brooks, slow, very slow, turns white. "Remember the time you went off with Deeth and his folks hunting? That was the time a Mocklin got killed. You were wearing guest garments, weren't you?" I feel queer inside, but I nod. Guest garments, for Mocklins, are like the best bedroom and the drumstick of the chicken among humans. And a Mocklin hunting party is something. They go hunting Garlictos, which you might as well call dragons, because they've got scales and they fly and they're tough babies. The way to hunt them is to take along some cacklebirds that ain't nesting. They are no good for anything while they're honeymooning, and the cacklebirds go flapping around until the garlichthos comes after them, and then they go jet streaking to where the hunters are, cackling a blue streak to say, "Here I come, boys, hold everything till I get past." Then the garlichthos dives after them, and the hunters get it as it dives. You give the cacklebirds its innards, and they sit around and eat, cackling to each other zestful, like they're bragging about the other times they've done the same, only better. "You were wearing guest garments," repeats Brooks, grim. I feel very queer inside, but I nod again. Mocklin guest garments are mighty easy on the skin and feel mighty good. They ain't exactly practical hunting clothes, but the Mocklins feel bad if a human that's their guest don't wear them. And of course, he has to shed his human clothes to wear them. What's the idea? I want to know, but I feel pretty unhappy inside. You didn't come back for one day, in the middle of the hunt, after tobacco and a bath? No, I says, beginning to get rattled. We were way over at the Thunlib Hills. We buried the dead Mocklin over there and had a hell of a time building a tomb over him. Why? During that week, says Brooks, grim, and while you were off wearing Mocklin guest garments, somebody came back wearing your clothes and got some tobacco and passed the time of day and went off again. Joe, just like there's a Mocklin you say could pass for me, there's one that could pass for you. In fact, he did. Nobody suspected either. I get panicky. But what'd he do that for? I want to know. He didn't steal anything. Would he have done it just to brag to the other Mocklins that he fooled you? He might, says Brooks, have been checking to see if he could fool me, or Captain Haney of the Palmyra, or... He looks at me, and I feel myself going numb. This could mean one hell of a mess. I haven't told you before, says Brooks, but I've been guessing at something like this. Mocklins like to be human, and they've got human kids that look human anyway. Maybe they can want to be smart like humans, and they are. He tries to grin and can't. That rival trading post looked fishy to me right at the start. They're practicing with that. It shouldn't be there at all, but it is. You see? I feel weak and sick all over. This is a dangerous sort of thing. But I say quick, if you mean they got Mocklins that could pass for you and me, and they're figuring to bump us off and take our places, I don't believe that. Mocklins like humans. They wouldn't harm humans for anything. Brooks didn't pay any attention. He says, harsh, I've been trying to persuade the company that we've got to get out of here fast. And they send this Inspector Caldwell, who's not only female, but a redhead to boot. And all they think about is a competitive trading post. And all she sees is that we're a bunch of lascivious scoundrels. And since she's a woman, there's nothing that'll convince her otherwise. Then something hits me. It looks hopeful. She's the first human woman to land on Mocklin, and she has got red hair. It's the first red hair the Mocklins ever saw. Have we got time? He figures. Then he says, with luck, it ought to turn up. You've hit it. And then his expression sort of softens. If that happens, poor kid, she's going to take it hard. Women hate to be wrong, especially redheads. But that might be the saving of humanity when you think of it. I blink at him. He goes on, fierce. Look, I know Mocklin. You know that. But if there's a Mocklin that looks enough like me to take my place, you see? We've got to think of Inspector Caldwell anyhow. If you ever see me cross my fingers, you wiggle your little finger. Then I know it's you. And the other way about. Get it? You swear you watch over Inspector Caldwell? Sure, I say. Of course. I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his. It's a signal nobody but us two would know. I feel a lot better. Brooks goes off the next morning, grim, to visit the other trading post and see the Mocklin that looks so much like him. Inspector Caldwell goes along fierce, and I'm guessing it's to see the fireworks when Brooks sees this Mocklin double that she thinks is more than a coincidence. Which she is right, only not in the way she thinks. Before they go, Brooks crosses his fingers and looks at me significant. I wiggle my little finger back at him. They go off. I sit down in the shade of Sally and try to think things out. I am all churned up inside and scared as hell. It's nearly 2 weeks to landing time when the old Palmyra ought to come bulging down out of the sky with a load of new trade goods. I think wistful about how swell everything has been on Mocklin up to now, and how Mocklins admire humans, and how friendly everything has been, and how it's a great compliment for Mocklins to want to be like humans and to get like them, and how no Mocklin would ever dream of hurting a human, and how they imitate humans joyous and reverent and happy. Nice people, Mocklins. But the end of things is in sight. Liking humans has made Mocklins smart. But now there's been a slip-up. Mocklins will do anything to produce kids that look like humans. That's a compliment. But no human ever sees a Mocklin that's 4 or 5 years old and all grown up and looks so much like him that nobody can tell them apart. That ain't scheming. It's just that Mocklins like humans. But they're scared that humans might not like to see themselves in a sort of Mocklin mirror. So if they did that at all, they'd maybe keep it a secret, like children keep secrets from grown-ups. Mocklins are a lot like kids. You can't help liking them. But a human can get plenty panicky if he thinks what would happen if Mocklins get to passing for humans among humans, and want their kids to have top-grade brains, and top-grade talents, and so on. I sweat sitting there. I can see the whole picture. Brooks is worrying about Mocklins loose among humans, outsmarting them as their kids grow up, being the big politicians, the bosses, the planetary pioneers, the prettiest girls, and the handsomest guys in the galaxy. Everything humans want to be themselves. Just thinking about it is enough to make any human feel like he's going nuts. But Brooks is also worrying about Inspector Caldwell, who is 5'3" and red-headed and cute as a bug's ear and riding for a bad fall. They come back from the trip to the other trading post. Inspector Caldwell is baffled and mad. Brooks is sweating and scared. He slips me the signal, and I wiggle my little finger back at him, just so I'll know he didn't get substituted for without Inspector Caldwell knowing it, and so he knows nothing happened to me while he was gone. They didn't see the Mocklin that looks like Brooks. They didn't get a bit of information we didn't have before, which is just about none at all. Things go on. Brooks and me are sweating it out until the Palmyra lets down out of the sky again. Meanwhile, praying for Inspector Caldwell to get her ears pinned back so proper steps can be taken. And every morning, he crosses his fingers at me, and I wiggle my little finger back at him. And he watches over Inspector Caldwell tender. The other trading post goes on placid. They sell their stuff at half the price we sell ours for. So, on Inspector Caldwell's orders, we cut ours again to half what they sell theirs for. So, they sell theirs for half what we sell ours for. So, we sell ours for half what they sell theirs for. And so on. Meanwhile, we sweat. 3 days before the Palmyra is due, our goods are marked at just exactly 1% of what they was marked a month before, and the other trading post is selling them at half that. It looks like we are going to have to pay a bonus to Mocklins to take our goods away for us to compete with the other trading post. Otherwise, everything looks normal on the surface. Mocklins hang around as usual, friendly and admiring. They'll hang around a couple days just to get a look at Inspector Caldwell, and they regard her respectful. Brooks looks grim. He is head over heels crazy about her now, and she knows it, and she rides him hard. She snaps at him, and he answers her patient and gentle, because he knows that when what he hopes is going to happen, she is going to need him to comfort her. She has about wiped out our stock, throwing bargain sales. Our shelves are almost bare, but the other trading post still has plenty of stock. "Mr. Brooks," says Inspector Caldwell, bitter at breakfast, "we'll have to take most of the Palmyra's cargo to fill up our inventory." "Maybe," he says, tender, "and maybe not." "But we've got to drive that other post out of business," she says, desperate. Then she breaks down. This is my first independent assignment. I've got to handle it successfully." He hesitates, but just then Deeth comes in. He beams friendly at Inspector Caldwell. "A compliment for you, ma'am. 3 of them." She goggles at him. Brooks says gentle, "It's all right. Deeth, show them in and get some presents." Inspector Caldwell splutters incredulous. But, don't be angry," says Brooks. "They mean it as a compliment. It is, actually, you know." 3 Mocklin girls come in giggling. They are not bad-looking at all. They look as human as Deeth, but one of them has a long, droopy mustache, like a mate of the Palmyra. That's because they had never seen a human woman before Inspector Caldwell came along. They sure have admired her, though, and Mocklin kids get born fast, very fast. They show her what they're holding up so proud and happy in their arms. They have got 3 little Mocklin kids, 1 apiece, and every one of them has red hair, just like Inspector Caldwell, and every one of them is a girl that is the spit and image of her. You would swear they are human babies, and you'd swear they are hers. But of course they ain't. They make kid noises and wave their little fists. Inspector Caldwell's just plain paralyzed. She stares at them and goes red as fire and white as chalk, and she is speechless. So Brooks has to do the honors. He admires the kids extravagant, and the Mocklin girls giggle, and they take the compliment presents Deeth brings in, and they go out happy. When the door closes, Inspector Caldwell wilts. "Oh," she wails, "it's true. You didn't. You haven't. They can make their babies look like anybody they want." Brooks puts his arm around her, and she begins to cry against his shoulder. He pats her and says, "They've got a queer sort of evolution on Mocklin, darling. Babies here inherit desired characteristics, not acquired characteristics, but desired ones. And what could be more desirable than you?" I am blinking at them. He says to me, cold, "Will you kindly get the hell out of here and stay out?" I come to. I says, "Just one precaution." I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his fingers at me. "Then," I says, "since there's no chance of a mistake, I'll leave you 2 together." And I do. The Palmyra booms down out of the sky 2 days later. We are all packed up. Inspector Caldwell is shaky on the porch of the post when Mocklins come hollering and waving friendly over from the landing field, pulling a freight truck with Cap Haney on it. I see other festive groups around members of the crew that, this being a scheduled stop, have been given ship leave for a couple of hours to visit their Mocklin friends. "I've got the usual cargo," begins Cap Haney. "Don't discharge it," says Inspector Caldwell firm. "We are abandoning this post. I have authority, and Mr. Brooks has convinced me of the necessity for it. Please, get our baggage to the ship." He gapes at her. "The company don't like to give in to competition." "There isn't any competition," says Inspector Caldwell. She gulps. "Darling, you tell him," she says to Brooks. He says, lucid, "She's right, Captain. The other trading post is purely a Mocklin enterprise. They like to do everything that humans do. Since humans were running a trading post, they opened one too. They bought goods from us and pretended to sell them at half price, and we cut our prices, and they bought more goods from us and pretended to sell at half the new prices. Some Mocklin or other must have thought it would be nice to be a smart businessman, so his kids would be smart businessmen. Too smart. We close up this post before Mocklins think of other things." He means, of course, that if Mocklins get loose from their home planet and pass as humans, their kids can maybe take over human civilization. Human nature couldn't take that, but it is something to be passed on to the high brass and not told around general. "Better sound the emergency recall signal," says Inspector Caldwell brisk. We go over to the ship, and the Palmyra lets go that wailing siren that'll carry 20 miles. Any crew member in hearing is going to beat it back to the ship full speed. They come running from every which way, where they've been visiting their Mocklin friends. And then, all of a sudden, here comes a fellow wearing Moclan guest garments, yelling, "Hey, wait! I ain't got my clothes!" And then there is what you might call a dead silence, because lined up for checkoff is another guy that comes running at the recall signal, and he is wearing ship's clothes, and you can see that him and the guy in the Moclan guest garments are just exactly alike. Twins, identical. The spit and image of each other, and it is for sure that one of them is a Moclan. But which? Cap Haney's eyes start to pop out of his head, but then the guy in Palmyra uniform grins and says, "Okay, I'm a Moclan, but us Moclans like humans so much, I thought it would be nice to make a trip to Earth and see more humans. My parents planned it 5 years ago, made me look like this wonderful human, and hid me for this moment. But we would not want to make any difficulties for humans, so I have confessed and I will leave the ship." He takes it as a joke on him. He talks English as good as anybody. I don't know how anybody could tell which was the human guy and which one the Moclan. But this Moclan grins and steps down, and the other Moclans admire him enormous for passing even a few minutes as human among humans. We get away from there so fast, he is allowed to keep the human uniform. Moclan is the first planet that humans ever got off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating copious. It's one of those things that humans just can't take. Not that there's anything wrong with Moclans. They're swell folks. They like humans. But humans just can't take the idea of Moclans passing for human and being all the things humans want to be themselves. I think it's really a false alarm. I'll find out pretty soon. Inspector Caldwell and Brooks get married, and they go off to a post on Briarius 4. A swell place for a honeymoon if there ever was one. And I guess they're living happy ever after. Me, I go to the new job the company assigns me, telling me stern not to talk about Moclan, which I don't, and the Space Patrol orders no human ship to land on Moclan for any reason. But I've been saving money and worrying. I keep thinking of those 3 Moclan kids that Inspector Caldwell knows she ain't the father of. I worry about those kids. I hope nothing's happened to them. Moclan kids grow up fast, like I told you. They'll be just about grown now. I'll tell you, I've bought me a little private space cruiser, small but good. I'm shoving off for Moclan next week. If one of those 3 ain't married, I'm going to marry her Moclan style and bring her out to a human colony planet. We'll have some kids. I know just what I want my kids to be like. They'll have plenty of brains, top-level brains, and the girls will be real good-looking. But besides that, I've got to bring some other Moclans out and start them passing for human too, because my kids are going to need other Moclans to marry, ain't they? It's not that I don't like humans, I do. If the fellow I look like, Joe Brinkley, hadn't got killed accidental on that hunting trip with Dee, I never would have thought of taking his place and being Joe Brinkley. But you can't blame me for wanting to live among humans. Wouldn't you if you was a Moclan? The Dictator by Milton Lesser. Just looking at Ellaby, you could tell he was going places. He was 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed 150 pounds. He had an IQ of 98.57, less than 400ths off the mode. His hair was mousy and worn slightly long for a man, slightly short for a woman. Back in High Falls, where he was born, he was physically weaker than 60% of the men, but stronger than 60% of the women. He had been in training since his 20th birthday to assassinate the dictator. Ellaby was now 30 years old. Dorcas Sinclair met Ellaby at the pneumo station. She was too big and strapping for a woman, but otherwise not unattractive, with her lusterless hair, slightly thick-featured face, small sagging bosom, and heavy calved legs. "I'll take your bags," she told Ellaby, and led him from the station. She walked quickly, but not too quickly. You always had to find the happy medium, thought Ellaby. For Ellaby, finding the happy medium had always come easy. 10 years ago, when Ellaby had been graduated from High Falls Secondary School, the 4 words, "most likely to succeed," had been printed under his picture in the yearbook. It was expected by everyone. Young Ellaby had learned his 3 R's, rules, rights, responsibilities, satisfactorily. Ellaby had neither excelled nor failed. He was by nature a first-class citizen. Running to keep up with the too big, too long-legged Dorcas Sinclair, who was carrying one of his suitcases in each hand, Ellaby was led from the pneumo station. The splendid, unimaginative geometric precision of the Capitol stretched out before him in the dazzling summer sunlight, the view serving as a leaven for Ellaby's usually phlegmatic disposition. He could feel his spirits rise, his heart thump more rapidly, speeding the sudden flow of adrenaline through his body. This was the city. It was here where the fruits of whatever had gone wrong in Ellaby's upbringing, or whatever had gone wrong in the linear arrangement of his genes, would ripen. It was here where Ellaby, modal Ellaby, would pass his tests for top-secret work. Unsuspected, average Ellaby would write his name in flaming letters across the pages of history. It was here where Ellaby would kill the dictator. And after that, what? Chaos? A new order based not on modality, but something else? Ellaby wasn't sure. No one in the organization knew for sure. The concept was staggering to Ellaby. It was the system or nothing. Well, let others worry about it. They did the planning. Ellaby was only the executioner. The house was like all the others on the block, all the others in the Capitol. A grimly solid structure of let's pretend brick fronting on a street, which faded into distant haze, straight as a ruled line to north and south, crossing the east-west avenues at precise right angles every 500 feet. The grid-patterned city, Ellaby remembered from his rights course in school. Every man has the right to a room and bath in any city as long as he is employed. Made the best use of available space for houses. The strip city is unnecessary in time of peace. Had there ever been any other time? The radial city is preferred for rapid transportation, being the accepted pattern in the great economic hubs and ports like Greater New York and Hampton Roads. "You will have to live here with me," Dorcas Sinclair told Ellaby, "until you pass your tests for employment. I don't have to tell you how much depends on the outcome of those tests, Ellaby." "But I can't fail them. I thought you knew my record." With an unnerving, unmodal violence, Dorcas Sinclair's strong fingers dug into the flabby muscle of Ellaby's upper arm. "Well, you had better not," she said, her large teeth hardly parting to let the sounds out. Ellaby was suddenly alarmed. He had had very little truck with people of this sort. They were as unpredictable as the weather in High Falls, which, having a population under 25,000, had never qualified for weather control. Unlike modal man, they had never been exhaustively studied. Their likes and dislikes were not catered to, but their passions couldn't be predicted either. "Ease up, Dorcas," a deep voice said from the doorway leading to the kitchen. Ellaby stared in that direction gratefully. It was indecent for a woman, for anyone, to expose her emotions that way. Ellaby was almost inclined to thank the stranger. "Stranger nothing," Ellaby blurted aloud. Ellaby's face reddened and he apologized. "I didn't mean to raise my voice," he explained. "You surprised me." "I guess you didn't expect to find me here at that. You haven't changed much, Ellaby." Automatically, Ellaby mumbled his thanks for the compliment. Sam Mulden, though, had changed. He had always been a radical. He wore his hair cropped too short. He was tall and thin, his elbows and knees exposed by the tunic he wore like knots on gnarled living wood. Mulden looked older. He hadn't bothered to dye his graying hair, or to smooth the premature wrinkles on his long-nosed, thin-lipped face. He was smiling sardonically at Ellaby now, as if he could read Ellaby's mind. "I might have known it would be you," he said. "As soon as they said the assassin was coming from High Falls, I should have guessed." "Why?" asked Ellaby. It was a question which had nudged for 10 years at his docile patience. When people go out of their way to train you, though, to spend 10 years teaching you every inch of Capital Territory without once taking you there, to make you proficient with various deadly weapons, although your reflexes are splendidly modal, to teach you meaningless phrases like democratic inequality and individuality and the right to live a self-directed life, to make your own decisions. When people act, in short, like a very thorough government school, even if their motives seem strangely misdirected, you don't question them. "For 2 reasons," Mulden said. "You can understand the first, Ellaby. If the second one bothers you, forget it. In the first place, you're so perfectly modal, the government would never suspect you. In the second place, you're so well-adjusted, you're bound to follow our instructions." "Or any instructions," Dorcas Sinclair said. "That's what I'm afraid of, Mulden." Ellaby still couldn't get over it. He never expected to find poor, unfortunate Sam Mulden in such a high position in the organization, or anywhere. He remembered Mulden clearly from their school days together. Mulden was a character, a real character. Physically, he was barely acceptable. More than 80% of the men, and some 65% of the women, were able to knock Mulden down in the High Falls gymnasium classes. But mentally, Mulden was a misfit. His IQ was in the neighborhood of 150. His gangling, ineffectual physique wasn't too far below the mode, but mentally, he soared intolerably above it. Now Mulden told Dorcas Sinclair, "Don't worry about that. We've had 10 years to work on him. They can't undo it in a few days. Ellaby, you are quite sure you know what you must do?" "Oh, yes. Tomorrow morning I will take my security tests. According to the record of my previous physical and mental testing, I should make top-secret classification. I will work here in the capital. I will find the dictator and kill him. The only thing that bothers me is I don't know who to look for. What does the dictator look like?" "Didn't they explain all of that to you in High Falls?" the woman asked irritably, without even making an effort to poker her face. "Ease off," Mulden told her for the second time. "He's confused. Listen to me, Ellaby. Don't you remember? The dictator never makes public appearances." Yes, now I remember. No one knows what the dictator looks like. He keeps to himself. He issues orders which are instantly obeyed, helping to maintain universal mortality in the country. It almost seems a shame I'll have to kill him. "So we've Pavloved him for 10 years, have we?" Dorcas Sinclair raged. Ellaby turned away in embarrassment. "Damn you, Mulden, he still questions it." "He's supposed to," Mulden explained quietly. "If he accepted what we told him, he'd go around talking about it naively. This way, he understands the necessity for secrecy." "He doesn't understand. Well, then he realizes it. Let him get some sleep, will you? Tomorrow's going to be a good day for us, a big day for him. Good night, Ellaby. If you want anything, Sinclair will get it for you." Ellaby assured him that he would want nothing except a simple meal of whatever most people in the capital ate on Wednesdays. It turned out to be pork chops, which Ellaby neither particularly liked nor disliked. He chewed his food with the proper lack of enthusiasm and retired early. The next morning, Ellaby took his IQ test at the Capitol Personnel Bureau. He was slightly above average in space perception, but slightly below average in comparisons. He hoped his anxiety didn't show on his face. If anyone asked him why he had come to the Capitol, he was ready to blurt out the reason and have done with it. He wondered what Sam Mulden would have thought if he knew. The Sinclair woman would have been furious. No one asked Ellaby. You came to the Capitol because you wanted to work there. According to the mode, a man desired to change his location every 3.7 years. Ellaby had been 6.3 years tardy, but High Falls was an ideally modal community in which people tended to linger. IQ 0.7 under the mode, the personnel clerk told Ellaby. The slight variation, due to his anxiety, was not enough to matter, Ellaby realized with a faint sense of triumph. Proceed to physical testing, the girl told Ellaby. Obediently, Ellaby followed the green arrow to the gymnasium. He was given a locker, a towel, a pair of athletic shorts, and a first aid kit. He stripped off his clothing, placing the tunic, underwear, and sandals in the locker, then climbed into his athletic shorts and fell into line with the other men and women carrying their towels and first aid kits into the gymnasium. The 10-over-mode male wrestling tester pinned Ellaby in less than 2 minutes, a fact which was duly noted on his employment blank. He was given 15 minutes of rest, then squared off on the mat with a skinny 5-under-mode male. Ellaby bested him in 4 minutes flat, took another 15-minute break, mopping the sweat from his body with an already sodden towel, then defeated the 10-under-mode female wrestler in 2 minutes and some seconds. It developed into a knockdown, drag-out fight with the 2-over-mode female, who finally forced Ellaby's shoulders to the mat for the necessary 5 seconds after half an hour. Ellaby showered, ate a hot Thursday lunch, and took his employment blank to the emotion lab. His electroencephalograph revealed 9 alpha cycles to the second, but too much theta. "Are you nervous?" the technician asked Ellaby. "You're thetaing all over the place." "I guess so. Yes, I'm nervous." "Then let's try it again." They did, the technician rubbing the greasy electrode salve on Ellaby's forehead before the electrodes were fastened there for the second time. The result was the same. "More than modal theta," said the technician, writing something in code on his employment blank. "See the personnel advisor, please." For Ellaby, it came as a distinct shock. His heart pounded against his temples, in his ears. He was emotionally unstable. Had the 10 years been for nothing? "Sit down, Ellaby," the personnel advisor said. He was a man of middle age, irritatingly careless about his appearance. He had dyed his graying hair, of course, but if you looked close, you could see gray at the roots. He wore a green Thursday tunic, which was poorly starched. Having gone a full week to get it ready, that was naturally inexcusable. "You have a splendid record, Ellaby," the sloppy personnel clerk said. "Mentally, within tenths of the mode. Physically, even closer. Unfortunately, you're emotional." "That never happened to me before. Not in High Falls it didn't," Ellaby interrupted. "This is not High Falls. Every community, you must realize, has its own security testing center, and the Capitol requires the tightest security of all." "I know, but I was nervous. You're going to tell me my theta was too high, aren't you?" "That's correct. You needn't feel so bad about it. You're going to be cleared for secret work. You're damn close to modal, Ellaby. You're a good security risk. Incidentally, just why were you nervous? Because I wanted a top-secret clearance. Because I wanted to work close to the dictator. You see... Abruptly, Ellaby stopped talking, clasping a hand over his mouth in sudden confusion. He wasn't supposed to talk about this. Lying, of course, was as far from Ellaby's nature as it was from anyone else's, assuming he were reasonably close to the mode. But Ellaby hadn't been asked for all that information directly. "What kind of job will I get?" he asked, trying desperately to change the subject. It was too late. The personnel clerk asked, "Just why did you want to work close to the dictator?" Ellaby felt a single drop of sweat fall from his armpit under the loose tunic and roll, itching, down the side of his body. He wanted with all his soul to be back in High Falls, any place but here. "Why, Ellaby?" "I can't answer that question. A man isn't forced to answer a question unless he wants to." "Certainly not," said the personnel advisor, staring blandly at Ellaby. "This is a democratic country." "Then... But you've never known a man to refuse answering a question asked of him officially, have you?" "I'm not sure I understand, sir." "You don't have to be so obsequious, Ellaby. I'm less modal than you are, but I make the best of my divergencies. What I meant was this. Did you ever hear of a criminal not confessing to his crime? Well, no. I'll ask you the question again, Ellaby. Why did you want to work near the dictator?" The man leaned close, peered at Ellaby. The room was small, almost a cubicle. The bare walls seemed to close in on all four sides. Ellaby stifled a wild impulse to scream and run out of there, run any place as long as he could leave the room and the personnel advisor behind him. "I'm sorry, but I can't answer that question," he said finally. "Tell me, Ellaby, did you ever hear your own voice?" What a strange question. "Why, certainly, all the time, when I speak." "No, I mean your voice reproduced artificially. Your radio voice." "No, I never heard it." "Well, you're about to." While the personnel advisor busied himself setting up the radio equipment, Ellaby had a few seconds in which to think. He could still make a clean breast of the whole thing. They had chosen him, Mulden, the Sinclair woman, and the others in High Falls, for his modality. Very well, he could use that modality to get out from under. He didn't understand. He didn't know what they were leading him to, slowly, over a period of 10 years. He didn't want to assassinate the dictator. What in the world would he want to do that for? He would gladly name all the names he knew if the personnel advisor would only let him forget the whole mad experience and return to High Falls. He could attend Adjustment Academy if they thought he needed it. Anything, anything. Please, slip these earphones over your head, over your ears. There. Is the microphone close enough to your lips? I think so. A metal band running over the top of Ellaby's cranium held the earphones in place. Another metal band curved around the side of his cheek and chin, leading to a small microphone before his lips. Place your hands on the arms of your chair, please. Ellaby did as he was told. Click, click. A pair of manacles sprang up from the chair's arms, trapping Ellaby's wrists. Ellaby looked at the personnel tester in unpokered alarm. "What did you do that for?" he asked timidly. "So you won't remove the earphones. Now, are we ready?" The personnel advisor pressed a button on his desk. Ellaby thought he heard a faint hum of power in the microphone. "I will ask you once more, Ellaby. Why did you want to work near the dictator?" Ellaby shrugged. He was going to say, "I'm sorry, but I don't have to answer that question." He said, and heard through the earphones, "I'm sorry, sorry don't have, but to ans I were that don't question, have to answer that question." "Again, please. I didn't hear you," the personnel tester said. It was his own voice Ellaby had heard through the earphones. Playback with a fraction of a second lapse. Oddly, it unnerved him. The reproduced voice had no right lagging. He shouted, "I'm sorry, sorry, don't have but, to answer I were, that don't question, have to, shut up, answer, shut up, that, please, question, please, please." "Once more, if you don't mind." Ellaby's head was whirling. He blinked sweat from his eyes. I please. "The law requires that you make some answer, even if answer is a refusal." Criminals confessed, Ellaby thought wildly. Is this why criminals confessed? Did the sound of their own voices drive them mad? It seemed such a simple device, and yet... But he could fool it. He couldn't rush the words out in a quick torrent, and... I don't answer that have to, shun, answer that question." Ellaby and Ellaby's echo. Don't. Ellaby blinked more sweat from his eyes. Mumble, sob. "Relax, Ellaby. You seem upset. Will you read this, please?" The personnel advisor held a card in front of Ellaby's face. The words swam, blurred together, fused, were readable, and then were not. Ellaby read aloud, "Code of Eth Code Ix for Eth Mankind, Ethics for Mankind." It was, he realized, the preamble to the Constitution. In 19th, the center 9, the 9 common 10th, faster. Century, the common man was defended, common man, by enlightened liberalism, man was. In the 20th century, in the common man was championed by 10th century, enlightened liberalism, the common man was. In the 21st century, championed by enlightened, the common man assumed his proper place, liberalism, at the top of society. But in the 21st century will protect the rights of the common man, enlightened liberals, or any other minority, assumed his proper, encouraging them to become place at the top of, as common as possible, society, but will protect the rights of the enlightened liberals, or any other minority, encouraging them to become as common as possible. "Oh, God, oh," shouted Ellaby. "Shut, God, it, shut off it, make off it, make stop it, God, stop, God." "Will you agree to answer my question?" Anything. Now the playback was a faint whisper. Ellaby found himself hysterically fascinated by it, trying to guess the time-lapse, which varied, trying to guess the volume, which varied. Ellaby's head slumped forward on his chest. The unfamiliar wetness at the corners of his mouth was drool. Ellaby didn't quite know it, of course, but he had given himself a very mild and very temporary nervous breakdown. 2 hours later, he was asked one question. He answered, "I want to be near the dictator so I can kill him." Later, Dorcas Sinclair asked, "What else happened at testing, Ellaby?" "Take your time," Mulden cautioned. "He looks nervous." "I know it. I want to find out why." "After my EEG," said Ellaby softly, "they told me I had too much theta." "Damn you!" Dorcas Sinclair swore. "Then you weren't cleared for top secret?" "No, I wasn't. Not at first. Then a strange thing happened. They said I was cleared only for secret, and asked me why I wanted to be cleared for top secret. "You fool!" the woman cried. I told them it was because I wanted to work near the dictator. I didn't mean to tell them, but... The woman shook her head in despair. "Don't bother finishing," she said. "You can clear out of here, Ellaby. You're through. 10 years. 10 years wasted." "If you wish," Ellaby said mildly. "But you're missing the most interesting part. They asked me why I wanted to be near the dictator." Dorcas Sinclair sucked in her breath sharply. Even Malden seemed anxious. "You didn't tell them?" the woman asked in a frantic whisper. "I'm afraid I did." "We'll have to flee the city," the woman told Malden, ignoring Ellaby now. "If he told them that, he probably named names. I have friends in Hampton Roads." "Let him finish," Malden said. Malden was looking strangely at Ellaby. "They didn't ask me to name anyone in the conspiracy," Ellaby said. "Unless they could poker very well, they seemed perfectly calm. They said they would make an exception in my case. They would clear me for top-secret work. I start tomorrow." "What's your job?" Malden asked eagerly. "Well, this is the strangest part. I'm to be the dictator's confidential assistant." "Of course," Malden cried. "It makes sense. Don't you see, Sinclair? We're not the only ones. There are others inside the government who think it's time for a coup. With their help, Ellaby won't fail us." Dorcas Sinclair wasn't convinced. "Doesn't it seem peculiar to you that, purely by coincidence, Ellaby happened to meet these people?" But Malden shrugged. "You know the old saw about the gift horse," he said. "Ellaby will go ahead with the plan. Tomorrow, if all goes well, we'll have a full-scale revolution on our hands. Don't you understand, Sinclair? The dictator, a figurehead. There are plenty of people around like us who don't want to do things just because everyone else does them, who don't want to be stamped by the mold of conformity, who don't want... but I don't have to go on. The dictator is a figurehead, a symbol of power. Destroy him, and the whole conforming system comes tumbling down in chaos. You'll see tomorrow." It was all beyond Ellaby, who was still weary from the playback ordeals. He took the small, palm-sized blaster from Malden and slipped it into his tunic. Tomorrow he would assassinate the dictator and suffer the consequences. He almost had in mind to rebel. The people at testing had been very nice, except for those earphones. But the Sinclair woman and Malden might be able to do as bad or worse. He'd go through with it. Under the circumstances, he slept surprisingly well. Malden's passionate parting words still ringing in his ears, Ellaby entered the Capitol building. "Someday, you and your kind will understand, Ellaby," Malden had said. "Someday, you'll know what banal really means, and vulgar. Someday, I promise you someday, the true social perspective will be re-established. It should not be the role in life of the common man, the mass, the mob, to make the uncommon man as common as possible, but quite the other way around. The other way, Ellaby. Common folk should be given the opportunity to become as uncommon as possible. Otherwise, Ellaby, we've reached a dead end. Kill him, and I promise you this. The whole warped system will come tumbling. A man shouldn't be forced to conform, Ellaby. Mankind's greatness stems from lack of conformity. For his own purposes, the dictator bows to the will of the mob. But he surrounded himself with mediocrity. Without him, what can they do? Without him, they'll go down in weeks, Ellaby. In days." The guard, a tall blonde woman who looked like a 20 over mode to Ellaby, led him down a long, well-lit corridor. No one had searched him. It would have taken the guard a moment to reach within his tunic, find the blaster, and drag him off to the academy. Other people, nameless people on nameless errands, walked by in the corridor without paying Ellaby any attention. Was Mulden right? Were there people here within the building waiting to help Ellaby? Ellaby licked his dry lips and kept walking, finding it difficult to keep his legs from trembling. It was as if a nimbus of terror dogged his footsteps, ready to envelop him momentarily. The guard seemed completely unconcerned. She was humming the melody of the latest song hit, a wonderfully lilting banal tune which had been on everyone's lips back in High Falls. The blonde guard paused before a door in the long corridor. "Here we are," she said. Ellaby opened his mouth to speak, but gulped in air instead. He felt a weak fluttering in his chest. He had never been so afraid in all his life. The guard, who was a head taller than Ellaby, glanced down at him. "You don't have to be so nervous," she said in a perfectly normal voice. "Everything's going to be all right. You see, it's a new job and all. Oh, here, let's see that blaster." Ellaby's heart plunged. He wanted to bolt, to run. She knew. She knew. He stood there, too weak to move, while the guard reached inside his tunic, found the blaster taped to his chest, wrenched it loose. She took it out, held it up, flipping open the chamber, and examined the inside. "All right," she said. "I only wanted to make sure it was loaded." And she took out a key and opened the door. "He's inside," she said, and strolled on down the hall. Ellaby clutched the door frame for support. He was breathing raggedly now, as if he'd run all the great length of the corridor, sprinting with monsters behind him. He rubbed the shoulder of his tunic against his damp brow and entered the room. A man Ellaby's own size was sitting there, viewing a 3D. When he heard Ellaby at the door, he got up. He looked very unhappy as Ellaby pointed the blaster at him. He said, "So soon?" "They said you would try wiles, trickery, deceit," Ellaby recited. "You won't fool me." "You think I'm the dictator? You're going to kill me? That's very funny. I know, you see. I know." "Stand back!" Ellaby screamed. "I assure you, I am not the dictator any more than you will be." The dictator's face dissolved in a red, jelly-like smear as Ellaby pulled the trigger of his blaster. He spent the next 10 minutes being very ill. Afterwards, they were very efficient. They carted the body away and told Ellaby all he had to do was ring for food or drink or anything he wanted. Occasionally, he would sign some papers. Occasionally, masked, he might be asked to review a parade. And all at once, sitting alone in the room with its pleasant view, it came to Ellaby. He passed no judgment, but he understood, and he was afraid. The masses ruled, thought Ellaby, hardly knowing what the phrase meant. The system was self-perpetuating, and revolution couldn't change it. The common man, men like Ellaby, had come into his own for once and for all time. The man Ellaby had slain was no dictator. He had tried to tell Ellaby that before he perished. Now Ellaby had taken his place. Ellaby was no dictator either. But he would do until the next one came along.
Mr. Spaceship by Philip K. Dick. A human brain-controlled spacecraft would mean mechanical perfection. This was accomplished, and something unforeseen, a strange entity called Mr. Spaceship. Kramer leaned back. You can see the situation. How can we deal with a factor like this? The perfect variable. Perfect? Prediction should still be possible. The living thing still acts from necessity, the same as inanimate material, but the cause-effect chain is more subtle. There are more factors to be considered. The difference is quantitative, I think. The reaction of the living organism parallels natural causation, but with greater complexity. Gross and Kramer looked up at the board plates, suspended on the wall, still dripping, the images hardened into place. Kramer traced a line with his pencil. See that? It's a pseudopodium. They're alive, and so far a weapon we can't beat. No mechanical system can compete with that, simple or intricate. We'll have to scrap the Johnson control and find something else. Meanwhile, the war continues as it is. Stalemate. Checkmate. They can't get to us, and we can't get through their living minefield. Kramer nodded. It's a perfect defense for them, but there still might be one answer. What's that? Wait a minute. Kramer turned to his rocket expert sitting with the charts and files. The heavy cruiser that returned this week, it didn't actually touch, did it? It came close, but there was no contact. Correct, the expert nodded. The mine was 20 miles off. The cruiser was in space drive, moving directly toward Proxima, line straight, using the Johnson control, of course. It had deflected a quarter of an hour earlier for reasons unknown. Later, it resumed its course. That was when they got it. It shifted, Kramer said, but not enough. The mine was coming along after it, trailing it. It's the same old story, but I wonder about the contact. Here's our theory, the expert said. We keep looking for contact, a trigger in the pseudopodium, but more likely we're witnessing a psychological phenomenon, a decision without any physical correlative. We're watching for something that isn't there. The mine decides to blow up. It sees our ship, approaches, and then decides. Thanks. Kramer turned to Gross. Well, that confirms what I'm saying. How can a ship guided by automatic relays escape a mine that decides to explode? The whole theory of mine penetration is that you must avoid tripping the trigger. But here, the trigger is a state of mind in a complicated, developed life form. The belt is 50,000 miles deep, Gross added. It solves another problem for them, repair and maintenance. The damn things reproduce, fill up the spaces by spawning into them. I wonder what they feed on. Probably the remains of our first line. The big cruisers must be a delicacy. It's a game of wits between a living creature and a ship piloted by automatic relays. The ship always loses. Kramer opened a folder. I'll tell you what I suggest. Go on, Gross said. I've already heard 10 solutions today. What's yours? Mine is very simple. These creatures are superior to any mechanical system, but only because they're alive. Almost any other life form could compete with them, any higher life form. If the Yucks can put out living mines to protect their planets, we ought to be able to harness some of our own life forms in a similar way. Let's make use of the same weapon ourselves. Which life form do you propose to use? I think the human brain is the most agile of known living forms. Do you know of any better? But no human being can withstand outspace travel. A human pilot would be dead of heart failure long before the ship got anywhere near Proxima. But we don't need the whole body, Kramer said. We need only the brain. What? The problem is to find a person of high intelligence who would contribute in the same manner that eyes and arms are volunteered. But a brain? Technically, it could be done. Brains have been transferred several times when body destruction made it necessary. Of course, to a spaceship, a heavy outspace cruiser instead of an artificial body. That's new. The room was silent. It's quite an idea, Gross said slowly. His heavy, square face twisted. But even supposing it might work, the big question is, whose brain? It was all very confusing. The reasons for the war, the nature of the enemy. The Yukone had been contacted on one of the outlying planets of Proxima Centauri. At the approach of the Terran ship, a host of dark, slim pencils had lifted abruptly and shot off into the distance. The first real encounter came between 3 of the Yuk pencils and a single exploration ship from Terra. No Terrans survived. After that, it was all-out war with no holds barred. Both sides feverishly constructed defense rings around their systems. Of the 2, the Yukone belt was the better. The ring around Proxima was a living ring, superior to anything Terra could throw against it. The standard equipment by which Terran ships were guided in outspace, the Johnson control, was not adequate. Something more was needed. Automatic relays were not good enough. Not good at all, Kramer thought to himself as he stood looking down the hillside at the work going on below him. A warm wind blew along the hill, rustling the weeds and grass. At the bottom, in the valley, the mechanics had almost finished. The last elements of the reflex system had been removed from the ship and crated up. All that was needed now was the new core, the new central key that would take the place of the mechanical system. A human brain. The brain of an intelligent, wary human being. But would the human being part with it? That was the problem. Kramer turned. 2 people were approaching him along the road. A man and a woman. The man was gross, expressionless, heavy-set, walking with dignity. The woman was... He stared in surprise and growing annoyance. It was Dolores, his wife. Since they'd separated, he had seen little of her. Kramer, Gross said. Look who I ran into. Come back down with us. We're going into town. Hello, Phil, Dolores said. Well, aren't you glad to see me? He nodded. How have you been? You're looking fine. She was still pretty and slender in her uniform. The blue-gray of Internal Security Gross Organization. Thanks, she smiled. You seem to be doing all right, too. Commander Gross tells me that you're responsible for this project. Operation Head, as they call it. Whose head have you decided on? That's the problem. Kramer lit a cigarette. This ship is to be equipped with a human brain instead of the Johnson system. We've constructed special draining baths for the brain, electronic relays to catch the impulses and magnify them, a continual feeding duct that supplies the living cells with everything they need. But we still haven't got the brain itself. Gross finished. They began to walk back toward the car. If we can get that, we'll be ready for the tests. Will the brain remain alive? Dolores asked. Is it actually going to live as part of the ship? It will be alive, but not conscious. Very little life is actually conscious. Animals, trees, insects are quick in their responses, but they aren't conscious. In this process of ours, the individual personality, the ego, will cease. We only need the responsibility, nothing more. Dolores shuddered. How terrible. In time of war, everything must be tried, Kramer said absently. If one life sacrificed will end the war, it's worth it. This ship might get through. A couple more like it, and there wouldn't be any more war. They got into the car. As they drove down the road, Gross said, Have you thought of anyone yet? Kramer shook his head. That's out of my line. What do you mean? I'm an engineer. It's not my department. But all this was your idea. My work ends there. Gross was staring at him oddly. Kramer shifted uneasily. Then who is supposed to do it? Gross said. I can have my organization prepare examinations of various kinds to determine fitness, that kind of thing. Listen, Phil, Dolores said suddenly. What? She turned toward him. I have an idea. Do you remember that professor we had in college, Michael Thomas? Kramer nodded. I wonder if he's still alive. Dolores frowned. If he is, he must be awfully old. Why, Dolores? Gross asked. Perhaps an old person who didn't have much time left, but whose mind was still clear and sharp. Professor Thomas. Kramer rubbed his jaw. He certainly was a wise old duck, but could he still be alive? He must have been 70 then. We could find that out, Gross said. I could make a routine check. What do you think? Dolores said. If any human mind could outwit those creatures. I don't like the idea, Kramer said. In his mind, an image had appeared. The image of an old man sitting behind a desk, his bright, gentle eyes moving about the classroom. The old man leaning forward, a thin hand raised. Keep him out of this, Kramer said. What's wrong? Gross looked at him curiously. It's because I suggested it, Dolores said. No. Kramer shook his head. It's not that. I didn't expect anything like this. Somebody I knew, a man I studied under. I remember him very clearly. He was a very distinct personality. Good, Gross said. He sounds fine. We can't do it. We're asking his death. This is war, Gross said, and war doesn't wait on the needs of the individual. You said that yourself. Surely he'll volunteer. We can keep it on that basis. He may already be dead, Dolores murmured. We'll find that out, Gross said, speeding up the car. They drove the rest of the way in silence. For a long time, the two of them stood studying the small wood house, overgrown with ivy, set back on the lot behind an enormous oak. The little town was silent and sleepy. Once in a while, a car moved slowly along the distant highway, but that was all. This is the place, Gross said to Kramer. He folded his arms. Quite a quaint little house. Kramer said nothing. The two security agents behind them were expressionless. Gross started toward the gate. Let's go. According to the check, he's still alive, but very sick. His mind is agile, however. That seems to be certain. It's said he doesn't leave the house. A woman takes care of his needs. He's very frail. They went down the stone walk and up onto the porch. Gross rang the bell. They waited. After a time, they heard slow footsteps. The door opened. An elderly woman in a shapeless wrapper studied them impassively. Security, Gross said, showing his card. We wish to see Professor Thomas. Why? Government business. He glanced at Kramer. Kramer stepped forward. I was a pupil of the professor's, he said. I'm sure he won't mind seeing us. The woman hesitated uncertainly. Gross stepped into the doorway. All right, Mother. This is wartime. We can't stand out here. The two security agents followed him, and Kramer came reluctantly behind, closing the door. Gross stalked down the hall until he came to an open door. He stopped, looking in. Kramer could see the white corner of a bed, a wooden post, and the edge of a dresser. He joined Gross. In the dark room, a withered old man lay propped up on endless pillows. At first it seemed as if he were asleep. There was no motion or sign of life. But after a time, Kramer saw with a faint shock that the old man was watching them intently, his eyes fixed on them, unmoving, unwinking. Professor Thomas, Gross said. I'm Commander Gross of Security. This man with me is perhaps known to you. The faded eyes fixed on Kramer. I know him. Philip Kramer. You've grown heavier, boy. The voice was feeble, the rustle of dry ashes. Is it true you're married now? Yes, I married Dolores French. You remember her. Kramer came toward the bed. But we're separated. It didn't work out very well. Our careers. What we came here about, Professor, Gross began, but Kramer cut him off with an impatient wave. Let me talk. Can't you and your men get out of here long enough to let me talk to him? Gross swallowed. All right, Kramer. He nodded to the two men. The three of them left the room, going out into the hall and closing the door after them. The old man in the bed watched Kramer silently. I don't think much of him, he said at last. I've seen his type before. What's he want? Nothing. He just came along. Can I sit down? Kramer found a stiff, upright chair beside the bed. "If I'm bothering you..." "No. I'm glad to see you again, Philip, after so long. I'm sorry your marriage didn't work out." "How have you been?" "I've been very ill. I'm afraid that my moment on the world stage has almost ended." The ancient eyes studied the younger man reflectively. "You look as if you've been doing well. Like everyone else, I thought highly of you. You've gone to the top in this society." Kramer smiled. Then he became serious. "Professor, there's a project we're working on that I want to talk to you about. It's the first ray of hope we've had in this whole war. If it works, we may be able to crack the Yuck defenses, get some ships into their system. If we can do that, the war might be brought to an end." "Go on. Tell me about it if you wish." "It's a long shot, this project. It may not work at all, but we have to give it a try." "It's obvious that you came here because of it," Professor Thomas murmured. "I'm becoming curious. Go on." After Kramer finished, the old man lay back in the bed without speaking. At last he sighed. "I understand. A human mind taken out of a human body." He sat up a little, looking at Kramer. "I suppose you're thinking of me." Kramer said nothing. "Before I make my decision, I want to see the papers on this, the theory and outline of construction. I'm not sure I like it. For reasons of my own, I mean. But I want to look at the material, if you'll do that." "Certainly." Kramer stood up and went to the door. Gross and the two security agents were standing outside, waiting tensely. "Gross, come inside." They filed into the room. "Give the professor the papers," Kramer said. "He wants to study them before deciding." Gross brought the file out of his coat pocket, a manila envelope. He handed it to the old man on the bed. "Here it is, Professor. You're welcome to examine it. Will you give us your answer as soon as possible? We're very anxious to begin, of course." "I'll give you my answer when I've decided." He took the envelope with a thin, trembling hand. "My decision depends on what I find out from these papers. If I don't like what I find, then I will not become involved with this work in any shape or form." He opened the envelope with shaking hands. "I'm looking for one thing." "What is it?" Gross said. "That's my affair. Leave me a number by which I can reach you when I've decided." Silently, Gross put his card down on the dresser. As they went out, Professor Thomas was already reading the first paper, the outline of the theory. Kramer sat across from Dale Winter, his second in line. "What then?" Winter said. "He's going to contact us." Kramer scratched with a drawing pen on some paper. "I don't know what to think." "What do you mean?" Winter's good-natured face was puzzled. "Look." Kramer stood up, pacing back and forth, his hands in his uniform pockets. "He was my teacher in college. I respected him as a man as well as a teacher. He was more than a voice, a talking book. He was a person, a calm, kindly person I could look up to. I always wanted to be like him someday. Now look at me." "So?" "Look at what I'm asking. I'm asking for his life as if he were some kind of laboratory animal kept around in a cage. Not a man, a teacher at all." "Do you think he'll do it?" "I don't know." Kramer went to the window. He stood looking out. "In a way, I hope not." "But if he doesn't?" "Then we'll have to find somebody else." "I know. There would be somebody else. Why did Dolores have to..." The vidphone rang. Kramer pressed the button. "This is Gross." The heavy features formed. "The old man called me. Professor Thomas." "What did he say?" He knew. He could tell already by the sound of Gross's voice. "He said he'd do it. I was a little surprised myself, but apparently he means it. We've already made arrangements for his admission to the hospital. His lawyer is drawing up the statement of liability." Kramer only half heard. He nodded wearily. "All right. I'm glad. I suppose we can go ahead then." "You don't sound very glad." "I wonder why he decided to go ahead with it." He was very certain about it. Gross sounded pleased. He called me quite early. I was still in bed. You know, this calls for a celebration. Sure, Kramer said. It sure does. Toward the middle of August, the project neared completion. They stood outside in the hot autumn heat, looking up at the sleek metal sides of the ship. Gross thumped the metal with his hand. Well, it won't be long. We can begin the test any time. Tell us more about this, an officer in gold braid said. It's such an unusual concept. Is there really a human brain inside the ship? A dignitary asked, a small man in a rumpled suit. And the brain is actually alive? Gentlemen, this ship is guided by a living brain instead of the usual Johnson relay control system. But the brain is not conscious. It will function by reflex only. The practical difference between it and the Johnson system is this. A human brain is far more intricate than any man-made structure, and its ability to adapt itself to a situation, to respond to danger, is far beyond anything that could be artificially built. Gross paused, cocking his ear. The turbines of the ship were beginning to rumble, shaking the ground under them with a deep vibration. Kramer was standing a short distance away from the others, his arms folded, watching silently. At the sound of the turbines, he walked quickly around the ship to the other side. A few workmen were clearing away the last of the waste, the scraps of wiring and scaffolding. They glanced up at him and went on hurriedly with their work. Kramer mounted the ramp and entered the control cabin of the ship. Winter was sitting at the controls with a pilot from space transport. How's it look? Kramer asked. All right. Winter got up. He tells me that it would be best to take off manually. The robot controls... Winter hesitated. I mean, the built-in controls can take over later on in space. That's right, the pilot said. It's customary with the Johnson system, and so in this case we should... Can you tell anything yet? Kramer asked. No, the pilot said slowly. I don't think so. I've been going over everything. It seems to be in good order. There's only one thing I wanted to ask you about. He put his hand on the control board. There are some changes here I don't understand. Changes? Alterations from the original design. I wonder what the purpose is. Kramer took a set of the plans from his coat. Let me look. He turned the pages over. The pilot watched carefully over his shoulder. The changes aren't indicated on your copy, the pilot said. I wonder. He stopped. Commander Gross had entered the control cabin. Gross, who authorized alterations? Kramer said. Some of the wiring has been changed. Why, your old friend, Gross signaled to the field tower through the window. My old friend? The professor. He took quite an active interest. Gross turned to the pilot. Let's get going. We have to take this out past gravity for the test, they tell me. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Are you ready? Sure. The pilot sat down and moved some of the controls around. Anytime. Go ahead, then, Gross said. The professor, Kramer began, but at that moment there was a tremendous roar and the ship leaped under him. He grasped one of the wall holds and hung on as best he could. The cabin was filling with a steady throbbing, the raging of the jet turbines underneath them. The ship leaped. Kramer closed his eyes and held his breath. They were moving out into space, gaining speed each moment. Well, what do you think? Winter said nervously. Is it time yet? A little longer, Kramer said. He was sitting on the floor of the cabin, down by the control wiring. He had removed the metal covering plate, exposing the complicated maze of relay wiring. He was studying it, comparing it to the wiring diagrams. What's the matter? Gross said. These changes, I can't figure out what they're for. The only pattern I can make out is that for some reason... Let me look, the pilot said. He squatted down beside Kramer. You were saying? See this lead here? Originally, it was switch controlled. It closed and opened automatically according to the temperature change. Now it's wired so that the central control system operates it. The same with the others. A lot of this was still mechanical, worked by pressure, temperature, stress. Now it's under the central master. The brain? Gross said. You mean it's been altered so that the brain manipulates it? Kramer nodded. Maybe Professor Thomas felt that no mechanical relays could be trusted. Maybe he thought that things would be happening too fast. But some of these could close in a split second. The brake rockets could go on as quickly as... Hey, Winter said from the control seat. We're getting near the moon stations. What'll I do? They looked out the port. The corroded surface of the moon gleamed up at them, a corrupt and sickening sight. They were moving swift toward it. I'll take it, the pilot said. He eased Winter out of the way and strapped himself in place. The ship began to move away from the moon as he manipulated the controls. Down below them, they could see the observation stations dotting the surface and the tiny squares that were the openings of the underground factories and hangars. A red blinker winked up at them, and the pilot's fingers moved on the board in answer. We're past the moon, the pilot said after a time. The moon had fallen behind them. The ship was heading into outer space. Well, we can go ahead with it. Kramer did not answer. Mr. Kramer, we can go ahead any time. Kramer started. Sorry, I was thinking. All right, thanks. He frowned, deep in thought. What is it? Gross asked. The wiring changes. Did you understand the reason for them when you gave the okay to the workmen? Gross flushed. You know I know nothing about technical material. I'm in security. Then you should have consulted me. What does it matter? Gross grinned wryly. We're going to have to start putting our faith in the old man sooner or later. The pilot stepped back from the board. His face was pale and set. Well, it's done, he said. That's it. What's done? Kramer said. We're on automatic, the brain. I turned the board over to it. To him, I mean. The old man. The pilot lit a cigarette and puffed nervously. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The ship was coasting evenly in the hands of its invisible pilot. Far down inside the ship, carefully armored and protected, a soft human brain lay in a tank of liquid, 1,000 minute electric charges playing over its surface. As the charges rose, they were picked up and amplified, fed into relay systems, advanced, carried on through the entire ship. Gross wiped his forehead nervously. So, he is running it now? I hope he knows what he's doing. Kramer nodded enigmatically. I think he does. What do you mean? Nothing. Kramer walked to the port. I see we're still moving in a straight line. He picked up the microphone. We can instruct the brain orally through this. He blew against the microphone experimentally. Go on, Winter said. Bring the ship around half right, Kramer said. Decrease speed. They waited. Time passed. Gross looked at Kramer. No change. Nothing. Wait. Slowly the ship was beginning to turn. The turbines missed, reducing their steady beat. The ship was taking up its new course, adjusting itself. Nearby, some space debris rushed past, incinerating in the blasts of the turbine jets. So far so good, Gross said. They began to breathe more easily. The invisible pilot had taken control smoothly, calmly. The ship was in good hands. Kramer spoke a few more words into the microphone and they swung again. Now they were moving back the way they had come, toward the moon. Let's see what he does when we enter the moon's pull, Kramer said. He was a good mathematician, the old man. He could handle any kind of problem. The ship veered, turning away from the moon. The great eaten-away globe fell behind them. Gross breathed a sigh of relief. That's that. One more thing. Kramer picked up the microphone. Return to the moon and land the ship at the first space field, he said into it. Good Lord, Winter murmured. Why are you... Be quiet. Kramer stood listening. The turbines gasped and roared as the ship swung full around, gaining speed. They were moving back toward the moon again. The ship dipped down, heading toward the great globe below. "We're going a little fast," the pilot said. I don't see how he can put down at this velocity." The port filled up as the globe swelled rapidly. The pilot hurried toward the board, reaching for the controls. All at once, the ship jerked, the nose lifted, and the ship shot out into space away from the moon, turning at an oblique angle. The men were thrown to the floor by the sudden change in course. They got to their feet again, speechless, staring at each other. The pilot gazed down at the board. "It wasn't me. I didn't touch a thing. I didn't even get to it." The ship was gaining speed each moment. Kramer hesitated. "Maybe you had better switch it back to manual." The pilot closed the switch. He took hold of the steering controls and moved them experimentally. "Nothing." He turned around. "Nothing. It doesn't respond." No one spoke. "You can see what has happened," Kramer said calmly. "The old man won't let go of it now that he has it. I was afraid of this when I saw the wiring changes. Everything in this ship is centrally controlled, even the cooling system, the hatches, the garbage release. We're helpless." "Nonsense." Gross strode to the board. He took hold of the wheel and turned it. The ship continued on its course, moving away from the moon, leaving it behind. "Release," Kramer said into the microphone. "Let go of the controls. We'll take it back. Release." "No good," the pilot said. "Nothing." He spun the useless wheel. "It's dead. Completely dead." "And we're still heading out," Winter said, grinning foolishly. "We'll be going through the first-line defense belt in a few minutes if they don't shoot us down." "We better radio back." The pilot clicked the radio to send. "I'll contact the main bases, one of the observation stations." "Better get the defense belt at the speed we're going. We'll be into it in a minute." "And after that," Kramer said, "we'll be in outer space. He's moving us toward outspace velocity. Is this ship equipped with baths?" "Baths?" Gross said. "The sleep tanks. For space drive, we may need them if we go much faster." "But good God, where are we going?" Gross said. Where's he taking us?" The pilot obtained contact. "This is Dwight, on ship," he said. "We're entering the defense zone at high velocity. Don't fire on us." "Turn back," the impersonal voice came through the speaker. "You're not allowed in the defense zone." "We can't. We've lost control." "Lost control?" "This is an experimental ship." Gross took the radio. "This is Commander Gross, security. We're being carried into outer space. There's nothing we can do. Is there any way that we can be removed from this ship?" A hesitation. "We have some fast pursuit ships that could pick you up if you wanted to jump. The chances are good they'd find you. Do you have space flares?" "We do," the pilot said. "Let's try it." "Abandoned ship?" Kramer said. If we leave now, we'll never see it again." "What else can we do? We're gaining speed all the time. Do you propose that we stay here?" "No." Kramer shook his head. "Damn it. There ought to be a better solution." "Could you contact him?" Winter asked. "The old man. Try to reason with him." "It's worth a chance," Gross said. "Try it." "All right." Kramer took the microphone. He paused a moment. "Listen, can you hear me? This is Philip Kramer. Can you hear me, Professor? Can you hear me? I want you to release the controls." There was silence. "This is Kramer, Professor. Can you hear me? Do you remember who I am? Do you understand who this is?" Above the control panel, the wall speaker made a sound, a sputtering static. They looked up. "Can you hear me, Professor? This is Philip Kramer. I want you to give the ship back to us. If you can hear me, release the controls. Let go, Professor. Let go." Static. A rushing sound like the wind. They gazed at each other. There was silence for a moment. "It's a waste of time," Gross said. "No. Listen." The sputter came again. Then, mixed with the sputter, almost lost in it, a voice came. Toneless, without inflection, a mechanical, lifeless voice from the metal speaker in the wall above their heads. "Is it you, Philip? I can't make you out. Darkness. Who's there? With you? It's me, Kramer. His fingers tightened against the microphone handle. You must release the controls, Professor. We have to get back to Terra. You must. Silence. Then the faint, faltering voice came again, a little stronger than before. Kramer. Everything so strange. I was right, though. Consciousness, result of thinking. Necessary result. Cognito ergo sum. Retain conceptual ability. Can you hear me? Yes, Professor. I altered the wiring control. I was fairly certain. I wonder if I can do it. Try. Suddenly, the air conditioning snapped into operation. It snapped abruptly off again. Down the corridor, a door slammed. Something thudded. The man stood listening. Sounds came from all sides of them. Switches, shutting, opening. The lights blinked off. They were in darkness. The lights came back on, and at the same time, the heating coils dimmed and faded. Good God, Winter said. Water poured down on them. The emergency firefighting system. There was a screaming rush of air. One of the escape hatches had slid back, and the air was roaring frantically out into space. The hatch banged closed. The ship subsided into silence. The heating coils glowed into life. As suddenly as it had begun, the weird exhibition ceased. I can do everything. The dry, toneless voice came from the wall speaker. It is all controlled, Kramer. I wish to talk to you. I've been thinking. I haven't seen you in many years. A lot to discuss. You've changed, boy. We have much to discuss. Your wife. The pilot grabbed Kramer's arm. There's a ship standing off our bow. Look. They ran to the port. A slender, pale craft was moving along with them, keeping pace with them. It was signal blinking. A Terran pursuit ship, the pilot said. Let's jump. They'll pick us up. Suits. He ran to a supply cupboard and turned the handle. The door opened and he pulled the suits out onto the floor. Hurry, Gross said. A panic seized them. They dressed frantically, pulling the heavy garments over them. Winter staggered to the escape hatch and stood by it, waiting for the others. They joined him one by one. Let's go, Gross said. Open the hatch. Winter tugged at the hatch. Help me. They grabbed hold, tugging together. Nothing happened. The hatch refused to budge. Get a crowbar, the pilot said. Hasn't anyone got a blaster? Gross looked frantically around. Damn it, blast it open! Pull, Kramer grated. Pull together. Are you at the hatch? The toneless voice came, drifting and eddying through the corridors of the ship. They looked up, staring about them. I sensed something nearby, outside. A ship? You are leaving? All of you? Kramer, you are leaving too? Very unfortunate. I had hoped we could talk. Perhaps at some other time you might be induced to remain. Open the hatch, Kramer said, staring up at the impersonal walls of the ship. For God's sake, open it! There was silence, an endless pause. Then, very slowly, the hatch slid back. The air screamed out, rushing past them into space. One by one they leaped, one after the other, propelled away by the repulsive material of the suits. A few minutes later they were being hauled aboard the pursuit ship. As the last one of them was lifted through the port, their own ship pointed itself suddenly upward and shot off at tremendous speed. It disappeared. Kramer removed his helmet, gasping. Two sailors held onto him and began to wrap him in blankets. Gross sipped a mug of coffee, shivering. It's gone, Kramer murmured. I'll have an alarm sent out, Gross said. What's happened to your ship? A sailor asked curiously. It sure took off in a hurry. Who's on it? We'll have to have it destroyed, Gross went on, his face grim. It's got to be destroyed. There's no telling what he has in mind. Gross sat down weakly on a metal bench. What a close call for us. We were so damn trusting. What could he be planning? Kramer said, half to himself. It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. As the ship sped back toward the moon base, they sat around the table in the dining room, sipping hot coffee and thinking, not saying very much. Look here, Gross said at last. What kind of a man was Professor Thomas? What do you remember about him? Kramer put his coffee mug down. It was 10 years ago. I don't remember much. It's vague. He let his mind run back over the years. He and Dolores had been at Hunt College together, in physics and the life sciences. The college was small and set back away from the momentum of modern life. He had gone there because it was his hometown, and his father had gone there before him. Professor Thomas had been at the college a long time, as long as anyone could remember. He was a strange old man, keeping to himself most of the time. There were many things that he disapproved of, but he seldom said what they were. Do you recall anything that might help us? Gross asked. Anything that would give us a clue as to what he might have in mind? Kramer nodded slowly. I remember one thing. One day, he and the professor had been sitting together in the school chapel, talking leisurely. Well, you'll be out of school soon, the professor had said. What are you going to do? Do? Work at one of the government research projects, I suppose. And eventually, what's your ultimate goal? Kramer had smiled. The question is unscientific. It presupposes such things as ultimate ends. Suppose instead along these lines, then. What if there were no war and no government research projects? What would you do then? I don't know, but how can I imagine a hypothetical situation like that? There's been war as long as I can remember. We're geared for war. I don't know what I'd do. I suppose I'd adjust, get used to it. The professor had stared at him. Oh, and do you think you'd get accustomed to it, eh? Well, I'm glad of that. And you think you could find something to do? Gross listened intently. What do you infer from this, Kramer? Not much, except that he was against the war. We're all against the war, Gross pointed out. True, but he was withdrawn, set apart. He lived very simply, cooking his own meals. His wife died many years ago. He was born in Europe, in Italy. He changed his name when he came to the United States. He used to read Dante and Milton. He even had a Bible. Very anachronistic, don't you think? Yes, he lived quite a lot in the past. He found an old phonograph and records, and he listened to the old music. You saw his house, how old-fashioned it was. Did he have a file? Winter asked Gross. With security? No, none at all. As far as we could ever tell, he never engaged in political work, never joined anything, or even seemed to have strong political convictions. No, Kramer agreed. About all he ever did was walk through the hills. He liked nature. Nature can be of great use to a scientist, Gross said. There wouldn't be any science without it. Kramer, what do you think his plan is? Taking control of the ship and disappearing? Winter said. Maybe the transfer made him insane, the pilot said. Maybe there's no plan, nothing rational at all. But he had the ship rewired, and he had made sure that he would retain consciousness and memory before he even agreed to the operation. He must have had something planned from the start. But what? Perhaps he just wanted to stay alive longer, Kramer said. He was old and about to die. Or what? Nothing. Kramer stood up. I think as soon as we get to the moon base, I'll make a vid call to Earth. I want to talk to somebody about this. Who's that? Gross asked. Dolores. Maybe she remembers something. That's a good idea, Gross said. Where are you calling from? Dolores asked when he succeeded in reaching her. From the moon base. All kinds of rumors are running around. Why didn't the ship come back? What's happened? I'm afraid he ran off with it. He? The old man, Professor Thomas. Kramer explained what had happened. Dolores listened intently. How strange, and you think he planned it all in advance from the start? I'm certain. He asked for the plans of construction and the theoretical diagrams at once. But why? What for? I don't know. Look, Dolores, what do you remember about him? Is there anything that might give a clue to all this? Like what? I don't know. That's the trouble. On the vid screen, Dolores knitted her brow. I remember he raised chickens in his backyard, and once he had a goat. She smiled. Do you remember the day the goat got loose and wandered down the main street of town? Nobody could figure out where it came from. Anything else? No. He watched her struggling, trying to remember. He wanted to have a farm sometime, I know. All right, thanks. Kramer touched the switch. When I get back to Terra, maybe I'll stop and see you. Let me know how it works out. He cut the line and the picture dimmed and faded. He walked slowly back to where Gross and some officers of the military were sitting at a chart table talking. Any luck? Gross said, looking up. No, all she remembers is that he kept a goat. Come over and look at this detail chart. Gross motioned him around to his side. Watch. Kramer saw the record tabs moving furiously, little white dots racing back and forth. What's happening? He asked. A squadron outside the defense zone has finally managed to contact the ship. They're maneuvering now for position. Watch. The white counters were forming a barrel formation around a black dot that was moving steadily across the board, away from the central position. As they watched, the white dots constricted around it. They're ready to open fire, a technician at the board said. Commander, what shall we tell them to do? Gross hesitated. I hate to be the one who makes the decision when it comes right down to it. It's not just a ship, Kramer said. It's a man, a living person, a human being is up there moving through space. I wish we knew what... But the order has to be given. We can't take any chances. Suppose he went over to them, to the Yucks. Kramer's jaw dropped. My God, he wouldn't do that. Are you sure? Do you know what he'll do? He wouldn't do that. Gross turned to the technician. Tell him to go ahead. I'm sorry, sir, but now the ship has gotten away. Look down at the board. Gross stared down. Kramer over his shoulder. The black dot had slipped through the white dots and had moved off at an abrupt angle. The white dots were broken up, dispersing in confusion. He's an unusual strategist, one of the officers said. He traced the line. It's an ancient maneuver, an old Prussian device, but it worked. The white dots were turning back. Too many Yuck ships out that far, Gross said. Well, that's what you get when you don't act quickly. He looked up coldly at Kramer. We should have done it when we had him. Look at him go. He jabbed a finger at the rapidly moving black dot. The dot came to the edge of the board and stopped. It had reached the limit of the charted area. See? Now what? Kramer thought, watching. So the old man had escaped the cruisers and gotten away. He was alert, all right. There was nothing wrong with his mind, or with ability to control his new body. The ship was a new body for him. He had traded in the old dying body, withered and frail, for this hulking frame of metal and plastic, turbines and rocket jets. He was strong now, strong and big. The new body was more powerful than 1,000 human bodies. But how long would it last him? The average life of a cruiser was only 10 years. With careful handling, he might get 20 out of it before some essential part failed and there was no way to replace it. And then, what then? What would he do when something failed and there was no one to fix it for him? That would be the end. Someplace far out in the cold darkness of space, the ship would slow down, silent and lifeless, to exhaust its last heat into the eternal timelessness of outer space. Or perhaps it would crash on some barren asteroid, burst into a million fragments. It was only a question of time. Your wife didn't remember anything? Gross said. I told you, only that he kept a goat once. A hell of a lot of help that is. Kramer shrugged. It's not my fault. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Gross stared down at the indicator dot still hanging at the edge of the board. I wonder if he'll ever move back this way. I wonder too, Kramer said. That night, Kramer lay in bed, tossing from side to side, unable to sleep. The moon gravity, even artificially increased, was unfamiliar to him, and it made him uncomfortable. 1,000 thoughts wandered loose in his head as he lay, fully awake. What did it all mean? What was the professor's plan? Maybe they would never know. Maybe the ship was gone for good. The old man had left forever, shooting into outer space. They might never find out why he had done it, what purpose, if any, had been in his mind. Kramer sat up in bed. He turned on the light and lit a cigarette. His quarters were small, a metal-lined bunk room, part of the moon station base. The old man had wanted to talk to him. He had wanted to discuss things, hold a conversation. But in the hysteria and confusion, all they had been able to think of was getting away. The ship was rushing off with them, carrying them into outer space. Kramer set his jaw. Could they be blamed for jumping? They had no idea where they were being taken or why. They were helpless, caught in their own ship, and the pursuit ship standing by, waiting to pick them up, was their only chance. Another half hour and it would have been too late. But what had the old man wanted to say? What had he intended to tell him in those first confusing moments when the ship around them had come alive, each metal strut and wire suddenly animate, the body of a living creature, a vast metal organism? It was weird, unnerving. He could not forget it, even now. He looked around the small room uneasily. What did it signify? The coming to life of metal and plastic. All at once they had found themselves inside a living creature, in its stomach, like Jonah inside the whale. It had been alive, and it had talked to them, talked calmly and rationally as it rushed them off, faster and faster into outer space. The wall speaker and circuit had become the vocal cords and mouth, the wiring, the spinal cord and nerves, the hatches and relays and circuit breakers, the muscles. They had been helpless, completely helpless. The ship had, in a brief second, stolen their power away from them and left them defenseless, practically at its mercy. It was not right. It made him uneasy. All his life he had controlled machines, bent nature and the forces of nature to man and man's needs. The human race had slowly evolved until it was in a position to operate things, run them as it saw fit. Now, all at once, it had been plunged back down the ladder again, prostrate before a power against which they were children. Kramer got out of bed. He put on his bathrobe and began to search for a cigarette. While he was searching, the vidphone rang. He snapped the vidphone on. Yes? The face of an immediate monitor appeared. A call from Terra, Mr. Kramer. It's an emergency call. Emergency call? For me? Put it through. Kramer came awake, brushing his hair back out of his eyes. Alarm plucked at him. From the speaker, a strange voice came. Philip Kramer? Is this Philip Kramer? Yes. Go on. This is General Hospital, New York City, Terra. Mr. Kramer, your wife is here. She has been critically injured in an accident. Your name was given to us to call. Is it possible for you to... How badly? Kramer gripped the vidphone stand. Is it serious? Yes, it's serious, Mr. Kramer. Are you able to come here? The quicker you can come, the better. Yes, Kramer nodded. I'll come. Thanks. The screen died as the connection was broken. Kramer waited a moment. Then he tapped the button. The screen relit again. Yes, sir? The monitor said. Can I get a ship to Terra at once? It's an emergency. My wife... There's no ship leaving the moon for 8 hours. You'll have to wait until the next period. Isn't there anything I can do? We can broadcast a general request to all ships passing through this area. Sometimes cruisers pass by here returning to Terra for repairs. Will you broadcast that for me? I'll come down to the field. Yes, sir, but There may be no ship in the area for a while. It's a gamble." The screen died. Kramer dressed quickly. He put on his coat and hurried to the lift. A moment later, he was running across the general receiving lobby past the rows of vacant desks and conference tables. At the door, the sentry stepped aside and he went outside onto the great concrete steps. The face of the moon was in shadow. Below him, the field stretched out in total darkness, a black void, endless, without form. He made his way carefully down the steps and along the ramp along the side of the field to the control tower. A faint row of red lights showed him the way. 2 soldiers challenged him at the foot of the tower, standing in the shadows, their guns ready. "Kramer?" "Yes." A light was flashed in his face. "Your call has been sent out already." "Any luck?" Kramer asked. "There's a cruiser nearby that has made contact with us. It has an injured jet and is moving slowly back toward Terra, away from the line." "Good." Kramer nodded, a flood of relief rushing through him. He lit a cigarette and gave one to each of the soldiers. The soldiers lit up. "Sir," one of them asked, "is it true about the experimental ship?" "What do you mean?" "It came to life and ran off?" "No, not exactly," Kramer said. "It had a new type of control system instead of Johnson units. It wasn't properly tested." "But, sir, one of the cruisers that was there got up close to it, and a buddy of mine says this ship acted funny. He never saw anything like it. It was like when he was fishing once on Terra in Washington State, fishing for bass. The fish were smart, going this way and that." "Here's your cruiser," the other soldier said. "Look." An enormous vague shape was setting slowly down onto the field. They could make nothing out but its row of tiny green blinkers. Kramer stared at the shape. "Better hurry, sir," the soldier said. "They don't stick around here very long." "Thanks." Kramer loped across the field toward the black shape that rose up above him, extended across the width of the field. The ramp was down from the side of the cruiser and he caught hold of it. The ramp rose, and a moment later Kramer was inside the hold of the ship. The hatch slid shut behind him. As he made his way up the stairs to the main deck, the turbines roared up from the moon, out into space. Kramer opened the door to the main deck. He stopped suddenly, staring around him in surprise. There was nobody in sight. The ship was deserted. "Good God," he said, realization sweeping over him, numbing him. He sat down on a bench, his head swimming. "Good God." The ship roared out into space, leaving the moon and Terra farther behind each moment. And there was nothing he could do. "So it was you who put the call through," he said at last. "It was you who called me on the vidphone, not any hospital on Terra. It was all part of the plan." He looked up and around him. "And Dolores is really—" "Your wife is fine," the wall speaker above him said tonelessly. "It was a fraud. I am sorry to trick you that way, Philip, but it was all I could think of. Another day and you would have been back on Terra. I don't want to remain in this area any longer than necessary. They have been so certain of finding me out in deep space that I have been able to stay here without too much danger. But even the purloined letter was found eventually." Kramer smoked his cigarette nervously. "What are you going to do? Where are we going?" "First, I want to talk to you. I have many things to discuss. I was very disappointed when you left me along with the others. I had hoped that you would remain." The dry voice chuckled. "Remember how we used to talk in the old days, you and I? That was a long time ago." The ship was gaining speed. It plunged through space at tremendous speed, rushing through the last of the defense zone and out beyond. A rush of nausea made Kramer bend over for a moment. When he straightened up, the voice from the wall went on. "I'm sorry to step it up so quickly, but we are still in danger. Another few moments and we'll be free." "How about yuck ships? Aren't they out there?" "I've already slipped away from several of them. They're quite curious about me." "Curious?" "They sense that I'm different, more like their own organic minds. They don't like it. I believe they will begin to withdraw from this area soon. Apparently they don't want to get involved with me. They're an odd race, Philip. I would have liked to study them closely, try to learn something about them. I'm of the opinion that they use no inert material. All their equipment and instruments are alive in some form or another. They don't construct or build at all. The idea of making is foreign to them. They utilize existing forms, even their ships. Where are we going? Kramer said. I want to know where you're taking me. Frankly, I'm not certain. You're not certain? I haven't worked some details out. There are a few vague spots in my program still, but I think that in a short while I'll have them ironed out. What is your program? Kramer said. It's really very simple, but don't you want to come into the control room and sit? The seats are much more comfortable than the metal bench. Kramer went into the control room and sat down at the control board. Looking at the useless apparatus made him feel strange. What's the matter? The speaker above the board rasped. Kramer gestured helplessly. I'm powerless. I can't do anything, and I don't like it. Do you blame me? No, I don't blame you. But you'll get your control back soon. Don't worry. This is only a temporary expedient, taking you off this way. It was something I didn't contemplate. I forgot that orders would be given out to shoot me on sight. It was Gross's idea. I don't doubt that. My conception, my plan came to me as soon as you began to describe your project that day at my house. I saw at once that you were wrong. You people have no understanding of the mind at all. I realized that the transfer of a human brain from an organic body to a complex artificial spaceship would not involve the loss of the intellectualization faculty of the mind. When a man thinks, he is. When I realized that, I saw the possibility of an age-old dream becoming real. I was quite elderly when I first met you, Philip. Even then, my lifespan had come pretty much to its end. I could look ahead to nothing but death, and with it the extinction of all my ideas. I had made no mark on the world, none at all. My students, one by one, passed from me into the world to take up jobs in the great research project, the search for better and bigger weapons of war. The world has been fighting for a long time, first with itself, then with the Martians, then with these beings from Proxima Centauri, whom we know nothing about. The human society has evolved war as a cultural institution, like the science of astronomy or mathematics. War is a part of our lives, a career, a respected vocation. Bright, alert young men and women move into it, putting their shoulders to the wheel as they did in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. It has always been so. But is it innate in mankind? I don't think so. No social custom is innate. There were many human groups that did not go to war. The Eskimos never grasped the idea at all, and the American Indians never took to it well. But these dissenters were wiped out, and a cultural pattern was established that became the standard for the whole planet. Now it has become ingrained in us. But if someplace along the line, some other way of settling problems had arisen and taken hold, something different than the massing of men and materials to... What's your plan? Kramer said. I know the theory. It was part of one of your lectures. Yes, buried in a lecture on plant selection, as I recall. When you came to me with this proposition, I realized that perhaps my conception could be brought to life after all. If my theory were right that war is only a habit, not an instinct, a society built up apart from Terra with a minimum of cultural roots might develop differently. If it failed to absorb our outlook, if it could start out on another foot, it might not arrive at the same point to which we have come, a dead end, with nothing but greater and greater wars in sight until nothing is left but ruin and destruction everywhere. Of course, there would have to be a watcher to guide the experiment at first. A crisis would undoubtedly come very quickly, probably in the second generation. Cain would arise almost at once. You see, Kramer, I estimate that if I remain at rest most of the time on some small planet or moon, I may be able to keep functioning for almost 100 years. That would be time enough, sufficient to see the direction of the new colony. After that it would be up to the colony itself. Which is just as well, of course. Man must take control eventually on his own. 100 years, and after that they will have control of their own destiny. Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps war is more than a habit. Perhaps it is a law of the universe that things can only survive as groups by group violence. But I'm going ahead and taking the chance that it is only habit, that I'm right, that war is something we're so accustomed to that we don't realize it is a very unnatural thing. Now, as to the place. I'm still a little vague about that. We must find the place still. That's what we're doing now. You and I are going to inspect a few systems off the beaten path. Planets where the trading prospects are low enough to keep Terran ships away. I know of one planet that might be a good place. It was reported by the Fairchild expedition in their original manual. We may look into that for a start. The ship was silent. Kramer sat for a time, staring down at the metal floor under him. The floor throbbed dully with the motion of the turbines. At last he looked up. You might be right. Maybe our outlook is only habit. Kramer got to his feet. But I wonder if something has occurred to you. What is that? If it's such a deeply ingrained habit going back thousands of years, how are you going to get your colonists to make the break, leave Terra and Terran customs? How about this generation, the first ones, the people who found the colony? I think you're right, and that the next generation would be free of all this if there were he grinned, an old man above to teach them something else instead. Kramer looked up at the wall speaker. How are you going to get the people to leave Terra and come with you if, by your own theory, this generation can't be saved? It all has to start with the next. The wall speaker was silent. Then it made a sound, the faint, dry chuckle. I'm surprised at you, Philip. Settlers can be found. We won't need many, just a few. The speaker chuckled again. I'll acquaint you with my solution. At the far end of the corridor, a door slid open. There was a sound, a hesitant sound. Kramer turned. Dolores? Dolores Kramer stood uncertainly looking into the control room. She blinked in amazement. Phil, what are you doing here? What's going on? They stared at each other. What's happening? Dolores said. I received a vid call that you had been hurt in a lunar explosion. The wall speaker rasped into life. You see, Philip, that problem is already solved. We don't really need so many people. Even a single couple might do. Kramer nodded slowly. I see, he murmured thickly. Just one couple, one man and woman. They might make it all right if there were someone to watch and see that things went on as they should. There will be quite a few things I can help you with, Philip. Quite a few. We'll get along very well, I think. Kramer grinned wryly. You could even help us name the animals, he said. I understand that's the first step. I'll be glad to, the toneless, impersonal voice said. As I recall, my part will be to bring them to you one by one. Then you can do the actual naming. I don't understand, Dolores faltered. What does he mean, Phil? Naming animals? What kind of animals? Where are we going? Kramer walked slowly over to the port and stood staring silently out, his arms folded. Beyond the ship, a myriad fragments of light gleamed, countless coals glowing in the dark void. Stars, suns, systems, endless without number. A universe of worlds, an infinity of planets waiting for them, gleaming and winking from the darkness. He turned back, away from the port. Where are we going? He smiled at his wife, standing nervous and frightened, her large eyes full of alarm. I don't know where we're going, he said, but somehow that doesn't seem too important right now. I'm beginning to see the professor's point. It's the results that count. and for the first time in many months he put his arm around Dolores. At first she stiffened, the fright and nervousness still in her eyes. But then suddenly she relaxed against him and there were tears wetting her cheeks. "Phil, do you really think we can start over again? You and I?" He kissed her tenderly, then passionately, and the spaceship shot swiftly through the endless, trackless eternity of the void. The Tunnel Under the World by Frederick Pohl. Pinching yourself is no way to see if you're dreaming. Surgical instruments? Well, yes, but a mechanic's kit is best of all. On the morning of June 15th, Guy Burkhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear and feel the sharp, ripping metal explosion, the violent heave that had tossed him furiously out of bed, the searing wave of heat. He sat up convulsively and stared, not believing what he saw, at the quiet room and the bright sunlight coming in the window. He croaked, "Mary?" His wife was not in the bed next to him. The covers were tumbled and awry as though she had just left it, and the memory of the dream was so strong that instinctively he found himself searching the floor to see if the dream explosion had thrown her down. But she wasn't there. Of course she wasn't, he told himself, looking at the familiar vanity and slipper chair, the uncracked window, the unbuckled wall. It had only been a dream. "Guy?" His wife was calling him querulously from the foot of the stairs. "Guy, dear, are you all right?" He called weakly. "Sure." There was a pause. Then Mary said doubtfully, "Breakfast is ready. Are you sure you're all right? I thought I heard you yelling." Burkhardt said more confidently, "I had a bad dream, honey. Be right down." In the shower, punching the lukewarm and cologne he favored, he told himself that it had been a beaut of a dream. Still, bad dreams weren't unusual, especially bad dreams about explosions. In the past 30 years of H-bomb jitters, who had not dreamed of explosions? Even Mary had dreamed of them, it turned out, for he started to tell her about the dream, but she cut him off. "You did?" Her voice was astonished. "Why, dear, I dreamed the same thing. Well, almost the same thing. I didn't actually hear anything. I dreamed that something woke me up, and then there was a sort of quick bang, and then something hit me on the head, and that was all. Was yours like that?" Burkhardt coughed. "Well, no," he said. "Mary was not one of these strong as a man, brave as a tiger women. It was not necessary, he thought, to tell her all the little details of the dream that made it seem so real. No need to mention the splintered ribs and the salt bubble in his throat, and the agonized knowledge that this was death. He said, maybe there really was some kind of explosion downtown. Maybe we heard it and it started us dreaming. Mary reached over and patted his hand absently. "Maybe," she agreed. "It's almost 8:30, dear. Shouldn't you hurry? You don't want to be late to the office." He gulped his food, kissed her, and rushed out. Not so much to be on time as to see if his guess had been right. But downtown Tylerton looked as it always had. Coming in on the bus, Burkhardt watched critically out of the window, seeking evidence of an explosion. There wasn't any. If anything, Tylerton looked better than it ever had before. It was a beautiful, crisp day. The sky was cloudless. The buildings were clean and inviting. They had, he observed, steam-blasted the Power and Light Building, the town's only skyscraper. That was the penalty of having Contro Chemicals' main plant on the outskirts of town. The fumes from the Cascade stills left their mark on the stone buildings. None of the usual crowd were on the bus, so there wasn't anyone Burkhardt could ask about the explosion. And by the time he got out at the corner of 5th and Lehigh and the bus rolled away with a muted diesel moan, he had pretty well convinced himself that it was all imagination. He stopped at the cigar stand in the lobby of his office building, but Ralph wasn't behind the counter. The man who sold him his pack of cigarettes was a stranger. "Where's Mr. Stebbins?" Burkhardt asked. The man said politely, "Sick, sir. He'll be in tomorrow. A pack of Marlins today?" "Chesterfields," Burkhardt corrected. "Certainly, sir," the man said, but what he took from the rack and slid across the counter was an unfamiliar green and yellow pack. "Do try these, sir," he suggested. "They contain an anti-cough factor. Ever notice how ordinary cigarettes make you choke every once in a while?" Burkhardt said suspiciously, "I never heard of this brand." "Of course not. They're something new." Burkhardt hesitated, and the man said persuasively, "Look, try them out at my risk. If you don't like them, bring back the empty pack and I'll refund your money. Fair enough?" Burkhardt shrugged. "How can I lose? But give me a pack of Chesterfields too, will you?" He opened the pack and lit one while he waited for the elevator. They weren't bad, he decided, though he was suspicious of cigarettes that had the tobacco chemically treated in any way. But he didn't think much of Ralph's stand-in. It would raise hell with the trade at the cigar stand if the man tried to give every customer the same high-pressure sales talk. The elevator door opened with a low-pitched sound of music. Burkhardt and 2 or 3 others got in, and he nodded to them as the door closed. The thread of music switched off, and the speaker in the ceiling of the cab began its usual commercials. No, not the usual commercials, Burkhardt realized. He had been exposed to the captive audience commercials so long that they had hardly registered on the outer ear anymore. But what was coming from the recorded program in the basement of the building caught his attention. It wasn't merely that the brands were mostly unfamiliar, it was a difference in pattern. There were jingles with an insistent, bouncy rhythm about soft drinks he had never tasted. There was a rapid patter dialogue between what sounded like 2 10-year-old boys about a candy bar, followed by an authoritative bass rumble. "Go right out and get a delicious Choco Bite and eat your tangy Choco Bite all up. That's Choco Bite." There was a sobbing female whine. "I wish I had a Feckle freezer. I'd do anything for a Feckle freezer." Burkhardt reached his floor and left the elevator in the middle of the last one. It left him a little uneasy. The commercials were not familiar brands. There was no feeling of use and custom to them. But the office was happily normal, except that Mr. Barth wasn't in. Miss Mitkin, yawning at the reception desk, didn't know exactly why. His home phone. That's all. He'll be in tomorrow. Maybe he went to the plant. It's right near his house. She looked indifferent. Yeah. A thought struck Burkhardt, but today is June 15th. It's quarterly tax return day. He has to sign the return. Miss Mitkin shrugged to indicate that that was Burkhardt's problem, not hers. She returned to her nails. Thoroughly exasperated, Burkhardt went to his desk. It wasn't that he couldn't sign the tax returns as well as Barth, he thought resentfully. It simply wasn't his job, that was all. It was a responsibility that Barth, as office manager for Contra Chemicals' downtown office, should have taken. He thought briefly of calling Barth at his home or trying to reach him at the factory, but he gave up the idea quickly enough. He didn't really care much for the people at the factory, and the less contact he had with them, the better. He had been to the factory once, with Barth. It had been a confusing and, in a way, frightening experience. Barring a handful of executives and engineers, there wasn't a soul in the factory. That is, Burkhardt corrected himself, remembering what Barth had told him. Not a living soul, just the machines. According to Barth, each machine was controlled by a sort of computer which reproduced in its electronic snarl the actual memory and mind of a human being. It was an unpleasant thought. Barth, laughing, had assured him that there was no Frankenstein business of robbing graveyards and implanting brains in machines. It was only a matter, he said, of transferring a man's habit patterns from brain cells to vacuum tube cells. It didn't hurt the man, and it didn't make the machine into a monster. But they made Burkhardt uncomfortable all the same. He put Barth and the factory and all of his other little irritations out of his mind and tackled the tax returns. It took him until noon to verify the figures, which Barth could have done out of his memory and his private ledger in 10 minutes, Burkhardt resentfully reminded himself. He sealed them in an envelope and walked out to Miss Mitkin. "Since Mr. Barth isn't here, we'd better go to lunch in shifts," he said. "You can go first." "Thanks." Miss Mitkin languidly took her bag out of the desk drawer and began to apply makeup. Burkhardt offered her the envelope. "Drop this in the mail for me, will you? Wait a minute. I wonder if I ought to phone Mr. Barth to make sure. Did his wife say whether he was able to take phone calls?" "Didn't say." Miss Mitkin blotted her lips carefully with her Kleenex. "Wasn't his wife anyway. It was his daughter who called and left the message." "The kid?" Burkhardt frowned. "I thought she was away at school." "She called. That's all I know." Burkhardt went back to his own office and stared distastefully at the unopened mail on his desk. He didn't like nightmares. They spoiled his whole day. He should have stayed in bed like Barth. A funny thing happened on his way home. There was a disturbance at the corner where he usually caught his bus. Someone was screaming something about a new kind of deep freeze, so he walked an extra block. He saw the bus coming and started to trot, but behind him someone was calling his name. He looked over his shoulder. A small, harried-looking man was hurrying toward him. Burkhardt hesitated and then recognized him. It was a casual acquaintance named Swanson. Burkhardt sourly observed that he had already missed the bus. He said, "Hello." Swanson's face was desperately eager. "Burkhardt?" he asked inquiringly, with an odd intensity, and then he just stood there, silently watching Burkhardt's face with a burning eagerness that dwindled to a faint hope and died to a regret. He was searching for something, waiting for something, Burkhardt thought, but whatever it was he wanted, Burkhardt didn't know how to supply it. Burkhardt coughed and said again, "Hello, Swanson." Swanson didn't even acknowledge the greeting. He merely sighed a very deep sigh. "Nothing doing," he mumbled, apparently to himself. He nodded abstractedly to Burkhardt and turned away. Burkhardt watched the slumped shoulders disappear in the crowd. It was an odd sort of day, he thought, and one he didn't much like. Things weren't going right. Riding home on the next bus, he brooded about it. It wasn't anything terrible or disastrous. It was something out of his experience entirely. You live your life like any man, and you form a network of impressions and reactions. You expect things. When you open your medicine chest, your razor is expected to be on the second shelf. When you lock your front door, you expect to have to give it a slight extra tug to make it latch. It isn't the things that are right and perfect in your life that make it familiar. It's the things that are just a little bit wrong. The sticking latch, the light switch at the head of the stairs that needs an extra push because the spring is old and weak, the rug that unfailingly skids underfoot. It wasn't just that things were wrong with the pattern of Burkhardt's life. It was that the wrong things were wrong. For instance, Barth hadn't come into the office, yet Barth always came in. Burkhardt brooded about it through dinner. He brooded about it despite his wife's attempt to interest him in a game of bridge with the neighbors all through the evening. The neighbors were people he liked, Anne and Farley Dennerman. He had known them all their lives, but they were odd and brooding, too, this night, and he barely listened to Denneman's complaints about not being able to get good phone service, or his wife's comments on the disgusting variety of television commercials they had these days. Burkhardt was well on the way to setting an all-time record for continuous abstraction when, around midnight, with a suddenness that surprised him, he was strangely aware of it happening. He turned over in his bed and quickly and completely fell asleep. Chapter 2. On the morning of June 15th, Burkhardt woke up screaming. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear the explosions, feel the blast that crushed him against a wall. It did not seem right that he should be sitting bolt upright in a bed in an undisturbed room. His wife came pattering up the stairs. "Darling," she cried, "what's the matter?" He mumbled, "Nothing. Bad dream." She relaxed, hand on heart. In an angry tone, she started to say, "You gave me such a shock." But a noise from outside interrupted her. There was a wail of sirens and a clang of bells. It was loud and shocking. The Burkhards stared at each other for a heartbeat, then hurried fearfully to the window. There were no rumbling fire engines in the street, only a small panel truck cruising slowly along. Flaring loudspeaker horns crowned its top. From them issued the screaming sound of sirens, growing in intensity, mixed with the rumble of heavy-duty engines and the sound of bells. It was a perfect record of fire engines arriving at a 4-alarm blaze. Burkhardt said in amazement, "Mary, that's against the law. Do you know what they're doing? They're playing records of a fire. What are they up to?" "Maybe it's a practical joke," his wife offered. "Joke? Waking up the whole neighborhood at 6 o'clock in the morning?" He shook his head. "The police will be here in 10 minutes, he predicted. Wait and see." But the police weren't. Not in 10 minutes, or at all. Whoever the pranksters in the car were, they apparently had a police permit for their games. The car took a position in the middle of the block and stood silent for a few minutes. Then there was a crackle from the loudspeaker, and a giant voice chanted, "Feckle freezers, Feckle freezers. Gotta have a Feckle freezer. Feckle, 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 Feckle." It went on and on. Every house on the block had faces staring out of windows by then. The voice was not merely loud, it was nearly deafening. Burkhardt shouted to his wife over the uproar. "What the hell is a Feckle freezer?" "Some kind of freezer, I guess, dear," she shrieked back unhelpfully. Abruptly, the noise stopped and the truck stood still. It was still misty morning. The sun's rays came horizontally across the rooftops. It was impossible to believe that a moment ago the silent block had been bellowing the name of a freezer. "A crazy advertising trick," Burkhardt said bitterly. He yawned and turned away from the window. "Might as well get dressed. I guess that's the end of it." The bellow caught him from behind. It was almost like a hard slap on the ears. A harsh, sneering voice, louder than the archangel's trumpet, howled, "Have you got a freezer? It stinks. If it isn't a Feckle freezer, it stinks. If it's a last year's Feckle freezer, it stinks. Only this year's Feckle freezer is any good at all. You know who owns an Ajax freezer? Fairies own Ajax freezers. You know who owns a triple cold freezer? Commies own triple cold freezers. Every freezer but a brand new Feckle freezer stinks." The voice screamed inarticulately with rage. "I'm warning you, get out and buy a Feckle freezer right away. Hurry up. Hurry for Feckle. Hurry for Feckle. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Feckle, 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 Feckle." It stopped eventually. Burkhardt licked his lips. He started to say to his wife, "Maybe we ought to call the police about," when the speakers erupted again. It caught him off guard. It was intended to catch him off guard. It screamed, "Feckle, Feckle, Feckle, Feckle. Cheap freezers ruin your food. You'll get sick and throw up. You'll get sick and die. Buy a Feckle, Feckle, Feckle. Ever take a piece of meat out of the freezer you've got and see how rotten and moldy it is? Buy a Feckle, Feckle, Feckle. Do you want to eat rotten, stinking food, or do you want to wise up and buy a Feckle, 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 Feckle?" That did it. With fingers that kept stabbing the wrong holes, Burkhardt finally managed to dial the local police station. He got a busy signal. It was apparent that he was not the only one with the same idea, and while he was shakingly dialing again, the noise outside stopped. He looked out the window. The truck was gone. Burkhardt loosened his tie and ordered another Frosty Flip from the waiter. If only they wouldn't keep the Crisp Cafe so hot. The new paint job, searing reds and blinding yellows, was bad enough, but someone seemed to have the delusion that this was January instead of June. The place was a good 10 degrees warmer than outside. He swallowed the Frosty Flip in 2 gulps. It had a kind of peculiar flavor, he thought, but not bad. It certainly cooled you off, just as the waiter had promised. He reminded himself to pick up a carton of them on the way home. Mary might like them. She was always interested in something new. He stood up awkwardly as the girl came across the restaurant toward him. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in Tylerton. Chin height, honey blonde hair, and a figure that, well, it was all hers. There was no doubt in the world that the dress that clung to her was the only thing she wore. He felt as if he were blushing as she greeted him. "Mr. Burkhardt?" The voice was like distant tom-toms. "It's wonderful of you to let me see you after this morning." He cleared his throat. Not at all. Won't you sit down, Miss..." "April Horn," she murmured, sitting down beside him, not where he had pointed on the other side of the table. "Call me April, won't you?" She was wearing some kind of perfume. Burkhardt noted with what little of his mind was functioning at all. It didn't seem fair that she should be using perfume as well as everything else. He came to with a start and realized that the waiter was leaving with an order for filet mignon for two. "Hey!" he objected. "Please, Mr. Burkhardt." Her shoulder was against his, her face was turned to him, her breath was warm, her expression was tender and solicitous. "This is all on the Feckle Corporation. Please let them. It's the least they can do." He felt her hand burrowing into his pocket. "I put the price of the meal into your pocket," she whispered conspiratorially. "Please do that for me, won't you? I mean, I'd appreciate it if you'd pay the waiter. I'm old-fashioned about things like that." She smiled meltingly, then became mock businesslike. "But you must take the money," she insisted. "Why, you're letting Feckle off lightly if you do. You could sue them for every nickel they've got disturbing your sleep like that." With a dizzy feeling as though he had just seen someone make a rabbit disappear into a top hat, he said, "Why, it really wasn't so bad, April. A little noisy, maybe, but..." "Oh, Mr. Burkhardt." The blue eyes were wide and admiring. "I knew you'd understand. It's just that, well, it's such a wonderful freezer that some of the outside men get carried away, so to speak. As soon as the main office found out about what happened, they sent representatives around to every house on the block to apologize. Your wife told us where we could phone you, and I'm so very pleased that you were willing to let me have lunch with you so that I could apologize, too. Because truly, Mr. Burkhardt, it is a fine freezer. I shouldn't tell you this, but..." The blue eyes were shyly lowered. "I'd do almost anything for Feckle freezers. It's more than a job to me." She looked up. She was enchanting. "I'll bet you think I'm silly, don't you?" Burkhardt coughed. "Well, Oh, you don't want to be unkind." She shook her head. "No, don't pretend. You think it's silly. But really, Mr. Burkhardt, you wouldn't think so if you knew more about Feckle. Let me show you this little booklet." Burkhardt got back from lunch a full hour late. It wasn't only the girl who delayed him. There had been a curious interview with a little man named Swanson, whom he barely knew, who had stopped him with desperate urgency on the street and then left him cold. But it didn't matter much. Mr. Barth, for the first time since Burkhardt had worked there, was out for the day, leaving Burkhardt stuck with the quarterly tax returns. What did matter, though, was that somehow he had signed a purchase order for a 12 cubic foot Feckle freezer, upright model, self-defrosting, list price $625, with a 10% courtesy discount. "Because of that horrid affair this morning, Mr. Burkhardt," she had said. And he wasn't sure how he could explain it to his wife. He needn't have worried. As he walked in the front door, his wife said almost immediately, "I wonder if we can afford a new freezer, dear. There was a man here to apologize about that noise, and, well, we got to talking, and..." She had signed a purchase order, too. It had been the damnedest day, Burkhardt thought later on his way up to bed, but the day wasn't done with him yet. At the head of the stairs, the weakened spring in the electric light switch refused to click at all. He snapped it back and forth angrily, and, of course, succeeded in jarring the tumbler out of its pins. The wires shorted, and every light in the house went out. "Damn," said Guy Burkhardt. "Fuse?" His wife shrugged sleepily. "Let it go till morning, dear." Burkhardt shook his head. "You go back to bed. I'll be right along." It wasn't so much that he cared about fixing the fuse, but he was too restless for sleep. He disconnected the bad switch with a screwdriver, stumbled down into the black kitchen, found the flashlight, and climbed gingerly down the cellar stairs. He located a spare fuse, pushed an empty trunk over to the fuse box to stand on, and twisted out the old fuse. When the new one was in, he heard the starting click and steady drone of the refrigerator in the kitchen overhead. He headed back to the steps and stopped. Where the old trunk had been, the cellar floor gleamed oddly bright. He inspected it in the flashlight beam. It was metal. "Son of a gun," said Guy Burkhardt. He shook his head unbelievingly. He peered closer, rubbed the edges of the metallic patch with his thumb, and acquired an annoying cut. The edges were sharp. The stained cement floor of the cellar was a thin shell. He found a hammer and cracked it off in a dozen spots. Everywhere was metal. The whole cellar was a copper box. Even the cement brick walls were false fronts over a metal sheath. Baffled, he attacked one of the foundation beams. That, at least, was real wood. The glass in the cellar windows was real glass. He sucked his bleeding thumb and tried the base of the cellar stairs. Real wood. He chipped at the bricks under the oil burner. Real bricks. The retaining walls, the floor, they were faked. It was as though somebody had shored up the house with a frame of metal and then laboriously concealed the evidence. The biggest surprise was the upside-down boat hull that blocked the rear half of the cellar, relic of a brief home workshop period that Burkhardt had gone through a couple of years before. From above, it looked perfectly normal. Inside, though, where there should have been thwarts and seats and lockers, there was a mere tangle of braces, rough and unfinished. "But I built that!" Burkhardt exclaimed, forgetting his thumb. He leaned against the hull dizzily, trying to think this thing through. For reasons beyond his comprehension, someone had taken his boat and his cellar away, maybe his whole house, and replaced them with a clever mock-up of the real thing. "That's crazy," he said to the empty cellar. He stared around in the light of the flash. He whispered, "What in the name of heaven would anybody do that for?" Reason refused an answer. There wasn't any reasonable answer. For long minutes, Burkhardt contemplated the uncertain picture of his own sanity. He peered under the boat again, hoping to reassure himself that it was a mistake, just his imagination. But the sloppy, unfinished bracing was unchanged. He crawled under for a better look, feeling the rough wood incredulously. Utterly impossible. He switched off the flashlight and started to wiggle out, but he didn't make it. In the moment between the command to his legs to move and the crawling out, he felt a sudden draining weariness flooding through him. Consciousness went, not easily, but as though it were being taken away, and Guy Burkhardt was asleep. Chapter 3. On the morning of June 16th, Guy Burkhardt woke up in a cramped position huddled under the hull of the boat in his basement, and raced upstairs to find it was June 15th. The first thing he had done was to make a frantic, hasty inspection of the boat hull and the fake cellar floor, the imitation stone. They were all as he had remembered them, all completely unbelievable. The kitchen was its placid, unexciting self. The electric clock was purring soberly around the dial. Almost 6 o'clock, it said. His wife would be waking at any moment. Burkhardt flung open the front door and stared out into the quiet street. The morning paper was tossed carelessly against the steps, and as he retrieved it, he noticed that this was the 15th day of June. But that was impossible. Yesterday was the 15th of June. It was not a date one would forget. It was quarterly tax return day. He went back into the hall and picked up the telephone. He dialed for weather information and got a well-modulated chant. "And cooler, some showers. Barometric pressure, 30.04, rising. United States Weather Bureau forecast for June 15th. Warm and sunny, with high around..." He hung up the phone. June 15th. Holy hell. heaven, Burkhardt said prayerfully. Things were very odd indeed. He heard the ring of his wife's alarm and bounded up the stairs. Mary Burkhardt was sitting upright in bed with the terrified, uncomprehending stare of someone just waking out of a nightmare. "Oh," she gasped as her husband came in the room. "Darling, I just had the most terrible dream. It was like an explosion and—" "Again?" Burkhardt asked, not very sympathetically. "Mary, something's funny. I knew there was something wrong all day yesterday, and—" He went on to tell her about the copper box that was the cellar and the odd mock-up someone had made of his boat. Mary looked astonished, then alarmed, then placatory and uneasy. She said, "Dear, are you sure? Because I was cleaning that old trunk out just last week and I didn't notice anything." "Positive," said Guy Burkhardt. "I dragged it over to the wall to step on it to put a new fuse in after we blew the lights out and—" "After we what?" Mary was looking more than merely alarmed. "After we blew the lights out. You know, when the switch at the head of the stairs stuck. I went down to the cellar and—" Mary sat up in bed. "Guy, the switch didn't stick. I turned out the lights myself last night." Burkhardt glared at his wife. "Now I know you didn't. Come here and take a look." He stalked out to the landing and dramatically pointed to the bad switch, the one he had unscrewed and left hanging the night before. Only it wasn't. It was as it had always been. Unbelieving, Burkhardt pressed it and the lights sprang up in both halls. Mary, looking pale and worried, left him to go down to the kitchen and start breakfast. Burkhardt stood staring at the switch for a long time. His mental processes were gone beyond the point of disbelief and shock. They simply were not functioning. He shaved and dressed and ate his breakfast in a state of numb introspection. Mary didn't disturb him. She was apprehensive and soothing. She kissed him goodbye as he hurried out to the bus without another word. Miss Mitkin at the reception desk greeted him with a yawn. "Morning," she said drowsily. "Mr. Barth won't be in today." Burkhardt started to say something but checked himself. She would not know that Barth hadn't been in yesterday either, because she was tearing a June 14th pad off her calendar to make way for the new June 15th sheet. He staggered to his own desk and stared unseeingly at the morning's mail. It had not even been opened yet, but he knew that the factory distributor's envelope contained an order for 20,000 feet of the new acoustic tile, and the one from Feinbeck & Sons was a complaint. After a long while, he forced himself to open them. They were. By lunchtime, driven by a desperate sense of urgency, Burkhardt made Miss Mitkin take her lunch hour first. The June 15th that was yesterday, he had gone first. She went, looking vaguely worried about his strained insistence, but it made no difference to Burkhardt's mood. The phone rang, and Burkhardt picked it up abstractedly. "Contro Chemicals, downtown. Burkhardt speaking." The voice said, "This is Swanson," and stopped. Burkhardt waited expectantly, but that was all. He said, "Hello?" Again the pause. Then Swanson asked in sad resignation, "Still nothing, eh?" "Nothing what? Swanson, is there something you want? You came up to me yesterday and went through this routine. You—" The voice crackled. "Burkhardt! Oh my good heavens, you remember! Stay right there. I'll be down in half an hour." "What's this all about?" "Never mind," the little man said exultantly. "Tell you about it when I see you. Don't say any more over the phone. Somebody may be listening. Just wait there. Say, hold on a minute. Will you be alone in the office?" "Well, no. Miss Mitkin will probably—" "Hell. Look, Burkhardt, where do you eat lunch? Is it good and noisy?" "Why, I suppose so. The Crystal Cafe. It's just about a block—" "I know where it is. Meet you in half an hour." And the receiver clicked. The Crystal Cafe was no longer painted red, but the temperature was still up, and they had added piped-in music interspersed with commercials. The advertisements were for Frosty Flip, Marlin cigarettes. "They're sanitized," the announcer purred, and something called Choco Bite candy bars that Burkhardt couldn't remember ever having heard of before. But he heard more about them quickly enough. While he was waiting for Swanson to show up, a girl in the cellophane skirt of a nightclub cigarette vendor came through the restaurant with a tray of tiny scarlet-wrapped candies. "Choco Bites are tangy," she was murmuring as she came close to his table. "Choco Bites are tangier than tangy." Burkhardt, intent on watching for the strange little man who had phoned him, paid little attention. But as she scattered a handful of the confections over the table next to his, smiling at the occupants, he caught a glimpse of her and turned to stare. "Why, Miss Horn," he said. The girl dropped her tray of candies. Burkhardt rose, concerned over the girl. "Is something wrong?" But she fled. The manager of the restaurant was staring suspiciously at Burkhardt, who sank back in his seat and tried to look inconspicuous. He hadn't insulted the girl. Maybe she was just a very strictly reared young lady, he thought, in spite of the long bare legs under the cellophane skirt, and when he addressed her, she thought he was a masher. Ridiculous idea. Burkhardt scowled uneasily and picked up his menu. "Burkhardt!" It was a shrill whisper. Burkhardt looked up over the top of his menu, startled. In the seat across from him, the little man named Swanson was sitting tensely poised. "Burkhardt," the little man whispered again. "Let's get out of here. They're on to you now. If you want to stay alive, come on." There was no arguing with the man. Burkhardt gave the hovering manager a sick, apologetic smile and followed Swanson out. The little man seemed to know where he was going. In the street, he clutched Burkhardt by the elbow and hurried him off down the block. "Did you see her?" he demanded. "That Horn woman in the phone booth. She'll have them here in 5 minutes, believe me, so hurry it up." Although the street was full of people and cars, nobody was paying any attention to Burkhardt and Swanson. The air had a nip in it, more like October than June, Burkhardt thought, in spite of the Weather Bureau. And he felt like a fool following this mad little man down the street, running away from some them toward what? The little man might be crazy, but he was afraid, and the fear was infectious. "In here," panted the little man. It was another restaurant, more of a bar, really, and a sort of second-rate place that Burkhardt had never patronized. "Right straight through," Swanson whispered, and Burkhardt, like a biddable boy, sidestepped through the massive tables to the far end of the restaurant. It was L-shaped, with a front on 2 streets at right angles to each other. They came out on the side street, Swanson staring coldly back at the question-looking cashier, and crossed to the opposite sidewalk. They were under the marquee of a movie theater. Swanson's expression began to relax. "Lost them," he crowed softly. "We're almost there." He stepped up to the window and bought 2 tickets. Burkhardt trailed him into the theater. It was a weekday matinee, and the place was almost empty. From the screen came sounds of gunfire and horses' hooves. A solitary usher, leaning against a bright brass rail, looked briefly at them and went back to staring boredly at the picture as Swanson led Burkhardt down a flight of carpeted marble steps. They were in the lounge, and it was empty. There was a door for men and one for ladies, and there was a third door, marked Manager, in gold letters. Swanson listened at the door and gently opened it and peered inside. "Okay," he said, gesturing. Burkhardt followed him through an empty office to another door. A closet, probably, because it was unmarked. But it was no closet. Swanson opened it warily, looked inside, then motioned Burkhardt to follow. It was a tunnel, metal-walled, brightly lit, empty. It stretched vacantly away in both directions from them. Burkhardt looked, wondering around. One thing he knew, and knew full well. No such tunnel belonged under Tylerton. There was a room off the tunnel with chairs and a desk and what looked like television screens. Swanson slumped in a chair, panting. "We're all right for a while here," he wheezed. "They don't come here much anymore. If they do, we'll hear them and we can hide." "Who?" demanded Burkhardt. The little man said, "Martians." His voice cracked on the word, and the life seemed to go out of him. In morose tones, he went on. "Well, I think they're Martians, although you could be right, you know. I've had plenty of time to think it over these last few weeks after they got you, and it's possible they're Russians, after all. Still, start from the beginning. Who got me when?" Swanson sighed. So we have to go through the whole thing again. All right. It was about 2 months ago that you banged on my door late at night. You were all beat up, scared silly. You begged me to help you. I did? Naturally, you don't remember any of this. Listen and you'll understand. You were talking a blue streak about being captured and threatened, and your wife being dead and coming back to life, and all kinds of mixed up nonsense. I thought you were crazy, but, well, I've always had a lot of respect for you, and you begged me to hide you, and I have this dark room, you know, it locks from the inside only. I put the lock on myself. So we went in there, just to humor you, and along about midnight, which was only 15 or 20 minutes after, we passed out. Passed out? Swanson nodded. Both of us. It was like being hit with a sandbag. Look, didn't that happen to you again last night? I guess it did. Burkhardt shook his head uncertainly. Sure, and then all of a sudden we were awake again, and you said you were going to show me something funny, and we went out and bought a paper, and the date on it was June 15th. June 15th, but that's today. I mean... You got it, friend. It's always today. It took time to penetrate. Burkhardt said wonderingly, You've hidden out in that dark room for how many weeks? How can I tell? 4 or 5, maybe. I lost count, and every day the same, always the 15th of June. Always my landlady, Mrs. Kiefer, is sweeping the front steps. Always the same headline in the papers at the corner. It gets monotonous, friend. Chapter 4. It was Burkhardt's idea, and Swanson despised it, but he went along. He was the type who always went along. It's dangerous, he grumbled worriedly. Suppose somebody comes by, they'll spot us and... What have we got to lose? Swanson shrugged. It's dangerous, he said again, but he went along. Burkhardt's idea was very simple. He was sure of only one thing. The tunnel went somewhere. Martians or Russians, fantastic plot or crazy hallucination, whatever was wrong with Tylerton had an explanation, and the place to look for it was at the end of the tunnel. They jogged along. It was more than a mile before they began to see an end. They were in luck. At least no one came through the tunnel to spot them. But Swanson had said that it was only at certain hours that the tunnel seemed to be in use. Always the 15th of June. Why? Burkhardt asked himself. Never mind how. Why? And falling asleep, completely involuntarily, everyone at the same time, it seemed, and not remembering, never remembering anything. Swanson had said how eagerly he saw Burkhardt again the morning after Burkhardt had incautiously waited 5 minutes too many before retreating into the darkroom. When Swanson had come to, Burkhardt was gone. Swanson had seen him in the street that afternoon, but Burkhardt had remembered nothing. And Swanson had lived his mouse's existence for weeks, hiding in the woodwork at night, stealing out by day to search for Burkhardt in pitiful hope, scurrying around the fringe of life, trying to keep from the deadly eyes of them. Them. One of them was the girl named April Horn. It was by seeing her walk carelessly into a telephone booth and never come out that Swanson had found the tunnel. Another was the man at the cigar stand in Burkhardt's office building. There were more, at least a dozen that Swanson knew of or suspected. They were easy enough to spot, once you knew where to look, for they alone in Tylerton changed their roles from day to day. Burkhardt was on that 8:51 bus every morning of every day that was June 15th, never different by a hair or a moment. But April Horn was sometimes gaudy in the cellophane skirt, giving away candy or cigarettes, sometimes plainly dressed, sometimes not seen by Swanson at all. Russians, Martians, whatever they were, what could they be hoping to gain from this mad masquerade? Burkhardt didn't know the answer, but perhaps it lay beyond the door at the end of the tunnel. They listened carefully and heard distant sounds that could not quite be made out, but nothing that seemed dangerous. They slipped through. And through a wide chamber and up a flight of steps, they found they were in what Burkhardt recognized as the Contro Chemicals plant. Nobody was in sight. By itself, that was not so very odd. The automatized factory had never had very many persons in it. But Burkhardt remembered from his single visit the endless, ceaseless busyness of the plant. The valves that opened and closed, the vats that emptied themselves and filled themselves and stirred and cooked and chemically tasted the bubbling liquids they held inside themselves. The plant was never populated, but it was never still. Only now it was still. Except for the distant sounds, there was no breath of life in it. The captive electronic minds were sending out no commands. The coils and relays were at rest. Burkhardt said, "Come on." Swanson reluctantly followed him through the tangled aisles of stainless steel columns and tanks. They walked as though they were in the presence of the dead. In a way, they were, for what were the automatons that once had run the factory if not corpses? The machines were controlled by computers that were really not computers at all, but the electronic analogs of living brains. And if they were turned off, were they not dead? For each had once been a human mind. Take a master petroleum chemist, infinitely skilled in the separation of crude oil into its fractions. Strap him down, probe into his brain with searching electronic needles. The machine scans the patterns of the mind, translates what it sees into charts and sine waves. Impress these same waves on a robot computer and you have your chemist, or 1,000 copies of your chemist if you wish, with all of his knowledge and skill and no human limitations at all. Put a dozen copies of him into a plant and they will run it all 24 hours a day, 7 days every week, never tiring, never overlooking anything, never forgetting. Swanson stepped up closer to Burkhardt. "I'm scared," he said. They were across the room now, and the sounds were louder. They were not machine sounds, but voices. Burkhardt moved cautiously up to a door and dared to peer around it. It was a smaller room, lined with television screens, each one a dozen or more at least, with a man or woman sitting before it, staring into the screen and dictating notes into a recorder. The viewers dialed from scene to scene. No two screens ever showed the same picture. The pictures seemed to have little in common. One was a store where a girl dressed like April Horn was demonstrating home freezers. One was a series of shots of kitchens. Burkhardt caught a glimpse of what looked like the cigar stand in his office building. It was baffling, and Burkhardt would have loved to stand there and puzzle it out, but it was too busy a place. There was the chance that someone would look their way or walk out and find them. They found another room. This one was empty. It was an office, large and sumptuous. It had a desk littered with papers. Burkhardt stared at them, briefly at first, then, as the words on one of them caught his attention, with incredulous fascination. He snatched up the topmost sheet, scanned it, and another, while Swanson was frenziedly searching through the drawers. Burkhardt swore unbelievingly and dropped the papers to the desk. Swanson, hardly noticing, yelped with delight. "Look!" He dragged a gun from the desk. "And it's loaded, too." Burkhardt stared at him blankly, trying to assimilate what he had read. Then, as he realized what Swanson had said, Burkhardt's eyes sparkled. "Good man!" he cried. "We'll take it. We're getting out of here with that gun, Swanson, and we're going to the police. Not the cops in Tylerton, but the FBI, maybe. Take a look at this." The sheath he handed Swanson was headed, "Test Area Progress Report. Subject, Marlin Cigarettes Campaign." It was mostly tabulated figures that made little sense to Burkhardt and Swanson, but at the end was a summary that said, "Although Test 47K3 pulled nearly double the number of new users of any of the other tests conducted, it probably cannot be used in the field because of local sound truck control ordinances. The tests in the 47K12 group were second best, and our recommendation is that retests be conducted in this appeal, testing each of the 3 best campaigns with and without the addition of sampling techniques. An alternative suggestion might be to proceed directly with the top appeal in the K12 series, if the client is unwilling to go to the expense of additional tests. All of these forecast expectations have an 80% probability of being within 0.5% of results forecast, and more than 99% probability of coming within 5%. Swanson looked up from the paper into Burkhardt's eyes. "I don't get it," he complained. Burkhardt said, "I don't blame you. It's crazy, but it fits the facts, Swanson. It fits the facts. They aren't Russians and they aren't Martians. These people are advertising men. Somehow, heaven knows how they did it, they've taken Tylerton over. They've got us, all of us, you and me and 20 or 30,000 other people right under their thumbs. Maybe they hypnotize us, and maybe it's something else, but however they do it, what happens is that they let us live a day at a time. They pour advertising into us the whole damn day long, and at the end of the day, they see what happened. And then they wash the day out of our minds and start again the next day with different advertising." Swanson's jaw was hanging. He managed to close it and swallow. "Nuts," he said flatly. Burkhardt shook his head. "Sure, it sounds crazy, but this whole thing is crazy. How else would you explain it? You can't deny that most of Tylerton lives the same day over and over again. You've seen it. And that's the crazy part, and we have to admit that that's true unless we are the crazy ones. And once you admit that somebody somehow knows how to accomplish that, the rest of it makes all kinds of sense. Think of it, Swanson. They test every last detail before they spend a nickel on advertising. Do you have any idea what that means? Lord knows how much money is involved, but I know for a fact that some companies spend $20 or $30 million a year on advertising. Multiply it, say, by 100 companies. Say that every one of them learns how to cut its advertising cost by only 10%. And that's peanuts, believe me. If they know in advance what's going to work, they can cut their costs in half, maybe to less than half. I don't know. But that's saving $200 or $300 million a year, and if they pay only 10 or 20% of that for the use of Tylerton, it's still dirt cheap for them and a fortune for whoever took over Tylerton. Swanson licked his lips. "You mean," he offered hesitantly, "that we're, a kind of captive audience?" Burkhardt frowned. "Not exactly." He thought for a minute. "You know how a doctor tests something like penicillin? He sets up a series of little colonies of germs on gelatin discs, and he tries the stuff on one after another, changing it a little each time. Well, that's us. We're the germs, Swanson. Only it's even more efficient than that. They don't have to test more than one colony because they can use it over and over again." It was too hard for Swanson to take in. He only said, "What do we do about it?" "We go to the police. They can't use human beings for guinea pigs." "How do we get to the police?" Burkhardt hesitated. "I think," he began slowly. "Sure. This place is the office of somebody important. We've got a gun. We'll stay right here until he comes along, and he'll get us out of here." Simple and direct, Swanson subsided and found a place to sit against the wall out of sight of the door. Burkhardt took up a position behind the door itself and waited. The wait was not as long as it might have been, half an hour perhaps. Then Burkhardt heard approaching voices and had time for a swift whisper to Swanson before he flattened himself against the wall. It was a man's voice and a girl's. The man was saying, "Reason why you couldn't report on the phone? You're ruining your whole day's test. What the devil's the matter with you, Janet?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Dorchin," she said in a sweet, clear tone. "I thought it was important." The man grumbled. "Important? One lousy unit out of 21,000. "But it's the Burkhardt one, Mr. Dorchin. Again. And the way he got out of sight, he must have had some help." All right. It doesn't matter, Janet. The Chocobite program is ahead of schedule anyhow. As long as you're this far, come on in the office and make out your worksheet. And don't worry about the Burkhardt business. He's probably just wandering around. We'll pick him up tonight and... They were inside the door. Burkhardt kicked it shut and pointed the gun. "That's what you think," he said triumphantly. It was worth the terrified hours, the bewildered sense of insanity, the confusion and fear. It was the most satisfying sensation Burkhardt had ever had in his life. The expression on the man's face was one he had read about but never actually seen. Dorchin's mouth fell open and his eyes went wide, and though he managed to make a sound that might have been a question, it was not in words. The girl was almost as surprised, and Burkhardt, looking at her, knew why her voice had been so familiar. The girl was the one who had introduced herself to him as April Horn. Dorchin recovered himself quickly. "Is this the one?" he asked sharply. The girl said, "Yes." Dorchin nodded. "I take it back. You were right. You, Burkhardt, what do you want?" Swanson piped up. "Watch him. He might have another gun." "Search him then," Burkhardt said. "I'll tell you what we want, Dorchin. We want you to come along with us to the FBI and explain to them how you can get away with kidnapping 20,000 people. "Kidnapping?" Dorchin snorted. "That's ridiculous, man. Put that gun away. You can't get away with this." Burkhardt hefted the gun grimly. "I think I can." Dorchin looked furious and sick, but oddly not afraid. "Damn it," he started to bellow, then closed his mouth and swallowed. "Listen," he said persuasively, "you're making a big mistake. I haven't kidnapped anybody. Believe me." "I don't believe you," said Burkhardt bluntly. "Why should I?" "But it's true. Take my word for it." Burkhardt shook his head. "The FBI can take your word if they like. We'll find out. Now, how do we get out of here?" Dorchin opened his mouth to argue. Burkhardt blazed. "Don't get in my way. I'm willing to kill you if I have to. Don't you understand that? I've gone through 2 days of hell, and every second of it I blame on you. Kill you. It would be a pleasure, and I don't have a thing in the world to lose. Get us out of here." Dorchin's face went suddenly opaque. He seemed about to move, but the blonde girl he had called Janet slipped between him and the gun. "Please," she begged Burkhardt. "You don't understand. You mustn't shoot." "Get out of my way." "But, Mr. Burkhardt..." She never finished. Dorchin, his face unreadable, headed for the door. Burkhardt had been pushed 1 degree too far. He swung the gun, bellowing. The girl called out sharply. He pulled the trigger, closing on him with pity and pleading in her eyes. She came again between the gun and the man. Burkhardt aimed low, instinctively, to cripple, not to kill, but his aim was not good. The pistol bullet caught her in the pit of the stomach. Dorchin was out and away, the door slamming behind him, his footsteps racing into the distance. Burkhardt hurled the gun across the room and jumped to the girl. Swanson was moaning. "That finishes us, Burkhardt. Oh, why did you do it? We could have gotten away. We could have gone to the police. We were practically out of here. Burkhardt wasn't listening. He was kneeling beside the girl. She lay flat on her back, arms helter-skelter. There was no blood, hardly any sign of the wound, but the position in which she lay was one that no living human being could have held. Yet, she wasn't dead. She wasn't dead, and Burkhardt, frozen beside her, thought, she isn't alive either. There was no pulse, but there was a rhythmic ticking of the outstretched fingers of one hand. There was no sound of breathing, but there was a hissing, sizzling noise. The eyes were open, and they were looking at Burkhardt. There was neither fear nor pain in them, only a pity deeper than the pit. She said, through lips that writhed erratically, "Don't worry, Mr. Burkhardt. I'm all right." Burkhardt rocked back on his haunches, staring. Where there should have been blood, there was a clean break of a substance that was not flesh, and a curl of a thin golden copper wire. Burkhardt moistened his lips. "You're a robot," he said. The girl tried to nod. The twitching lips said, "I am. And so are you." Chapter 5. Swanson, after a single inarticulate sound, walked over to the desk and sat staring at the wall. Burkhardt rocked back and forth beside the shattered puppet on the floor. He had no words. The girl managed to say, "I'm sorry all this happened." The lovely lips twisted into a rictus sneer, frightening on that smooth young face, until she got them under control. "Sorry," she said again. "The nerve center was right about where the bullet hit. Makes it difficult to control this body." Burkhardt nodded automatically, accepting the apology. Robots. It was obvious now that he knew it. In hindsight, it was inevitable. He thought of his mystic notions of hypnosis, or Martians, or something stranger still. idiotic, for the simple fact of created robots fitted the facts better and more economically. All the evidence had been before him. The automatized factory with its transplanted minds. Why not transplant a mind into a humanoid robot? Give it its original owner's features and form. Could it know that it was a robot? All of us, Burkhardt said, hardly aware that he spoke out loud. My wife and my secretary and you and the neighbors. All of us the same. No, the voice was stronger. Not exactly the same, all of us. I choose it, you see. This time, the convulsed lips were not a random contortion of the nerves. I was an ugly woman, Mr. Burkhardt, and nearly 60 years old. Life had passed me by, and when Mr. Dorchin offered me the chance to live again as a beautiful girl, I jumped at the opportunity. Believe me, I jumped in spite of its disadvantages. My flesh body is still alive. It is sleeping while I am here. I could go back to it, but I never do. And the rest of us? Different, Mr. Burkhardt. I work here. I'm carrying out Mr. Dorchin's orders, mapping the results of the advertising tests, watching you and the others live as he makes you live. I do it by choice, but you have no choice, because, you see, you are dead. Dead? Cried Burkhardt. It was almost a scream. The blue eyes looked at him unwinkingly, and he knew that it was no lie. He swallowed, marveling at the intricate mechanisms that let him swallow and sweat and eat. He said, "Oh, the explosion in my dream." It was no dream. You are right. The explosion. That was real, and this plant was the cause of it. The storage tanks let go, and what the blast didn't get, the fumes killed a little later. But almost everyone died in the blast, 21,000 persons. You died with them, and that was Dorchin's chance. The damned ghoul, said Burkhardt. The twisted shoulders shrugged with an odd grace. Why? You were gone, and you and all the others were what Dorchin wanted, a whole town, a perfect slice of America. It's as easy to transfer a pattern from a dead brain as a living one. Easier. The dead can't say no. Oh, it took work and money. The town was a wreck, but it was possible to rebuild it entirely, especially because it wasn't necessary to have all the details exact. There were the homes where even the brains had been utterly destroyed, and those are empty inside, and the cellars that needn't be too perfect, and the streets that hardly matter. And anyway, it's only had to last for one day. The same day, June 15th, over and over again. And if someone finds something a little wrong somehow, the discovery won't have time to snowball, wreck the validity of the tests, because all errors are canceled out at midnight. The face tried to smile. That's the dream, Mr. Burkhardt. That day of June 15th, because you never really lived it. It's a present from Mr. Dorchin, a dream that he gives you and then takes back at the end of the day, when he has all his figures on how many of you responded to what variation of which appeal, and the maintenance crews go down the tunnel to go through the whole city, washing out the new dream with their little electronic drains, and then the dream starts all over again, on June 15th. Always June 15th, because June 14th is the last day any of you can remember alive. Sometimes the crews miss someone, as they missed you because you were under your boat, but it doesn't matter. The ones who are missed give themselves away if they show it, and if they don't, it doesn't affect the test. But they don't drain us, the ones of us who work for Dorchin. We sleep when the power is turned off, just as you do. When we wake up, though, we remember. The face contorted wildly. If I could only forget. Burkhardt said unbelievingly, all this to sell merchandise? It must have cost millions. The robot called April Horn said, it did, but it has made millions for Dorchin too, and that's not the end of it. Once he finds the master words that make people act, do you suppose he will stop with that? Do you suppose... The door opened, interrupting her. Burkhardt whirled, belatedly remembering Dorchin's flight. He raised the gun. Don't shoot, ordered the voice calmly. It was not Dorchin, it was another robot. This one not disguised with the clever plastics and cosmetics, but shining plain. It said metallically, forget it, Burkhardt. You're not accomplishing anything. Give me that gun before you do any more damage. Give it to me now. Burkhardt bellowed angrily. The gleam on this robot torso was steel. Burkhardt was not at all sure that his bullets would pierce it or do much harm if they did. He would have to put it to the test. But from behind him came a whimpering, scurrying whirlwind. Its name was Swanson, hysterical with fear. He catapulted into Burkhardt and sent him sprawling, the gun flying free. "Please," begged Swanson incoherently, prostrate before the steel robot. "He would have shot you. Please don't hurt me. Let me work for you, like that girl. I'll do anything. Anything you tell me." The robot said, "We don't need your help." It took 2 precise steps and stood over the gun, and spurned it, left it lying on the floor. The wrecked blonde robot said without emotion, "I doubt I can hold out much longer, Mr. Dorchin." "Disconnect if you have to," replied the steel robot. Burkhardt blinked. "But you're not Dorchin." The steel robot turned deep eyes on him. "I am," it said. "Not in the flesh, but this is the body I am using at the moment. I doubt that you can damage this one with the gun. The other robot body was more vulnerable. Now, will you stop this nonsense? I don't want to have to damage you. You're too expensive for that. Will you just sit down and let the maintenance crews adjust you?" Swanson groveled. You won't punish us?" The steel robot had no expression, but its voice was almost surprised. "Punish you?" it repeated on a rising note. "How?" Swanson quivered as though the word had been a whip, but Burkhardt flared. "Adjust him if he'll let you, but not me. You're going to have to do me a lot of damage, Dorchin. I don't care what I cost or how much trouble it's going to be to put me back together again. But I'm going out that door. If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. You won't stop me any other way." The steel robot took a half step toward him, and Burkhardt involuntarily checked his stride. He stood poised and shaking, ready for death, ready for attack, ready for anything that might happen. Ready for anything except what did happen. For Dorchin's steel body merely stepped aside between Burkhardt and the gun, but leaving the door free. "Go ahead," invited the steel robot. "Nobody's stopping you." Outside the door, Burkhardt brought up sharp. It was insane of Dorchin to let him go, robot or flesh, victim or beneficiary. There was nothing to stop him from going to the FBI or whatever law he could find away from Dorchin's synthetic empire, and telling his story. Surely the corporations who paid Dorchin for test results had no notion of the ghoul's technique he used. Dorchin would have to keep it from them, for the breath of publicity would put a stop to it. Walking out meant death, perhaps, but at that moment in his pseudo-life, death was no terror for Burkhardt. There was no one in the corridor. He found a window and stared out of it. There was Tylerton and Erzad City, but looking so real and familiar that Burkhardt almost imagined the whole episode a dream. It was no dream, though. He was certain of that in his heart, and equally certain that nothing in Tylerton could help him now. It had to be the other direction. It took him a quarter of an hour to find a way, but he found it. Skulking through the corridors, dodging the suspicion of footsteps, knowing for certain that his hiding was in vain. For Dorchin was undoubtedly aware of every move he made, but no one stopped him, and he found another door. It was a simple enough door from the inside, but when he opened it and stepped out, it was like nothing he had ever seen. First there was light, brilliant, incredible, blinding light. Burkhardt blinked upward, unbelieving and afraid. He was standing on a ledge of smooth, finished metal. Not a dozen yards from his feet, the ledge dropped sharply away. He hardly dared approach the brink, but even from where he stood, he could see no bottom to the chasm before him, and the gulf extended out of sight into the glare on either side of him. No wonder Dorchin could so easily give him his freedom. From the factory, there was nowhere to go. But how incredible this fantastic gulf, how impossible the 100 white and blinding suns that hung above. A voice by his side said inquiringly, "Burkhardt?" And thunder rolled, the name mutteringly soft back and forth in the abyss before him. Burkhardt wet his lips. "Yes?" he croaked. This is Dorchin. Not a robot this time, but Dorchin in the flesh, talking to you on a hand mic. Now you have seen Burkhardt. Now, will you be reasonable and let the maintenance crews take over? Burkhardt stood paralyzed. One of the moving mountains in the blinding glare came toward him. It towered hundreds of feet over his head. He stared up at its top, squinting helplessly into the light. It looked like impossible. The voice in the loudspeaker at the door said, "Burkhardt?" But he was unable to answer. A heavy rumbling sigh. "I see," said the voice. "You finally understand that there's no place to go. You know it now. I could have told you, but you might not have believed me, so it was better for you to see it yourself. And after all, Burkhardt, why would I reconstruct a city just the way it was before? I'm a businessman. I count costs. If a thing has to be full scale, I build it that way, but there wasn't any need to in this case." From the mountain before him, Burkhardt helplessly saw a lesser cliff descend carefully toward him. It was long and dark, and at the end of it was whiteness, five-fingered whiteness. "Poor little Burkhardt," crooned the loudspeaker, while the echoes rumbled through the enormous chasm that was only a workshop. "It must have been quite a shock for you to find out that you were living in a town built on a tabletop." Chapter 6. It was the morning of June 15th, and Guy Burkhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It had been a monstrous and incomprehensible dream of explosions and shadowy figures that were not men, and terror beyond words. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Outside his bedroom window, a hugely amplified voice was howling. Burkhardt stumbled over to the window and stared outside. There was an out-of-season chill to the air, more like October than June, but the scent was normal enough, except for the sound truck that squatted at curbside halfway down the block. Its speaker horns blared. "Are you a coward? Are you a fool? Are you going to let crooked politicians steal the country from you? No. Are you going to put up with 4 more years of graft and crime? No. Are you going to vote straight federal party all up and down the ballot? Yes. You just bet you are." Sometimes he screams. Sometimes he wheedles, threatens, begs, cajoles. But his voice goes on and on through one June 15th after another. The Shadow and the Flash by Jack London. When I look back, I realize what a peculiar friendship it was. First there was Lloyd Inwood, tall, slender, and finely knit, nervous and dark. And then Paul Ticklorn, tall, slender, and finely knit, nervous and blonde. Each was the replica of the other in everything except color. Lloyd's eyes were black, Paul's were blue. Under stress of excitement, the blood coursed olive in the face of Lloyd, crimson in the face of Paul. But outside this matter of coloring, they were as like as 2 peas. Both were high-strung, prone to excessive tension and endurance, and they lived at concert pitch. But there was a trio involved in this remarkable friendship, and the third was short and fat and chunky and lazy, and, loath to say, it was I. Paul and Lloyd seemed born to rivalry with each other, and I to be peacemaker between them. We grew up together, the 3 of us, and full often have I received the angry blows each intended for the other. They were always competing, striving to outdo each other, and when entered upon some such struggle, there was no limit either to their endeavors or passions. This intense spirit of rivalry obtained in their studies and their games. If Paul memorized 1 canto of Marmion, Lloyd memorized 2 cantos. Paul came back with 3, and Lloyd again with 4, till each knew the whole poem by heart. I remember an incident that occurred at the swimming hole, an incident tragically significant of the life struggle between them. The boys had a game of diving to the bottom of a 10-foot pool and holding on by submerged roots to see who could stay under the longest. Paul and Lloyd allowed themselves to be bantered into making the descent together. When I saw their faces, set and determined, disappear in the water as they sank swiftly down, I felt a foreboding of something dreadful. The moments sped, the ripples died away. The face of the pool grew placid and untroubled, and neither black nor golden head broke the surface in quest of air. We above grew anxious. The longest record of the longest-winded boy had been exceeded, and still there was no sign. Air bubbles trickled slowly upward, showing that the breath had been expelled from their lungs, and after that the bubbles ceased to trickle upward. Each second became interminable, and unable longer to endure the suspense, I plunged into the water. I found them down at the bottom, clutching tight to the roots, their heads not a foot apart, their eyes wide open, each glaring fixedly at the other. They were suffering frightful torment, writhing and twisting in the pangs of voluntary suffocation, for neither would let go and acknowledge himself beaten. I tried to break Paul's hold on the root, but he resisted me fiercely. Then I lost my breath and came to the surface, badly scared. I quickly explained the situation, and half of a dozen of us went down and by main strength tore them loose. By the time we got them out, both were unconscious, and it was only after much barrel rolling and rubbing and pounding that they finally came to their senses. They would have drowned there had no one rescued them. When Paul Ticklorn entered college, he let it be generally understood that he was going for the social sciences. Lloyd Inwood, entering at the same time, elected to take the same course. But Paul had it secretly in mind all the time to study the natural sciences, specializing on chemistry, and at the last moment he switched over. Though Lloyd had already arranged his year's work and attended the first lectures, he at once followed Paul's lead and went in for the natural sciences and especially for chemistry. Their rivalry soon became a noted thing throughout the university. Each was a spur to the other, and they went into chemistry deeper than did ever students before. So deep, in fact, that ere they took their sheepskins, they could have stumped any chemistry or Cal College professor in the institution, save old Moss, head of the department, and even him they puzzled and edified more than once. Lloyd's discovery of the death bacillus of the sea toad and his experiments on it with potassium cyanide sent his name and that of his university ringing around the world. Nor was Paul a whit behind when he succeeded in producing laboratory colloids exhibiting amoeba-like activities, and when he cast new light upon the processes of fertilization through his startling experiments with simple sodium chlorides and magnesium solutions on low forms of marine life. It was in their undergraduate days, however, in the midst of their profoundest plunges into the mysteries of organic chemistry, that Doris Van Benschoten entered into their lives. Lloyd met her first, but within 24 hours Paul saw to it that he also made her acquaintance. Of course they fell in love with her, and she became the only thing in life worth living for. They wooed her with equal ardor and fire, and so intense became their struggle for her that half the student body took to wagering wildly on the result. Even old Moss one day, after an astounding demonstration in his private laboratory by Paul, was guilty to the extent of a month's salary of backing him to become the bridegroom of Doris Van Benschoten. In the end, she solved the problem in her own way, to everybody's satisfaction except Paul's and Lloyd's. Getting them together, she said that she really could not choose between them because she loved them both equally well, and that, unfortunately, since polyandry was not permitted in the United States, she would be compelled to forego the honor and happiness of marrying either of them. Each blamed the other for this lamentable outcome, and the bitterness between them grew more bitter. But things came to a head enough. It was at my home, after they had taken their degrees and dropped out of the world's sight, that the beginning of the end came to pass. Both were men of means, with little inclination and no necessity for professional life. My friendship and their mutual animosity were the two things that linked them in any way together. While they were very often at my place, they made it a fastidious point to avoid each other on such visits, though it was inevitable under the circumstances that they should come upon each other occasionally. On the day I have in recollection, Paul Ticklorn had been mooning all morning in my study over a current scientific review. This left me free to my own affairs, and I was out among my roses when Lloyd Inwood arrived, clipping and pruning and tacking the climbers on the porch with my mouth full of nails, and Lloyd following me about and lending a hand now and then. We fell to discussing the mythical race of invisible people, that strange and vagrant people the traditions of which have come down to us. Lloyd warmed to the talk in his nervous, jerky fashion and was soon interrogating the physical properties and possibilities of invisibility. A perfectly black object, he contended, would elude and defy the acutest vision. Color is a sensation, he was saying. It has no objective reality. Without light, we can see neither colors nor objects themselves. All objects are black in the dark, and in the dark it is impossible to see them. If no light strikes upon them, then no light is flung back from them to the eye, and so we have no vision evidence of their being. But we see black objects in daylight, I objected. Very true, he went on warmly, and that is because they are not perfectly black. Were they perfectly black, absolutely black as it were, we could not see them. Aye, not in the blaze of 1,000 suns could we see them. And so I say, with the right pigments properly compounded, an absolutely black paint could be produced, which would render invisible whatever it was applied to. It would be a remarkable discovery, I said non-committally, for the whole thing seemed too fantastic for aught but speculative purposes. Remarkable! Lloyd slapped me on the shoulder. I should say so. Why, old chap, to coat myself with such a paint would be to put the world at my feet. The secrets of kings and courts would be mine, the machinations of diplomats and politicians, the play of stock gamblers, the plans of trusts and corporations. I could keep my hand on the inner pulse of things and become the greatest power in the world. And I... He broke off shortly, then added, well, I have begun my experiments, and I don't mind telling you that I'm right in line for it. A laugh from the doorway startled us. Paul Ticklorn was standing there, a smile of mockery on his lips. You forgot, my dear Lloyd, he said. Forgot what? You forgot, Paul went on. You forgot the shadow. I saw Lloyd's face drop, but he answered sneeringly. I can carry a sunshade, you know. Then he turned suddenly and fiercely upon him. Look here, Paul. You'll keep out of this if you know what's good for you. A rupture seemed imminent, but Paul laughed good-naturedly. I wouldn't lay fingers on your dirty pigments. Succeed beyond your most sanguine expectations, yet you will always fetch up against the shadow. You can't get away from it. Now I shall go on the very opposite tack. In the very nature of my proposition, the shadow will be eliminated. Transparency, ejaculated Lloyd instantly. But it can't be achieved. Oh, no, of course not. And Paul shrugged his shoulders and strolled off down the briar rose path. This was the beginning of it. Both men attacked the problem with all the tremendous energy for which they were noted, and with a rancor and bitterness that made me tremble for the success of the either. Each trusted me to the utmost, and in the long weeks of experimentation that followed, I was made a party to both sides, listening to their theorizings and witnessing their demonstrations. Never by word or sign did I convey to either the slightest hint of the other's progress, and they respected me for the seal I'd put upon my lips. Lloyd Inwood, after prolonged and unintermittent application, when the tension upon his mind and body became too great to bear, had a strange way of obtaining relief. He attended prize fights. It was at one of these brutal exhibitions, whither he had dragged me in order to tell his latest results, that his theory received striking confirmation. Do you see that red-whiskered man? He asked, pointing across the ring to the fifth tier of seats on the opposite side. And do you see the next man to him, the one in the white hat? Well, there is quite a gap between them, is there not? Certainly, I answered. They are a seat apart. The gap is an unoccupied seat. He leaned over to me and spoke seriously. Between the red-whiskered man and the white-hatted man sits Ben Wasson. You have heard me speak of him. He is the cleverest pugilist of his weight in the country. He is also a Caribbean Negro, full-blooded and the blackest in the United States. He has on a black overcoat buttoned up. I saw him when he came in and took that seat. As soon as he sat down, he disappeared. Watch closely. He may smile. I was for crossing over to verify Lloyd's statement, but he restrained me. Wait, he said. I waited and watched, till the red-whiskered man turned his head as though addressing the unoccupied seat, and then in that empty space I saw the rolling whites of a pair of eyes, and the white double crescent of 2 rows of teeth, and for the instant I could make out a Negro's face.
But with the passing of the smile, his visibility passed, and the chair seemed vacant as before. Were he perfectly black, you could sit alongside him and not see him, Lloyd said, and I confess the illustration was apt enough to make me well nigh convinced. I visited Lloyd's laboratory a number of times after that and found him always deep in the search after the absolute black. His experiments covered all sorts of pigments, such as lamp blacks, tars, carbonized vegetable matters, soots of oils and fats, and the various carbonized animal substances. White light is composed of the 7 primary colors, he argued to me, but it is itself, of itself, invisible. Only by being reflected from objects do it and the objects become visible, but only that portion of it that is reflected becomes visible. For instance, here is a blue tobacco box. The white light strikes against it, and with one exception, all of its component colors, violet, indigo, green, yellow, orange, and red, are absorbed. The one exception is blue. It is not absorbed, but reflected, wherefore the tobacco box gives us a sensation of blueness. We do not see the other colors because they are absorbed. We see only the blue. For the same reason, grass is green. The green waves of light are thrown upon our eyes. When we paint our houses, we do not apply color to them, he said at another time. What we do is to apply certain substances that have the property of absorbing from white light all the colors except those that we would have our houses appear. When a substance reflects all the colors to the eye, it seems to us white. When it absorbs all the colors, it is black. But as I said before, we have as yet no perfect black. All the colors are not absorbed. The perfect black, guarding against high lights, will be utterly and absolutely invisible. Look at that, for example. He pointed to the palette lying on his work table. Different shades of black pigments were brushed on it. One in particular I could hardly see. It gave my eyes a blurring sensation, and I rubbed them and looked again. That, he said impressively, is the blackest black you or any mortal man ever looked upon. But just you wait, and I'll have a black so black that no mortal man will be able to look upon it and see it. On the other hand, I used to find Paul Tickler and plunged as deeply into the study of light polarization, diffraction, and interference, single and double refraction, and all manner of strange organic compounds. Transparency, a state or quality of body which permits all rays of light to pass through it, he defined for me. That is what I am seeking. Lloyd blunders up against the shadow with his perfect opaqueness, but I escape it. A transparent body casts no shadow. Neither does it reflect light waves, that is, the perfectly transparent does not. So, avoiding high lights, not only will such a body cast no shadow, but, since it reflects no light, it will also be invisible. We were standing by the window at another time. Paul was engaged in polishing a number of lenses which were arranged along the sill. Suddenly, after a pause in the conversation, he said, "Oh, I've dropped the lens. Stick your head out, old man, and see where it went to." Out, I started to thrust my head, but a sharp blow on the forehead caused me to recoil. I rubbed my bruised brow and gazed with reproachful inquiry at Paul, who was laughing in gleeful, boyish fashion. "Well," he said. "Well," I echoed. "Why don't you investigate?" he demanded, and investigate I did. Before thrusting out my head, my senses, automatically active, had told me there was nothing there, that nothing intervened between me and the out of doors, that the aperture of the window opening was utterly empty. I stretched forth my hand and felt a hard object, smooth and cool and flat, which my touch, out of its experience, told me to be glass. I looked again, but could see positively nothing. "White quartzose sand," Paul rattled off. "Sodic carbonate, slacked lime, cullet, manganese peroxide. There you have it. The finest French plate glass made by the great St. Gobain Company, who made the finest plate glass in the world. And this is the finest piece they ever made. It cost a king's ransom. But look at it. You can't see it. You don't know it's there till you run your head against it. Hey, old boy, that's merely an object lesson. Certain elements in themselves opaque, yet so compounded as to give a resultant body which is transparent. But that is a matter of inorganic chemistry, you say. Very true. But I dare to assert, standing here on my 2 feet, that in the organic I can duplicate whatever occurs in the inorganic. Here, he held a test tube between me and the light, and I noted the cloudy or muddy liquid it contained. He emptied the contents of another test tube into it, and almost instantly it became clear and sparkling. Or here, with quick nervous movements among his array of test tubes, he turned a white solution to a wine color, and a light yellow solution to a dark brown. He dropped a piece of litmus paper into an acid, when it changed instantly to red, and on floating it in an alkali, it turned as quickly to blue. The litmus paper is still the litmus paper, he enunciated in the formal manner of the lecturer. I have not changed it into something else. Then what did I do? I merely changed the arrangement of its molecules, where at first it absorbed all colors from the light but red. Its molecular structure was so changed that it absorbed all red and all colors except blue. And so it goes ad infinitum. Now what I propose to do is this. He paused for a space. I propose to seek and to find the proper reagents which, acting upon the living organism, will bring about molecular changes analogous to those you have just witnessed. But these reagents, which I shall find, and for that matter upon which I already have my hands, will not turn the living body blue or red or black, but they will turn it to transparency. All light will pass through it. It will be invisible. It will cast no shadow. A few weeks later I went hunting with Paul. He had been promising me for some time that I should have the pleasure of shooting over a wonderful dog. The most wonderful dog, in fact, that ever man shot over. So he averred and continued to aver till my curiosity was roused. But on the morning in question I was disappointed, for there was no dog in evidence. "Don't see him about," Paul remarked unconcernedly, and we set off across the fields. I could not imagine at the time what was ailing me, but I had a feeling of some impending and deadly illness. My nerves were all awry, and from the astounding tricks they played me, my senses seemed to have run riot. Strange sounds disturbed me. At times I heard the swish-swish of grass being shoved aside, and once the patter of feet across a patch of stony ground. "Did you hear anything, Paul?" I asked once, but he shook his head and thrust his feet steadily forward. While climbing a fence I heard the low, eager whine of a dog, apparently from within a couple feet of me. But on looking about me, I saw nothing. I dropped to the ground, limp and trembling. "Paul," I said, "we had better return to the house. I am afraid I am going to be sick." "Nonsense, old man," he answered. "The sunshine has gone to your head like wine. You'll be all right. It's famous weather." But passing along a narrow path through a clump of cottonwoods, some object brushed against my legs, and I stumbled and nearly fell. I looked with sudden anxiety at Paul. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Tripping over your own feet?" I kept my tongue between my teeth and plodded on, though sore perplexed and thoroughly satisfied that some acute and mysterious malady had attacked my nerves. So far my eyes had escaped, but when we got to the open fields again, even my vision went back on me. Strange flashes of vari-colored rainbow light began to appear and disappear on the path before me. Still, I managed to keep myself in hand till the vari-colored lights persisted for a space of fully 20 seconds, dancing and flashing in continuous play. Then I sat down, weak and shaky. "It's all up with me," I gasped, covering my eyes with my hands. "It has attacked my eyes, Paul. Take me home." But Paul laughed long and loud. "What did I tell you? The most wonderful dog, eh? Well, what do you think?" He turned partly from me and began to whistle. I heard the patter of feet, the panting of a heated animal, and the unmistakable yelp of a dog. Then Paul stooped down and apparently fondled the empty air. "Here, give me your fist." And he rubbed my hand over the cold nose and jowls of a dog. A dog it certainly was, with the shape and the smooth short coat of a pointer. Suffice to say, I speedily recovered my spirits and control. Paul put a collar about the animal's neck and tied his handkerchief to its tail, and then was vouchsafed us the remarkable sight of an empty collar and a waving handkerchief cavorting over the fields. It was something to see that collar and handkerchief pin a bevy of quail in a clump of locusts and remain rigid and immovable till we had flushed the birds. Now and again the dog emitted the vari-colored light flashes I have mentioned. The one thing, Paul explained, which he had not anticipated, and which he doubted could be overcome. They're a large family, he said. These sun dogs, wind dogs, rainbows, halos, parhelia. They are produced by refraction of light from minerals and ice crystals, from mist, rain, spray, and no end of things. And I am afraid they are the penalty I must pay for transparency. I escaped Lloyd's shadow, only to fetch up against the rainbow flash. A couple of days later, before the entrance to Paul's laboratory, I encountered a terrible stench. So overpowering was it that it was easy to discover the source. A mass of putrescent matter on the doorstep, which in general outlines resembled a dog. Paul was startled when he investigated my find. It was his invisible dog, or rather, what had been his invisible dog, for it was now plainly visible. It had been playing about but a few minutes before in all health and strength. Closer examination revealed that the skull had been crushed by some heavy blow. While it was strange that the animal should have been killed, the inexplicable thing was that it should so quickly decay. The reagents I inject into its system were harmless, Paul explained, yet they were powerful, and it appears that when death comes, they force practically instantaneous disintegration. Remarkable, most remarkable. Well, the only thing is not to die. They do not harm so long as one lives. But I do wonder who smashed in that dog's head. Light, however, was thrown upon this when a frightened housemaid brought the news that Gaffer Bedshaw had that very morning, not more than an hour back, gone violently insane and was strapped down at home in the Huntsman's Lodge, where he raved of a battle with a ferocious and gigantic beast that he had encountered in the Ticklorn pasture. He claimed that the thing, whatever it was invisible, that with his own eyes he had seen that it was invisible, wherefore his tearful wife and daughters shook their heads, and wherefore he but waxed the more violently, and the gardener and the coachman tightened the straps by another hole. Nor, while Paul Ticklorn was thus successfully mastering the problem of invisibility, was Lloyd Inwood a whit behind. I went over in answer to a message of his to come and see how he was getting on. Now his laboratory occupied an isolated situation in the midst of his vast grounds. It was built in a pleasant little glade surrounded on all sides by a dense forest growth, and was to be gained by way of a winding and erratic path. But I have traveled that path so often as to know every foot of it, and conceived my surprise when I came upon the glade and found no laboratory. The quaint shed structure with its red sandstone chimney was not, nor did it look as if it ever had been. There were no signs of ruin, no debris, nothing. I started to walk across what had once been its site. This, I said to myself, should be where the step went up to the door. Barely were the words out of my mouth when I stubbed my toe on some obstacle, pitched forward, and butted my head into something that felt very much like a door. I reached out my hand. It was a door. I found the knob and turned it, and at once, as the door swung inward on its hinges, the whole interior of the laboratory impinged upon my vision. Greeting Lloyd, I closed the door and backed up the path a few paces. I could see nothing of the building. Returning and opening the door at once, and all the furniture, every detail of the interior were visible. It was indeed startling, the sudden transition from void to light and form and color. "What do you think of it, eh?" Lloyd asked, wringing my hand. "I slapped a couple of coats of absolute black on the outside yesterday afternoon to see how it worked. How's your head? You've bumped it pretty solidly, I imagine." "Never mind that," he interrupted my congratulations. "I've something better for you to do." While he talked, he began to strip, and when he stood naked before me, he thrust a pot and brush into my hand and said, "Here, give me a coat of this." It was an oily shellac-like stuff which spread quickly and easily over the skin and dried immediately. "Merely preliminary and precautionary," he explained when I had finished, "but now for the real stuff." I picked up another pot he indicated and glanced inside, but could see nothing. "It's empty," I said. "Stick your finger in it." I obeyed, and was aware of a sensation of cool moistness. On withdrawing my hand, I glanced at the forefinger, the one I had immersed, but it had disappeared. I moved and knew from the alternate tension and relaxation of the muscles that I moved it, but it defied my sense of sight. To all appearances, I had been shorn of a finger, nor could I get any visual impression of it till I extended it under the skylight and saw its shadow plainly blotted on the floor. Lloyd chuckled. "Now spread it on, and keep your eyes open." I dipped the brush into the seemingly empty pot and gave him a long stroke across the chest. With the passage of the brush, the living flesh disappeared from beneath. I covered his right leg, and he was a one-legged man defying all laws of gravitation. And so, stroke by stroke, member by member, I painted Lloyd Inwood into nothingness. It was a creepy experience, and I was glad when naught remained in sight but his burning black eyes, poised apparently unsupported in midair. "I have a refined and harmless solution for them," he said. "A fine spray with an airbrush, and presto, I am not." This deftly accomplished, he said, "Now I shall move about, and do you tell me what sensations you experience?" "In the first place, I cannot see you," I said, and I could hear his gleeful laugh from the midst of the emptiness. "Of course," I continued, "you cannot escape your shadow, but that was to be expected. When you pass between my eye and an object, the object disappears, but so unusual and incomprehensible is its disappearance that it seems to me as though my eyes had blurred. When you move rapidly, I experience a bewildering succession of blurs. The blurring sensation makes my eyes ache and my brain tired." "Have you any other warnings of my presence?" he asked. "No and yes," I answered. "When you are near me, I have feelings similar to those produced by dank warehouses, gloomy crypts, and deep mines. And as sailors feel the loom of the land on dark nights, so I think I feel the loom of your body. But it is all very vague and intangible." Long we talked at last morning in his laboratory, and when I turned to go, he put his unseen hand in mine with nervous grip and said, "Now I shall conquer the world." And I could not dare to tell him of Paul Tichlorn's equal success. At home I found a note from Paul asking me to come up immediately, and it was high noon when I came spinning up the driveway on my wheel. Paul called me from the tennis court, and I dismounted and went over, but the court was empty. As I stood there, gaping open-mouthed, a tennis ball struck me on the arm, and as I turned about, another whizzed past my ear. For aught I could see of my assailant, they came whirring at me from out of space, and right well I was peppered with them. But when the balls already flung at me began to come back for a second time, I realized the situation. Seizing a racket and keeping my eyes open, I quickly saw a rainbow flash appearing and disappearing and darting over the ground. I took out after it, and when I laid the racket upon it for half a dozen stout blows, Paul's voice rang out. "Enough! Enough! Oh, ouch! Stop! You're landing on my naked skin, you know. Ow! Ow! I'll be good! I'll be good!" "I only wanted you to see my metamorphosis," he said ruefully, and I imagined he was rubbing his hurts. A few minutes later we were playing tennis, a handicap on my part, for I could have no knowledge of his position save when all the angles between himself and the sun and me were in proper conjunction. Then he flashed, and only then. But the flashes were more brilliant than the rainbow. Purest blue, most delicate violet, brightest yellow, and all the intermediary shades, with the scintillant brilliancy of the diamond, dazzling, blinding, iridescent. But in the midst of our play, I felt a sudden cold chill, reminding me of deep mines and gloomy crypts, such a chill as I had experienced that very morning. The next moment, close to the net, I saw a ball rebound in midair in empty space, and at the same instant, a score of feet away, Paul Tichlorn emitted a rainbow flash. It could not be he from whom the ball had rebounded, and with sickening dread I realized that Lloyd Inwood had come upon the scene. To make sure, I looked for his shadow, and there it was, a shapeless blotch the girth of his body. The sun was overhead, moving along the ground. I remembered his threat, and felt sure that all the long years of rivalry were about to culminate in uncanny battle. I cried a warning to Paul, and heard a snarl as of a wild beast, and an answering snarl. I saw the dark blotch move swiftly across the court, and a brilliant burst of vari-colored light moving with equal swiftness to meet it. And then shadow and flash came together, and there was the sound of unseen blows. The net went down before my frightened eyes. I sprang towards the fighters, crying, "For God's sake!" But their locked bodies smote against my knees, and I was overthrown. "You keep out of this, old man," I heard the voice of Lloyd Inwood from out of the emptiness, and then Paul's voice crying, "Yes, we've had enough of peacemaking." From the sound of their voices I knew they had separated. I could not locate Paul, and so approached the shadow that represented Lloyd. But from the other side came a stunning blow on the point of my jaw, and I heard Paul scream angrily, "Now will you keep away?" Then they came together again, the impact of their blows, their groans and gasps, and the swift flashings and shadow movings telling plainly of the deadliness of their struggle. I shouted for help, and Gaffer Bedshaw came running onto the court. I could see as he approached that he was looking at me strangely, but he collided with the combatants and was hurled headlong to the ground. With despairing shriek and a cry of, "Oh Lord, I've got him!" he sprang to his feet and tore madly out of the court. I could do nothing, so I sat up, fascinated and powerless, and watched the struggle. The noonday sun beat down with dazzling brightness on the naked tennis court, and it was naked. All I could see was the blotch of shadow and the rainbow flashes, the dust rising from the invisible feet, the earth tearing up from beneath the straining foot grips, and the wire screen bulge once or twice as their bodies hurled against it. That was all, and after a time, even that ceased. There were no more flashes, and the shadow had become long and stationary, and I remembered their set, boyish faces when they clung to the roots in the deep coolness of the pool. They found me an hour afterward. Some inkling of what had happened got to the servants, and they quitted the Ticklord service in a body. Gaffer Bedshaw never recovered from the second shock he received and is confined in a madhouse, hopelessly incurable. The secrets of their marvelous discoveries died with Paul and Lloyd, both laboratories being destroyed by grief-stricken relatives. As for myself, I no longer care for chemical research, and science is a tabooed topic in my household. I have returned to my roses. Nature's colors are good enough for me.
Duel on Certus by Powell Anderson. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Duel on Certus by Powell Anderson. Bold and ruthless, he was famed throughout the system as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd slain them all. But his trophy room lacked one item, and now Riordan swore he'd bagged the forbidden game that roamed the red deserts. A Martian. The night whispered the message. Over deep many miles of loneliness it was borne, carried on the wind, rustled by the half-sentient lichens and the dwarfed trees, murmured from one to another of little creatures that huddled under crags, in caves, by shadowy dunes. In no words, but in a dim pulsing of dread which echoed through Kriega's brain, the warning round. They are hunting again. Kriega shuddered in a sudden blast of wind. The night was enormous around him, above him, from the iron bitterness of the hills to the wheeling, glittering constellations light years over his head. He reached out with his trembling perceptions, tuning himself to the brush and the wind and the small burrowing things underfoot, letting the night speak to him. Alone. Alone. There was not another Martian for 100 miles of emptiness. There were only the tiny animals and the shivering brush and the thin, sad blowing of the wind. The voiceless scream of dying traveled through the brush, from plant to plant, echoed by the fear pulses of the animals and the ringingly reflected cliffs. They were curling, shriveling, and blackening as the rocket poured the glowing death down on them, and the withering veins and nerves cried to the stars. Kriega huddled against a tall, gaunt crag. His eyes were like yellow moons in darkness, cold with terror and hate and a slowly gathering resolution. Grimly, he estimated that the death was being sprayed in a circle some 10 miles across, and he was trapped in it, and soon the hunter would come after him. He looked up to the indifferent glitter of stars, and a shudder went along his body. Then he sat down and began to think. It had started a few days before in the private office of the trader Wisby. "I came to Mars," said Riordan, "to get me an owlie." Wisby had learned the value of a poker face. He peered across the rim of his glasses at the other man, estimating him. Even in godforsaken holes like Port Armstrong, one had heard of Riordan. Heir to a $1 million shipping firm which he himself had pyramided into a system-wide monster. He was equally well known as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he bagged them all. Except, of course, a Martian. That particular game was forbidden now. He sprawled in his chair, big and strong and ruthless, still a young man. He dwarfed the unkempt room with his size and the hard-held dynamo strength in him, and his cold green gaze dominated the trader. "It's illegal, you know," said Wisby. "It's a 20-year sentence if you're caught at it." "Ah, the Martian commissioner is on Ares, halfway around the planet. If we go at it right, who's ever to know?" Riordan gulped at his drink. "I'm well aware that in another year or so they'll have tightened up enough to make it impossible. This is the last chance for any man to get an owlie. That's why I'm here." Wisby hesitated, looking out the window. Port Armstrong was no more than a dusty huddle of domes, interconnected by tunnels in a red waste of sand stretching to the near horizon. An Earthman in an airsuit and transparent helmet was walking down the street, and a couple of Martians were lounging against a wall. Otherwise, nothing. A silent, deadly monotony brooding under the shrunken sun. Life on Mars was not especially pleasant for a human. "You're not falling into this owlie loving that's corrupted all Earth?" demanded Riordan contemptuously. "Oh, no," said Wisby. "I keep them in their place around my post, but times are changing. It can't be helped." "There was a time when they were slaves," said Riordan. "Now those old women on Earth want to give them the vote," he snorted. "Well, times are changing," repeated Wisby mildly. "When the first humans landed on Mars 100 years ago, Earth had just gone through the hemispheric wars. The worst wars man had ever known. They damn near wrecked the old ideas of liberty and equality. People were suspicious and tough. They had to be to survive. They weren't able to empathize the Martians, or whatever you call it. Not able to think of them as anything but intelligent animals. And Martians made such useful slaves. They needed so little food or heat or oxygen. They can even live 15 minutes or so without breathing at all. And the wild Martians made fine sport. Intelligent game that could get away as often as not, or even manage to kill the hunter." "I know," said Riordan. "That's why I want to hunt one. It's no fun if the game doesn't have a chance." "It's different now," went on Wisby. "Earth has been at peace for a long time. The liberals have gotten the upper hand. Naturally, one of their first reforms was to end Martian slavery." Riordan swore. The forced repatriation of Martians working on his spaceships had cost him plenty. "I haven't time for your philosophizing," he said. "If you can arrange for me to get a Martian, I'll make it worth your while." "How much worth it?" asked Wisby. They haggled for a while before settling on a figure. Riordan had brought guns and a small rocket boat, but Wisby would have to supply radioactive material and a hawk and a rockhound. Then he had to be paid for the risk of legal action, though that was small. The final price came high. "Now, where do I get my Martian?" inquired Riordan. He gestured at the two in the street. "Catch one of them and release him in the desert?" It was Wisby's turn to be contemptuous. "One of them? Huh. Town loungers. A city dweller from Earth would give you a better fight." The Martians didn't look impressive. They stood only some 4 feet high on skinny, claw-footed legs, and the arms ending in bony four-fingered hands were stringy. The chests were broad and deep, but the waists were ridiculously narrow. They were viviparous, warm-blooded, and suckled their young, but gray feathers covered their hides. The round, hook-beaked heads with huge amber eyes and tufted feather ears showed the origin of the name owlie. They wore only pouched belts and carried sheath knives. Even the liberals of Earth weren't ready to allow the natives modern tools and weapons. There were too many old grudges. The Martians always were good fighters, said Riordan. They wiped out quite a few Earth settlements in the old days. The wild ones, agreed Wisby, but not these. They're just stupid laborers, as dependent on our civilization as we are. You want a real old-timer, and I know where there's one to be found. He spread a map on the desk. See? Here in the Haraffinian Hills, about 100 miles from here. These Martians live a long time, maybe 2 centuries, and this fellow Kriega has been around since the first Earthmen came. He led a lot of Martian raids in the early days, but since the general amnesty and peace, he's lived all alone up there, in one of the old ruined towers. A real old-time warrior who hates Earthmen's guts. He comes here once in a while with furs and minerals to trade, so I know a little about him. Wisby's eyes gleamed savagely. You'll be doing us all a favor by shooting the arrogant bastard. He struts around here as if the place belonged to him, and he'll give you a run for your money. Riordan's massive dark head nodded in satisfaction. The man had a bird and a rockhound. That was bad. Without them, Kriega could lose himself in the labyrinth of caves and canyons and scrubby thickets. But the hound could follow his scent, and the bird could spot him from above. To make matters worse, the man had landed near Kriega's tower. The weapons were all there. Now he was cut off, unarmed and alone, save for what feeble help the desert life could give. Unless he could double back to the place somehow. But meanwhile, he had to survive. He sat in a cave, looking down past a tortured wilderness of sand and bush and wind-carved rock, miles in the thin, clear air to the glitter of metal where the rocket lay. The man was a tiny speck in the huge barren landscape, a lonely insect crawling under the deep blue sky. Even by day, the stars glistened in the tenuous atmosphere. Weak, pallid sunlight spilled over rocks tawny and ochreous and rust red, over the low, dusty thorn bushes and the gnarled little trees and the sand that blew faintly between them. Equatorial Mars. Lonely or not, the man had a gun that could spang death clear to the horizon, and he had his beasts, and there would be a radio in the rocket boat for calling his fellows. And the glowing death ringed them in a charmed circle which Kriega could not cross without bringing a worse death on himself than the rifle would give. Or was there a worse death than that? To be shot by a monster and have his stuffed hide carried back as a trophy for fools to gape at. The old iron pride of his race rose in Kriega, hard and bitter and unrelenting. He didn't ask much of life these days. Solitude in his tower to think the long thoughts of a Martian and create the small, exquisite artworks which he loved. The company of his kind at the gathering season, grave ancient ceremony and acrid merriment, and the chance to beget and rear sons. An occasional trip to the Earthling settling for the metal goods and the wine, which were the only valuable things they had brought to Mars. A vague dream of raising his folk to a place where they could stand as equals before all the universe. No more. And now they would take even this from him. He rasped a curse on the human and resumed his patient work, chipping a spearhead for what puny help it could give him. The brush rustled dryly in alarm. Tiny hidden animals squeaked their terror. The desert shouted to him of the monster that strode toward his cave, but he didn't have to flee right away. Riordan sprayed the heavy metal isotope in a 10-mile circle around the old tower. He did that by night, just in case patrol craft might be snooping around. But once he had landed, he was safe. He could always claim to be peacefully exploring, hunting leapers or some such thing. The radioactive had a half-life of about 4 days, which meant that it would be unsafe to approach for some 3 weeks. 2 at the minimum. That was time enough, when the Martian was boxed in so small an area. There was no danger that he would try to cross it. The Owlies had learned what radioactivity meant back when they fought the humans, and their vision extending well into the ultraviolet made it directly visible to them through its fluorescence, to say nothing of the wholly unhuman extra senses they had. No, Kriega would try to hide, and perhaps to fight, and eventually he'd be cornered. Still, there was no use taking chances. Riordan set a timer on the boat's radio. If he didn't come back within 2 weeks to turn it off, it would emit a signal which Wisby would hear and he'd be rescued. He checked his other equipment. He had an air suit designed for Martian conditions with a small pump operated by a power beam from the boat to compress the atmosphere sufficiently for him to breathe it. The same unit recovered enough water from his breath so that the weight of supplies for several days was, in Martian gravity, not too great for him to bear. He had a .45 rifle built to shoot in Martian air that was heavy enough for his purpose. And of course, compass and binoculars and sleeping bag. Pretty light equipment, but he preferred a minimum anyway. For ultimate emergencies, there was the little tank of suspensine. By turning a valve, he could release it into his air system. The gas didn't exactly induce suspended animation, but it paralyzed efferent nerves and slowed the overall metabolism to a point where a man could live for weeks on 1 lungful of air. It was useful in surgery and had saved the life of more than one interplanetary explorer whose oxygen system went awry. But Riordan didn't expect to have to use it. He certainly hoped he wouldn't. It would be tedious to lie fully conscious for days waiting for the automatic signal to call Wisby. He stepped out of the boat and locked it. No danger that an alley would break in if he should double back. It would take Tordenite to crack that hull. He whistled to his animals. They were native beasts long ago domesticated by the Martians and later by man. The rockhound was like a gaunt wolf, but huge-breasted and feathered. A tracker as good as any terrestrial bloodhound. The hawk had less resemblance to its counterpart of Earth. It was a bird of prey, but in the tenuous atmosphere it needed a 6-foot wingspread to lift its small body. Riordan was pleased with their training. The hound bayed, a low, quavering note which would have been muffled almost to inaudibility by the thin air, and the man's plastic helmet had the suit not included microphones and amplifiers. It circled, sniffing, while the hawk rose into the alien sky. Riordan did not look closely at the tower. It was a crumbling stump atop a rusty hill, unhuman and grotesque. Once, perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Martians had a civilization of sorts, cities and agriculture and a Neolithic technology. But according to their own traditions, they had achieved a union or symbiosis with the wildlife of the planet and had abandoned such mechanical aids as unnecessary. Riordan snorted. The hound bayed again. The noise seemed to hang eerily in the still, cold air, to shiver from cliff and crag and die reluctantly under the enormous silence. But it was a bugle call, a haughty challenge to a world grown old. Stand aside, make way. Here comes the conqueror. The animal suddenly loped forward. He had a scent. Riordan swung into a long, easy, low-gravity stride. His eyes gleamed like green ice. The hunt was begun. Breath sobbed in Kriega's lungs, hard and quick and raw. His legs felt weak and heavy, and the thudding of his heart seemed to shake his whole body. Still he ran, while the frightful clamor rose behind him and the padding of feet grew ever nearer. Leaping, twisting, bounding from crag to crag, sliding down shaly ravines and slipping through clumps of trees, Kriega fled. The hound was behind him and the hawk soaring overhead. In a day and a night they had driven him to this, running like a crazed leaper with death baying at his heels. He had not imagined a human could move so fast or with such endurance. The desert fought for him. The plants, with their queer, blind life that no earthling would ever understand, were on his side. Their thorny branches twisted away as he darted through, and then came back to rake the flanks of the hound, slow him. But they could not stop his brutal rush. He ripped past their strengthless, clutching fingers and yammered on the trail of the Martian. The human was toiling a good mile behind, but showed no sign of tiring. Still, Krieger ran. He had to reach the cliff edge before the hunter saw him through the rifle sights. Had to. And the hound was snarling a yard behind now. Up the long slope he went. The hawk fluttered, striking at him, seeking to lay beak and talons in his head. He battered at the creature with his spear and dodged around a tree. The tree snaked out a branch from which the hound rebounded, yelling till the rocks rang. The Martian burst onto the edge of the cliff. It fell sheer to the canyon floor, 500 feet of iron-streaked rock tumbling into windy depths. Beyond, the lowering sun glared in his eyes. He paused only an instant, etched black against the sky, a perfect shot if the human should come into view, and then he sprang over the edge. He had hoped the rockhound would go shooting past, but the animal braked itself barely in time. Krieger went down the cliff face, clawing into every tiny crevice, shuddering as the age-worn rock crumbled under his fingers. The hawk swept close, hacking at him and screaming for its master. He could not fight it, not with every finger and toe needed to hang against the shattering death. But he slid along the face of the precipice into a gray-green clump of vines, and his nerves thrilled forth the appeal of the ancient symbiosis. The hawk swooped again, and he lay unmoving, rigid as if dead, until it cried in shrill triumph and settled on his shoulder to pluck out his eyes. Then the vines stirred. They weren't strong, but their thorns sank into the flesh, and it couldn't pull loose. Krieger toiled on down into the canyon while the vines pulled the hawk apart. Riordan loomed hugely against the darkening sky. He fired once, twice, the bullets humming wickedly close, but as shadows swept up from the depths, the Martian was covered. The man turned up his speech amplifier, and his voice rolled and boomed monstrously through the gathering night. Thunder such as dry Mars had not heard for millennia. Score one for you, but it isn't enough. I'll find you. The sun slipped below the horizon, and night came down like a falling curtain. Through the darkness, Krieger heard the man laughing. The old rocks trembled with his laughter. Riordan was tired with the long chase and the niggling insufficiency of his oxygen supply. He wanted a smoke and hot food, and neither was to be had. Oh well, he'd appreciate the luxuries of life all the more when he got home, with the Martian skin. He grinned as he made camp. The little felt was a worthwhile quarry, that was for damn sure. He'd held out for 2 days now in a little 10-mile circle of ground, and he'd even killed the hawk. But Riordan was close enough to him now so that the hound could follow his spoor, for Mars had no watercourses to break a trail, so it didn't matter. He lay watching the splendid night of stars. It would get cold before long, unmercifully cold, but his sleeping bag was a good enough insulator to keep him warm with the help of solar energy stored during the day by its Gergen cells. Mars was dark at night, its moons of little help. Phobos a hurtling speck, Deimos merely a bright star, dark and cold and empty. The rockhound had burrowed into the loose sand nearby, but it would raise the alarm if the Martian should come sneaking near the camp. Not that that was likely. He'd have to find shelter somewhere too if he didn't want to freeze. The bushes and the trees and the little furtive animals whispered a word he could not hear. chattered and gossiped on the wind about the Martian who kept himself warm with work. But he didn't understand that language, which was no language. Drowsily, Riordan thought of past hunts. The big game of Earth, lion and tiger and elephant and buffalo, and sheep on the high sun-blazing peaks of the Rockies. Rainforests of Venus and the coughing roar of a many-legged swamp monster crashing through the trees to the place where he stood waiting. Primitive throb of drums in a hot, wet night. Chant of beaters dancing around a fire. Scramble along the hell plains of Mercury with a swollen sun licking against his puny insulating suit. The grandeur and desolation of Neptune's liquid gas swamps, and the huge blind thing that screamed and blundered after him. But this was the loneliest and strangest and perhaps most dangerous hunt of all, and on that account, the best. He had no malice toward the Martian. He respected the little being's courage as he respected the bravery of other animals he had fought. Whatever trophy he brought home from this chase would be well earned. The fact that his success would have to be treated discreetly didn't matter. He hunted less for the glory of it, though he had to admit he didn't mind the publicity, than for love. His ancestors had fought under one name or another. Viking, crusader, mercenary, rebel, patriot, whatever was fashionable at the moment. Struggle was in his blood, and in these degenerate days there was little to struggle against save what he hunted. Well, tomorrow, he drifted off to sleep. He woke in the short gray dawn, made a quick breakfast, and whistled his hound to heel. His nostrils dilated with excitement, a high, keen drunkenness that sang wonderfully within him. Today, maybe today. They had to take a roundabout way down into the canyon, and the hound cast about for an hour before he picked up the scent. Then the deep-voiced cry rose again, and they were off. More slowly now, for it was a cruel, stony trail. The sun climbed high as they worked along the ancient riverbeds. Its pale, chill light washed needle-sharp crags and fantastically painted cliffs, shale and sand and the wreck of geological ages. The low, harsh brush crunched under the man's feet, writhing and crackling its impotent protest. Otherwise it was still, a deep and taut and somehow waiting stillness. The hound shattered the quiet with an eager yelp and plunged forward, hot scent. Riordan dashed after him, trampling through dense bush, panting and swearing and grinning with excitement. Suddenly the brush opened underfoot. With a howl of dismay, the hound slid down the sloping wall of the pit it had covered. Riordan flung himself forward with tigerish swiftness, flat down on his belly, with one hand barely catching the animal's tail. The shock almost pulled him into the hole, too. He wrapped one arm around a bush that clawed at his helmet and pulled the hound back. Shaking, he peered into the trap. It had been well made, about 20 feet deep, with walls as straight and narrow as the sand would allow, and skillfully covered with brush. Planted in the bottom were 3 wicked-looking flint spears. Had he been a shade less quick in his reactions, he would have lost the hound and perhaps himself. He skinned his teeth in a wolf grin and looked around. The alley must have worked on it all night. Then he couldn't be far away, and he'd be very tired. As if to answer his thoughts, a boulder crashed down from the nearer cliff wall. It was a monster, but a falling object on Mars has less than half the acceleration it does on Earth. Riordan scrambled aside as it boomed into the place where he had been lying. "Come on!" he yelled and plunged toward the cliff. For an instant, a gray form loomed over the edge, hurled a spear at him. Riordan snapped a shot at it, and it vanished. The spear glanced off the tough fabric of his suit, and he scrambled up a narrow ledge to the top of the precipice. The Martian was nowhere in sight, but a faint red trail led into the rugged hill country. Winged him, by God! The hound was slower in negotiating the shale-covered trail. His own feet were bleeding when he came up. Riordan cursed him, and they set out again. They followed the trail for a mile or two, and then it ended. Riordan looked around the wilderness of trees and needles which blocked view in any direction. Obviously, the owlie had backtracked and climbed up one of those rocks from which he could take a flying leap to some other point. But which one? Sweat, which he couldn't wipe off, ran down the man's face and body. He itched intolerably, and his lungs were raw from gasping at his dole of air. But still he laughed in gusty delight. What a chase! What a chase! Kriega lay in the shadow of a tall rock and shuddered with weariness. Beyond the shade, the sunlight danced in what to him was a blinding, intolerable dazzle, hot and cruel and life-hungry, hard and bright as the metal of the conquerors. It had been a mistake to spend priceless hours when he might have been resting, working on that trap. It hadn't worked, and he might have known that it wouldn't. And now he was hungry, and thirst was like a wild beast in his mouth and throat, and still they followed him. They weren't far behind now. All this day they had been dogging him. He had never been more than half an hour ahead. No rest. No rest. A devil's hunt through a tormented wilderness of stone and sand, and now he could only wait for the battle with an iron burden of exhaustion laid on him. The wound in his side burned. It wasn't deep, but it had cost him blood and pain and the few minutes of catnapping he might have snatched. For a moment, the warrior Kriega was gone, and a lonely, frightened infant sobbed in the desert silence. Why can't they let me alone? A low, dusty green bush rustled. A sand runner piped in one of the ravines. They were getting close. Wearily, Kriega scrambled up on top of the rock and crouched low. He had backtracked to it. They should by rights go past him toward his tower. He could see it from here, a low yellow ruin worn by the winds of millennia. There had only been time to dart in, snatch a bow and a few arrows and an axe. Pitiful weapons. The arrows could not penetrate the Earthman's suit when there was only a Martian's thin grasp to draw the bow, and even with a steel head, the axe was a small and feeble thing. But it was all he had. He and his few little allies of a desert which fought only to keep its solitude. Repatriated slaves had told him of the Earthlings' power. Their roaring machines filled the silence of their own deserts, gouged the quiet face of their own moon, shook the planets with a senseless fury of meaningless energy. They were the conquerors, and it never occurred to them that an ancient peace and stillness could be worth preserving. Well, he fitted an arrow to the string and crouched in the silent, flimmering sunlight, waiting. The hound came first, yelping and howling. Kriega drew the bow as far as he could, but the human had to come near first. There he came, running and bounding over the rocks, rifle in hand and restless eyes shining with taut green light, closing in for the death. Kriega swung softly around. The beast was beyond the rock now, the Earthman almost below it. The bow twanged. With a savage thrill, Kriega saw the arrow go through the hound, saw the creature leap in the air and then roll over and over, howling and biting at the thing in its breast. Like a gray thunderbolt, the Martian launched himself off the rock, down at the human. If his axe could shatter that helmet... He struck the man, and they went down together. Wildly, the Martian hewed. The axe glanced off the plastic. He hadn't had room for a swing. Riordan roared and lashed out with a fist. Retching, Kriega rolled backward. Riordan snapped a shot at him. Kriega turned and fled. The man got to one knee, sighting carefully on the gray form that streaked up the nearest slope. A little sand snake darted at the man's leg and wrapped about his wrist. Its small strength was just enough to pull the gun aside. The bullet screamed past Kriega's ear as he vanished into a cleft. He felt the thin death agony of the snake as the man pulled it loose and crushed it underfoot. Somewhat later, he heard a dull boom echoing between the hills. The man had gotten explosives from his boat and blown up the tower. He had lost axe and bow. Now he was utterly weaponless, without even a place to retire for a last stand, and the hunter would not give up. Even without his animals, he would follow, more slowly, but as relentlessly as before. Kriega collapsed on a shelf of rock. Dry sobbing racked his thin body, and the sunset wind cried with him. Presently he looked up across a red and yellow immensity to the low sun. Long shadows were creeping over the land. Peace and stillness for a brief moment before the iron cold of night closed down. Somewhere the soft trill of a sandrunner echoed between low, wind-worn cliffs, and the brush began to speak, whispering back and forth in its ancient wordless tongue. The desert, the planet and its wind and sand under the high, cold stars, the clean, open land of silence and loneliness, and a destiny which was not man's spoke to him. The enormous oneness of life on Mars, drawn together against the cruel environment, stirred in his blood. As the sun went down and the stars blossomed forth in awesome frosty glory, Kriega began to think again. He did not hate his persecutor, but the grimness of Mars was in him. He fought the war of all, which was old and primitive and lost in its own dreams against the alien and the desecrator. It was as ancient and pitiless as life, that war, and each battle won or lost meant something, even if no one ever heard of it. "You do not fight alone," whispered the desert. "You fight for all Mars, and we are with you." Something moved in the darkness, a tiny, warm form running across his hand. A little feathered mouse-like thing that burrowed under the sand and lived its small fugitive life and was glad in its own way of living. But it was a part of a world, and Mars has no pity in its voice. Still, a tenderness was within Kriega's heart, and he whispered gently in the language that was not a language. "You will do this for us? You will do it, little brother?" Riordan was too tired to sleep well. He had lain awake for a long time thinking, and that is not good for a man alone in the Martian hills. So now the rockhound was dead too. It didn't matter. The alley wouldn't escape. But somehow the incident brought home to him the immensity and the age and loneliness of the desert. It whispered to him. The brush rustled and something wailed in darkness, and the wind blew with a wild, mournful sound over faintly starlit cliffs. And it was as if they all somehow had voice, as if the whole world muttered and threatened him in the night. Dimly he wondered if man would ever subdue Mars, if the human race had not finally run across something bigger than itself. But that was nonsense. Mars was old and worn out and barren, dreaming itself into slow death. The tramp of human feet, shouts of men, and roar of sky-storming rockets were waking it, but to a new destiny, to man's. When Ares lifted its hard spires above the hills of Syrtis, where then were the ancient gods of Mars? It was cold, and the cold deepened as the night wore on. The stars were fire and ice, glittering diamonds in the deep crystal dark. Now and then he could hear a faint snapping borne through the earth as rock or tree split open. The wind laid itself to rest. Sound froze to death. There was only the hard, clear starlight falling through space to shatter on the ground. Once something stirred. He woke from a restless sleep and saw a small thing skittering toward him. He groped for the rifle beside his sleeping bag, then laughed harshly. It was only a sand mouse, but it proved that a Martian had no chance of sneaking up on him while he rested. He didn't laugh again. The sound had echoed too hollowly in his helmet. With the clear, bitter dawn, he was up. He wanted to get the hunt over with. He was dirty and unshaven inside the unit, sick of iron rations pushed through the airlock, stiff and sore with exertion. Lacking the hound, which he had to shoot, tracking would be slow, but he didn't want to go back to Port Armstrong for another. No, he'll take that Martian. He'd have the devil's skin soon. Breakfast and a little moving made him feel better. He looked with a practiced eye for the Martian's trail. There was sand and brush over everything. Even the rocks had a thin coating of their own erosion. The owlie couldn't cover his tracks perfectly. If he tried, it would slow him too much. Riordan fell into a steady jog. Noon found him on higher ground, rough hills with gaunt needles of rock reaching yards into the sky. He kept going, confident of his own ability to wear down the quarry. He'd run deer to earth back home, day after day, until the animal's heart broke and it waited quivering for him to come. The trail looked clear and fresh now. He tensed with the knowledge that the Martian couldn't be far away. Too clear. Could this be bait for another trap? He hefted the rifle and proceeded more warily. But no, there wouldn't have been time. He mounted a high ridge and looked over the grim, fantastic landscape. Near the horizon he saw a blackened strip, the border of his radioactive barrier. The Martian couldn't go further, and if he doubled back, Riordan would have an excellent chance of spotting him. He tuned up his speaker and let his voice roar into the stillness. "Come out, Owlie. I'm going to get you. You might as well come out now and be done with it." The echoes took it up, flying back and forth between the naked crags, trembling and shivering under the brassy arch of sky. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" The Martian seemed to appear from thin air, a gray ghost rising out of the jumbled stones and standing poised not 20 feet away. For an instant, the shock of it was too much. Riordan gaped in disbelief. Kriega waited, quivering ever so faintly as if he were a mirage. Then the man shouted and lifted his rifle. Still the Martian stood there as if carved in gray stone, and with a shock of disappointment Riordan thought that he had, after all, decided to give himself to an inevitable death. Well, it had been a good hunt. "So long," whispered Riordan, and squeezed the trigger. Since the sand mouse had crawled into the barrel, the gun exploded. Riordan heard the roar and saw the barrel peel open like a rotten banana. He wasn't hurt, but as he staggered back from the shock, Kriega lunged at him. The Martian was 4 feet tall and skinny and weaponless, but he hit the Earthling like a small tornado. His legs wrapped around the man's waist, and his hands got to work on the air hose. Riordan went down under the impact. He snarled tigerishly and fastened his hands on the Martian's narrow throat. Kriega snapped futilely at him with his beak. They rolled over in a cloud of dust. The brush began to chatter excitedly. Riordan tried to break Kriega's neck. The Martian twisted away, bored in again. With a shock of horror, the man heard the hiss of escaping air as Kriega's beak and fingers finally worried the air hose loose. An automatic valve clamped shut, but there was no connection with the pump now. Riordan cursed and got his hands about the Martian's throat again. Then he simply lay there, squeezing, and not all Kriega's writhing and twisting could break that grip. Riordan smiled sleepily and held his hands in place. After 5 minutes or so, Kriega was still. Riordan kept right on throttling him for another 5 minutes, just to make sure. Then he let go and fumbled at his back, trying to reach the pump. The air in his suit was hot and foul. He couldn't quite reach around to connect the hose to the pump. Poor design, he thought vaguely. But then these air suits weren't meant for battle armor. He looked at the slight, silent form of the Martian. A faint breeze ruffled the gray feathers. What a fighter the little guy had been. He'd be the pride of the trophy room back on Earth. Let's see now. He unrolled his sleeping bag and spread it carefully out. He'd never make it to the rocket with what air he had, so it was necessary to let the suspensine into his suit. But he'd have to get into the bag, lest the nights freeze his blood solid. He crawled in, fastening the flaps carefully, and opened the valve on the suspensine tank. Luckily he had it, but then a good hunter thinks of everything. He'd get awfully bored lying here till Wisby caught the signal in 10 days or so and came to find him, but he'd last. It would be an experience to remember. In this dry air, the Martian's skin would keep perfectly well. He felt the paralysis creep up on him, the waning of heartbeat and lung action. His senses and mind were still alive, and he grew aware that complete relaxation has its unpleasant aspects. Oh well, he'd won. He'd killed the wiliest game with his own hands. Presently, Kriega sat up. He felt himself gingerly. There seemed to be a rib broken. Well, that could be fixed. He was still alive. He'd been choked for a good 10 minutes, but a Martian can last 15 without air. He opened the sleeping bag and got Riordan's keys. Then he limped slowly back to the rocket. A day or two of experimentation taught him how to fly it. He'd go to his kinsmen near Syrtis, now that they had an earthly machine and earthly weapons to copy. But there was another business first. He didn't hate Riordan, but Mars is a hard world. He went back and dragged the Earthling into a cave and hid him beyond all possibility of human search parties finding him. For a while, he looked into the man's eyes. Horror stared dumbly back at him. He spoke slowly, in halting English. For those you killed, and for being a stranger on a world that does not want you, and against the day when Mars is free, I leave you. Before departing, he got several oxygen tanks from the boat and hooked them into the man's air supply. That was quite a bit of air for one in suspended animation, enough to keep him alive for 1,000 years. The Skull by Philip K. Dick. Conger agreed to kill a stranger he had never seen, but he would make no mistakes because he had the stranger's skull under his arm. What is this opportunity? Conger asked. Go on, I'm interested. The room was silent. All faces were fixed on Conger, still in the drab prison uniform. The speaker leaned forward slowly. Before you went to prison, your trading business was paying well. All illegal, all very profitable. Now you have nothing, except the prospect of another 6 years in a cell. Conger scowled. There is a certain situation very important to this council that requires your peculiar abilities. Also, it is a situation you might find interesting. You were a hunter, were you not? You've done a great deal of trapping, hiding in the bushes, waiting at night for the game. I imagine hunting must be a source of satisfaction to you. The chase, the stalking. Conger sighed. His lips twisted. All right, he said. Leave that out. Get to the point. Who do you want me to kill? The speaker smiled. All in proper sequence, he said softly.